Welcome to RaceSpot coverage of the second split of the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona in 2023. What a massive event. iRacing putting out the official numbers, over 16,000 drivers, over 4,000 cars. Therefore split across many races ranked upon skill level. It means that even the top 10, 15 splits by talent, by skill level, all worth watching, all with very passionate, very dedicated sim racers. So it's great to be here for the final 6 hours of the second split to see these guys to the checkered flag. David Haynes here with Chaz Draycott, that's who it is. You're only my fourth commentary partner today, Chaz, but one of my favourites. We're here to see this one out to the checkered flag. Any 24-hour race, very tough. Daytona, high speeds, mistakes very costly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pleasure to be back on the Daytona 24 Hours once again, and a pleasure to be working with you again, David. And yes, you're absolutely right. It is such a costly mistake, any mistake that you make here at Daytona. It is such a high-speed circuit in so many places, and it's not even the widest circuit in a lot of places either. When you're on that infield, it can be very treacherous sometimes, so you need to be so careful. But it is a fantastic challenge, this race. It's a long time since I've competed in it. I know you've done a couple of them yourself as well, and I mean, this is the part of the race now where you get into that final quarter and the fatigue really starts to set in, but you also get a little glimmer of hope as well. You think, we're getting there, guys, we're making it to the end, the sun's come up over the horizon, let's bring it home.
Yeah, it's always a long night in this winter enduro, but we are in the morning, sun having risen in the last hour to half an hour, checking in with where things stand after 18 hours of racing with 6 still to go. You saw private label Team Hype lead the way in GTP in the brand new BMW M Hybrid V8. Connor Harrington's driving that one at the moment. Pure Sims Esports lead LMP2 with Justin Richardson driving as we speak. And in GTD, actually the class with the highest ranking of drivers, the highest strength of field, as measured by the iRating. It's the Marla Racing Team car with Julian Kesselhout. Again, BMW, the M4 GT3. They lead the way. They look like they've got a whole lap in their pocket. Well, almost, not quite. But in GTP, 3 laps the lead for private label Team Hype, and a whole lap in LMP2. That makes GTD the most competitive as we look right now, and I guess that lines up with the 8,000 iRating strength of field for the 16 GTD cars that started this race in this split.
It's very impressive, the iRating levels here in this category, but at the end of the day, you know, it's one of the most popular racing categories in the world, isn't it? These GT3 cars are just phenomenal. iRacing have done a great job to try and get some more up-to-date GT3 cars, and the M4 GT3 being exclusive to the game for quite a while, and I mean, it's a car that's growing on me. It's obviously one that divides opinion. I'm sure we've got a lot of controversial things to discuss over time, David, as we usually do. But if I'm honest with you, it's been great to see how well this car has been doing, not just in the sim, but in the real world as well. Managed to clap my eyes on a few of them in the real world so far during commentary. And it's, I tell you what, one thing that I really picked up the first time I saw this BMW is I thought, well, BMW have done it again. They've taken another massive car and turned it into a GT3 car. They've managed to make it into a race car. It's a very unorthodox machine, but they've done it. And, well, when you see it in person, you realise this is not a small car at all. It's massive.
Yeah, I'm going to be seeing Valentino Rossi driving one in 2 weeks.
Oh, nice.
You know enough about the world motorsport calendar to guess what I'm up to.
Absolutely. The only thing that I've always thought about, well, I'm going to say this, since the Z4 GT3, is that they don't make a phenomenal noise, I don't think, these BMWs. What do you reckon?
I don't remember much of the M6. Obviously there was the there've been 2 generations of Z4, I think.
Yeah, they did like the Le Mans series sort of version of the car, and the IMSA version of the car, which had like a smaller rear wing on it, and quite frankly, we all know that smaller rear wings are not good. But the sound from the Z4, I think, was the last amazing sounding GT3 car by BMW. But still, obviously, it's not all the sound that you have to worry about. It is, of course, the competitiveness of the car, and, as we all know, they always make very competitive machines indeed. So, we have the Marla Racing team leading at the moment. We look here at Arnage competition, the number 5 car in their very striking white and pink livery. We've got Tamas Simon behind the wheel at the moment, or Tamas Simon. And the number 5 car has a 20-odd second advantage over Kane Halliburton in the ATRS Esports 13 car. Now, Kane is a driver that a lot of people may know in iRacing. He does a lot of, official racing in the Spec Racer Fords. And I actually jumped in randomly to test Commentator race a long time ago and came across Kane for the first time racing at Road America in the Spec Racer Fords. And I think we had a 5-wide finish. Yes, that's right, 5. Down the start finish straight at Road America. It's pretty remarkable racing in them machines, but it just shows you the sort of talent that is hidden away in splits outside of the top split, doesn't it really, David?
I mean, not many years ago, the strength of field of the top split would have been 6,000 or 6,500. Now it's 8,000 for a GTD in the second split. So there's been a little bit of inflation, which I know is probably a tough topic for a lot of people. But there's been a little bit of iRating inflation over the years. As the user base grows, it kind of... It adds more numbers to the pool, and those tend to concentrate to the top with the drivers who are winning races. So, 10,000 iRating of a couple of years ago is not quite what 10,000 iRating is now. But nonetheless, I mean, you just know if there's more drivers signing up for this race than years gone by, that you take that 50-team cream off the top, and that's got to be the sweetest cream there is. So clearly standards across the board at the top have improved. And one car for GTP, the only one available almost anywhere in the world of sim racing, the BMW M Hybrid V8, officially licensed. Hopefully more coming soon, but that's the one we've got right now. One LMP2. You don't really need any more models of LMP2 because they're all meant to be equal. They all run the same engine, the same steering wheel, meant to be of the same pace. But GTD is where we get a little bit of that variety, and BOP is a very dirty word sometimes, but overall I would say it's been pretty good what I've seen here, what I've seen in the top split. Audis, BMWs, Porsches, Mercedes, all able to compete, and critically, different teams all looking at sort of what their strengths are, what characteristics they like from a car, and picking different ones.
Yeah, that's it. You know, you have to be very, very careful and very considerate when you're making your car choice, because while they are all in the same categories, and of course they are very well balanced most of the time, you do get those little nuances and those little tiny details that cars can throw at you in their different behaviours and certain, I don't know, even just aspects in different rev counters, different layouts on the dash. You know, you've got something else to get used to, or if you need to just glance down and look for information, there's always a different place to look, and going from one car to the other in so many different ways is not easy whatsoever, and GT3 cars especially are a massive mixed bag. But you're right, with the prototypes, a lot of the time you do get that whole everybody thinks they look the same vibe, which in most cases they do, you know, maybe just some different headlights and so on. We've got to that point in aerodynamics in motorsport now where everybody's reached such an optimal level that everyone realises what the right idea is, and you do get a lot of cars that look the same, unfortunately. It's great, obviously, to see the LMDH cars coming around, and they are absolutely glorious bits of kit, but even there's a few of them that, when you look at the front of them anyway, they do look quite similar. We've got a lovely bit of an well, what would we say here, but not even an interlude, that's the that would be a break. I'm completely losing my words here, but we've got a slight interchanging of positions on track here going on anyway.
See, when you said you were going to grab a drink, I imagined you making a coffee, but I'm worried you might have gone to the pub instead.
But yeah, we're always in the pub over here, you know what we're like. We're worse than you lot.
Yeah, just waiting for the whole of, you know, England to blow over.
Yeah, well, that's honestly, to be honest, mate, without getting political, that's just normal life now. We just wait for everything to blow over, and it never does. But
So I do think SSR Wave Runner put the move on Ego Racing Team in towards turn number 1, but with the way the slipstreaming works on the long straights and the banking of functionally straights for these sports cars, you can tell Ego Racing Team now back in the hunt, maybe looking to leapfrog, maybe looking to take that back. You get 2 drivers or 2 cars that are within about half a second of a pace of each other. They find each other on track, and that slipstream just will not let them get away. The leader always giving up a little bit to the trailing car to keep them in the fight.
Yeah, that's it. And you have to be so careful in these stages, because you are basically just helping them maybe save a little bit of fuel over the course of the lap if they don't want to force the issue and try and get around you. But at the same time, you've just got to be so patient as the car behind, and you've also got to really keep your wits about you as the car in front, because it's so easy to lose your head when you've got a car or a team pestering you the whole time, you know, all over you is all. No contact with the Mercedes, and again, and it didn't seem like either of them wanted to back out. And all of a sudden...
How many front bumpers does that Apex Tech Mercedes have? It's shed all of them. One of them into the side of SSR Wave Runner, I think it was. The front left suspension, Cactus, a big hit to the right-hand side, and it all starts as the LMP2 battle tried to clear one of the GTD cars into the kink. Do not believe that Apex Tech liked that at all. They've given them just enough space, but then it's ended in a little bit of a collision right at the start of the braking zone. Neither car able to stop themselves before ploughing into the wall of the horseshoe.
Yeah, it's just one of those little moments, isn't it, where you can't risk to back out of that manoeuvre down the inside there as SSR Wave Runner. And it's just one of those moments where the Mercedes doesn't want to back out either, even though they've got no other car really that close around them on the circuit. And unfortunately, that braking zone is still slightly curved over to the right-hand side, and I think, you know, it's one of those innocent mistakes. I think you're going around a left-hander at the end of the day, you're then coming off the throttle, getting on the brakes. Sometimes the car can float over to the left a little bit, over-rotate slightly, and that's what it looked like just happened there.
So I'm putting that down as you jinxed Kane Halliburton, is that fair?
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to kill me for it. He raced for my team in a little Formula 4 league as well, so he's really going to kill me for that. But oh well. I'm afraid, Kane, that's just how it goes sometimes. That's how the cookie crumbles when the commentator's in the box and they know somebody out on track. It's never going to end well, is it? We look here at car 317, by the way, MB Esports team. Just solid black livery at the moment for me on my screen, David. And to be honest, these LMP cars, they look fantastic for it, don't they, when they are just one solid colour. It looks like they're out on a testing day or something.
Oh, I saw... that testing day at Phillip Island. It's a sort of pre-Bathurst 12-hour testing day. 888 were down there with a brand new Mercedes AMG GT3 with the 2020 Evo kit in that unpainted black, and it almost makes that car look good. You know, it's got a meanness to it. Unpainted carbon, or the sort of default finish. It's got a little bit of gloss, a little bit of matte, a little bit of pattern to it. Yeah, pretty good. Fortunately, they're going to ruin it by putting Boost Mobile stickers on it, but that's fine.
Yeah, that's the thing sometimes. You see cars in like raw carbon and with no decals, no paint, nothing anywhere on them. And they just look so good. I was at my local recently, Alton Park. I say recently, actually. It was probably the middle of last year, but still feels like 10 minutes ago. A friend of mine was testing a McLaren 720S GT3 car that had just been delivered for the team he was going to drive it for. And there was not a single mark on it anywhere. Not until the end of the day when he nearly ripped the floor off on a curb. But still, it was absolutely glorious to see it. And that's the thing. Sometimes people don't realise quite how raw and unfinished these cars look when they don't have the beautiful, pretty decals on that we get to see. Not just, of course, in the sim racing world, but in the real world as well. We look here then at the overall race leader in this split, the private label team hype car, Connor Harrington, at the wheel currently. And this car has 3 laps of an advantage over anybody else in the field. And if you just bear with us 2 seconds, everybody, we are going to be back in just a moment, just to sort out whatever slight technical we have going on here at the minute. Bear with us. Hello again, everybody. Apologies for the little issue there. We've got it rectified by the look of things, and we are back on your screens once again. David Haynes and Chaz Draycott in the commentary box here on RaceSpotTV for the second split of the 2023 iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona. And we look here at the overall race leader, which is not quite 3 laps clear of the rest of the field at the moment. This is the private label Team Hype, number 73, BMW M Hybrid V8 machine.
I can never quite remember in what order all the things are. I want to call it a BMW Hybrid V8M or a BMW Hybrid V8M, MV8 Hybrid.
I was hoping we'd just gloss over it, to be honest.
And now what I've done is I was confident at the start of the day, and now I'm not sure anymore.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, mate. Don't you worry. I never have been with this car. But, I mean, one thing that I must say about this car, as much as I want to avoid talking about it on the M4, is that the massive grille on the front of this thing actually looks all right. Whereas I think on the M4 it kind of ruins what could be a very pretty face. And it's interesting to see such a massive sort of grille shape being used on the front of a car like this, because a lot of the other cars in its category, they're all about having a really smooth and clean front end, aren't they? No massive sort of gaping holes for any sort of airflow. The rest of it, they keep the front plane down very low, don't they?
Yeah, it must work though, because you think back to those LMP1 919s and the Toyota, etc. As they went on, the nose seemed to get higher and higher, and they were sort of working how they could get air through channels inside of the bodywork and such. So I imagine it works out. The key grille difference though is that on this it's a big horizontal grille. Yeah. On the GT3 it's a big vertical grille that, you know, is going to cut down some old growth forest and build a dam.
It really does look like it, doesn't it? And I'm sure we all remember the memes from years ago when the good old M8 GTE car was racing at not even at Daytona, at Le Mans, and Nicky Team made all of those memes about being sucked into the grille of that car. And it's the same situation with not just the M4 but this car as well. Great to ride on board here with Joshua Chin though, just to show you the pace of this car. Now they don't sound as dramatic as they used to do when you had the classes like LMP 900 and so on, but they are absolutely ridiculously fast, these cars, and they look just phenomenal and very, very planted at all times, I think, is the main sort of way of looking at it. And you do often get cars like this that they are either absolutely stuck to the road or nothing.
So while we weren't looking, Joshua Chin has pitted that car, and hence they're only 2 laps in the lead right now. But second place, I would say, is 6 laps away from stopping, and then that'll put them back that 3rd lap down, which is Manidi Racing White. The other GTP cars running Axiom Motorsports Black, ATRS Racing 13, and IGL Coatings E-Racing. So not many GTPs left running, just the 5 of them. Many retirements, surprisingly, I would say. And then it's 9 running in LMP2 and 9 running in GTD.
I've just had a look on, I've just loaded into the session to have a look at something, because I thought before I saw one of the other BMWs in the background, which is the ATRS Racing 13 car, and it actually seems like the front left wheel was hanging off that car for just a moment there. They've come into the pits to sort it out, but it looked like it was completely hanging off the front, and it was just dragging along down the side of the car, almost like it wasn't quite tethered on properly, and they've brought it into the pits to repair it now, so hopefully they get that sorted, because it looked like quite major damage, and we've lost most of that group already, unfortunately, so we do, of course, hope to get them back out there. But still, we've got the number 17 machine on our screens right now, the Manidi Racing White car, flying around the banking. It's always lovely to get these shots in the morning as the sun is coming up as well here at Daytona. You can see the battle scars and the damage left over from the evening before. But in terms of gaps right now, we've not really got anybody that's that close together. We've got about 37 seconds between Victor Tanaka and Jamie Stovall behind him in the SSR Wave Runner car. Of course, we saw that involved in the incident with the Mercedes GT3 car before. And there's an interesting display just there of the difference in pace between these BMWs and, of course, the LMP2 cars. And you can see they do have that top-end pace around the outside. Now, I think a lot of people in the past, or leading into events like this and this season, have been worried that the LMP2 cars still have that capability to win the race outright, don't they? And it could make the LMDH cars look a little bit silly.
Deep down, we all love that kind of thing, like the first Daytona prototype race for the Daytona 24 in 2003, when all of the DPs broke down and a GT car won outright. 2015 or 16 Petit Le Mans, where it rained so hard that the Porsche 911 RSR was quicker in that torrential rain than any of the prototypes were. I mean, secretly, I'm cheering for the KTM Crossbow GT2 at Bathurst.
Yeah, that's a really interesting car, that the GT2 car. I've always found it weird that the cockpit still does the jet fighter thing and pops off and goes forward, but it's a really good-looking machine, and it makes quite a good racket as well, actually. I covered them at Hockenheim in 2021 in the Fanatec GT2 European Series, and it was great fun to watch. And there was actually, most of the field was those KTM Crossbow GT2s, one of which was driven, actually, by one Hans-Joachim Stuck. And he got quite the fright of his life when he came out of the pit lane out of his driver stop, or his driver change, sorry. Got into turn 2, slammed on the brakes, and the cockpit popped open. And then he had to try and drag it back down while driving down the Parabolica down the back, which must have scared the life out of anyone. But yeah, I don't blame you for cheering for that, because that is one awesome looking bit of kit. And they've actually made it into a road car now as well, the GTXR. It's almost identical to the GT2, really. Was
the Volvo Estate BTCC a 5-cylinder? Because there's just not enough 5-cylinder racing cars.
Oh, you're testing me now. I think it was, you know.
I mean, this is in your vintage and wheelhouse, because you were talking about LMP 900 before.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know that much about LMP 900, though, so I'm not going to delve into that too much. But, yeah, I think the Volvo was a 5-cylinder, the Estate, because definitely the S40 was. We all know the gorgeous sound of the Volvo S40 that raced back in the day. And, yeah, I'm pretty sure they started straight away with 5 cylinders in the Volvo 850. I'll have a quick Google of that and confirm, though, because if I've got that wrong, I'm going to be really upset with myself.
Still sans front bumper on the ATRS Mercedes in GTD. Third place they run at the moment. They've got pretty much exactly a lap in hand on this Pure Sims Esports car that is a car length in front of them. So one lap separates third and fourth here, with ATRS Mercedes in third and the Pure Sims Audi in fourth. Lucas Prada might be taking a look at the damage on that Mercedes and thinking, I get one lap here, I can get one position here.
Yeah, that's it. You've just got to try and chip away at everything you can, and that's the difficult thing in this race. You know, you can come back out on track after an incident or after a long pit stop, or even get a penalty for speeding in the pit lane, something like that. Everyone's easy to catch out around here in the exit of this pit lane. But when you see the gap ahead and it just says 2 laps, you know, you can't see if you're closing in a little bit at a time to that car or not, because all you will see is how many laps behind them you are, and you have to just keep pushing on as hard as you can. And it can be quite demoralizing sometimes when, I mean, say you were in the Mercedes now, right behind this Audi just in front, the Pure Sims machine, and you were 3 laps behind it. If you caught up to it and then couldn't quite get past it and get away, that would just be really frustrating, because you know that you still need to do that another 3 or maybe even 4 times or more. And that's the real challenge in this race, is sticking with that and continuing to have the, what's the word, the sort of motivation to push on and still get around them once again. A bit of bump drafting going on here, not always the wisest on a mid-engine car like the Audi R8 in front. That's a bit of a scary one.
How do you do it when you got no bumper?
That's very true, yeah. So I suppose it's crash structure drafting now rather than drafting. But yeah, that's yeah. I mean, to be honest, do, well, I'm sure someone else in the team would have told the number 1 car that they do not have said front bumper, but you would have at least thought that they wouldn't still try it either way, because when you try and combine bump drafting with maybe a slightly difficult to calculate damage model with no bumper actually being there could be some pretty unsavoury results.
Yeah, I doubt that particular case got much beta testing.
Yeah, it'd be something that'd take a while, because you've got to crash the car hard enough to take the bumper off, but then hope it can keep up in a straight line to actually get to bump track something.
Yeah, and first and second in this class are just on their out lap. They both stopped on the same lap, so Muller Racing Team and Arnage Competition remain about 1:20 apart, and yeah, and then another 1.5 about ahead of ATRS, who we ride on board with, who are a lap minus 3 car lengths ahead of Pure Sims. Arnage not that far behind that either, maybe another 20-25 seconds.
Yeah, it's not a massive gap with them at the moment, is it really? Arnage are...
Let's just say you've got from first to 6th in GTD is covered by less than 1st to 2nd in GTP, so definitely you've got to fight to bring this home if you're after a top 5 in this category.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, and that's where that motivation comes in, to carry on pushing and just complete the laps, and get... I mean, most people I've seen, loads of friends on social media and in all manners of discords and so on, are all just saying that a lot of the time getting to the end is the main result that you want to chase here. The race position is secondary for a lot of these people, but at this higher level, we're talking 8,000 iRating in a lot of the GTD cars. That's not really how they're going to view it. They're going to want to go for it lap after lap and get the result. The result is the main thing, and if they do not get said result, then getting to the end is, well, just arbitrary at that point. They don't really worry about it too much. But it's good to see this chase right now and see the different sort of strengths and weaknesses of these two cars, but have them sort of glued together by the slipstream from that Pure Sims Audi just in front. That's Lucas Prada at the wheel of the Pure Sims Esports GTD car, wearing what is effectively now the primary number for Pure Sims. Pure Sims, an outfit from Ash Sutton, double British touring car champion, and he's always run the number 116 as part of his branding, and their sort of primary car that they put into these major events always runs 116, and then the others have things like 616, 117, 118, 106, and a bunch of other numbers.
0118 999 88199 9119 7253.
Yeah, and then option 2 for Debbie at reception. And yeah, they've obviously put this Audi as the sort of primary car they're using, but unfortunately it's not quite having the race of its life at the moment. But still, it's never anything but a difficult task to try and sort of guess where you're going to be in these events, because you make all these plans, don't you, David, with your fuel strategy, which drivers are going to be and when, and it doesn't always line up, but at the end of the day, as long as you have a sort of brief idea of what you're going to be doing, then you'll feel better about it.
The spreadsheet at the end of the day never matches the spreadsheet from before the start of the race, but that's how it be.
Yeah, that's how the cookie crumbles around here, especially at a very trying track like Daytona. Interesting to see, of course, the 3 different classes as well. I mean, it's going into this, GTD drivers were probably thinking, oh great, we've got 2 classes of prototypes to deal with this time, not just the one that is a different pace to us, but then they've got a pace difference themselves as well. We have the class leader in LMP2 just coming out of the pits now. Number 616, Dan Kraft, has got in the Pure Sims Esports LMP2. God, I've been racing with Dan. I say racing with, I've not done an official race in 3 years now. But I've had Dan on my screen at least for so many years now. One of the first iRacers I ever raced with in the BSR, the British Sim Racers community. One of the reasons that I ever got into iRacing is Dan Kraft. And he is a real stalwart of that team. The team used to be CQR Club before it then rebranded to Pure Sims. And even back then, Dan was still a part of it. And he's a really good lad as well. Doesn't take any nonsense, does Dan, though. He's fantastic at, actually, coming back to the spreadsheets, Dan is an absolute wizard with them as well and really knows what he's doing with calculating strategies and so on. He's masterminded a lot of fantastic endurance performances for Pure Sims in his time there, and I'm sure he's going to be working his magic on this one as well, as they have quite the gap at the moment. They're currently about 3.5 minutes clear of Callum Reid Garton, CRG as he's known, for Saybelt Esports. He used to race for Altitude Esports, did Callum, and he's a lovely lad as well that I've known for quite a while now. But it's great to see two British drivers, I must admit, leading the LMP2 field at the moment.
A little bit of traffic out there for the leaders and for the GTD battle. Not as many cars running as started though. In fact, it's close to 50-50 on that.
Yeah, it's a shame we have a massive dropout, don't we? And that's just part of the attrition again here at Daytona. Very, very tough. We do have, 23 currently, 48 out of the race. So, less than half the field now still running according to the timing screen in front of me here. Incredible to see the difference actually between how many laps you get from the back of the field to the front of it. I remember the first time I ever did an endurance race like this on iRacing, I thought, oh, we'll maybe end up a couple of laps down by the end. No, not a chance. We were a good, 50, 60 laps off the leader in our class after a bunch of incidents. And then even from the race leader, you end up nearly hundreds of laps down sometimes. For example, the SRC Movano Corsa car with Lorenzo Manfredotti in it at the moment, the Porsche 911 at the back of the pack, is 81 laps off the private label Team Hype car. We look here, though, at the GTD machine, the Arnage competition car. Gorgeous looking machine. Thomas Simon at the wheel as we go indoors for a moment. And here is the aforementioned SRC Movano Corsa Porsche. Fantastic looking car, David, but unfortunately not having the race they would have wanted.
If you tried to describe to me this livery of black and reddish purple and yellow, it wouldn't sound like it works, but somehow it does. It's quite nice, instantly recognizable in a sea of white and blue cars and black and red cars.
Yeah, absolutely. I spent a lot of time commentating with quite the Belgian community on iRacing, and as you can imagine, all of them wearing the Belgian tricolour of black, red and yellow. So I've seen my fair share of cars like that look similar to this, but it's nice that the pattern is broken up well enough for it to be distinct, because so many teams and drivers, and even drivers with their helmet designs, they have such complicated liveries now. And not even just in sim racing, where we've got a little bit more creative freedom, because you don't have to worry about physically wrapping the thing. But you do get these complicated liveries that, yes, they can look fantastic, but it's hard to pick out any major details of a car from distance, so you know exactly what team's car it is. You really have to have been in the know for quite a while to recognise a lot of the more complicated designs. But this one just works because it is broken up so well by that black section in the middle of the car. It's just a gorgeous looking bit of kit, very busy, but still it looks like a real livery, as we'd say. I like that they've gone back to the yellow headlights as well on the GTD cars for this race. The last time I did the Daytona 24s. Actually, yes, not all of them, is it? It's not all of them.
The Audi, so the Lamborghini's got it, the Porsche's got them, BMW I'm pretty sure does, but I think the Audi does not. Don't know what's going on with that.
Vorsprung Dirk different.
7 NB Esports team, and that's their pit entry. A tough pit entry here, obviously, from over 300 kilometers an hour to then break it down to the speed limit of 88. You're shedding more than 200 kilometers an hour. There's not many others that are that extreme.
It's nice to see the detail the teams go into as well, by the way, of having the little board above their pit boxes branded with obviously the numbers go on there anyway because of how iRacing works it, but it's great to see that teams go to the effort to paint those most of the time. It's nice, that.
Yeah, it's actually part of the car template, isn't it? There's a little space for what your pit board will look like. You can obviously pick out the Pure Sims one there a little up the road. At a standard enough length pit stop, the tyre change was super quick for NB Esports team, and I don't know if that's... I wouldn't think it's 2 tyres. You'd imagine it's 4, but it was certainly quick stop as far as the tyres were concerned. The car was down and spent almost the same amount of time again just waiting on the full tank of fuel.
Expect that if you are going to change tyres, you're not going to be worried about saving half a second or a second here or there if it does make that much of a difference with this car. You'd just take all 4 and just crack on with it. You know, you think with how long this race is, how much time you could lose or gain elsewhere, I think the best thing to do would be to just leave that gaining and losing of time down to stuff on the track and give yourself the best tools to be able to enable that. You know, give yourself all 4 tyres completely fresh and just get on with it from there. It can be quite treacherous sometimes, of course, on new tyres straight away, but it's even more so treacherous when you only take 2 of them, to be honest with you. I've driven only a couple of cars on iRacing when I've come out of the pits with only one side of the tyres done because of mandatory pit stop rules and things like that. And good lord, it is a frightening experience to say the least.
Throw the balance around a lot with that sort of thing. So we saw NB Esports team rejoin 5th in class, just in behind 2nd place running Sebelt car here. 2 laps separate them. Sebelt motoring on with CRG, as you called him. Pure Sims definitely still have the pace over the rest of the field in the 1:35s when everyone else is 1:36s, occasionally 1:37s. Another 1:36 for Sebelt Esports LMP2 does not help them chip away at the lead that the 616 has at the minute.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, isn't it? You've got to have that continuous push and just have the confidence in the driver, you know, when you've had maybe a bit of a longer stop, or even just a stint that on average wasn't quite as quick as the team behind you, and you can see them getting bigger in your rearview mirror. You have to have that confidence that you can go back out there and either maintain that gap or just try and open it up again, because when you are being hunted down, it's easy to fall into this sort of mindset of, oh no, they're quicker than us, they're eventually going to catch us. You know, you need to tell yourself, no, the tables could turn here, we could get away from them and make a bit of more of a gap up the road. It's all about mental stuff in this game, and we always come back to the whole, the cars aren't racing, but the cars aren't racing. God, I really have been to the pub. The cars aren't real, but the racing is, you know, and the emotions and the mental challenges, and now with the sort of technology and the equipment that we can have, the physical challenges as well do come into this. And I mean, even in a 24-hour race, you do get the fatigue as well, of course, but it's the actual physicality of holding the car around the banking with your right arm. I mean, I remember doing it even in the Ferrari 488 GT3 back in 2018. And I came off the sim at the end of it, and my right tricep was absolutely murdering me. And again, it just comes into another aspect of how realistic the racing is in these scenarios, but you have to also be looking after the mental aspect of things as well. Keep your head in the game. It's not just a case of this being a very easy thing to lap time and time again. You know, it's not a Sunday drive, this, is it, technically?
Well, not all of it is. Some of it's in Saturday.
Very true indeed, yeah. A lot of it does come that way. But we've got the race leader on our screen right now, private label Team Hype, Connor Harrington. I've got at the wheel of the number 73.
I've got the Prime Chinister.
Ah, right then. I mean, I may need to refresh my timing screen potentially. Ah, yes, it is the Prime Chinister, Joshua Chin. Hard onto the brakes into turn 1. A corner that I don't think there's many corners in the world that I hate more than turn 1 at Daytona. It's such a great challenge though. When you get it right, you feel amazing, but it's so terrifying because much like the chicanes at Monza, you've got a long time to think about them while you're flat out before you get onto the brakes and finally turn it in.
the cars with much longer braking zones than these, where you kind of got to start braking somewhere on the join between the banking and the corner leads down into the infield. And so in these machines, you point down off the banking towards turn 1 and then start braking. But there are others, NASCAR stock cars or Aussie V8 supercars or others that you start braking a little bit earlier, and it's almost somewhere on that bit where you come down off of the banking. So you do take the tri-oval and then start to point yourself in towards turn 1, and you're looking down at turn 1 because you start up on the banking, and the top of the banking is a couple stories higher than the bottom of it, having hurt my calves on the track tour.
Yeah, it's an absolutely savage amount of banking, and again, it's one of those moments where the sim just doesn't really show you quite how steep that is. You don't really get the accurate representation of it, and there's a number of circuits around the world where you see the banking in the sim, and when you've had one example of just how steep that can be when you visit a racing track in the real world, and you think, flipping heck, if this is steep, then what's this bit like, or what's that circuit like? And places like the banking on the old oval at Monza, I've tried to walk up that, and I didn't even get to the top. I physically could not get to the top of that. But there's so many bits where you think about places like Eau Rouge, and I mean, I'd love to see Bathurst, to be honest with you, David. I'm very, very jealous that you've got that sort of down the road.
One space free at my campsite, brother.
Oh, I don't think I can afford it, to be honest. I can't even afford like I was going to say a brand of drink at the moment, but there's plenty of brand drinks available that I'm not going to name. But I'm beyond skint, unfortunately. This time of year is not it's not friendly to a motor racing commentator, I'm afraid. But I appreciate the offer, thank you.
Bit of Audi bump drafting there between Manizzi and Pure Sims. Of course, ATRS still mixed among that in kind of the battle, 3rd and 4th. I don't think Kane Halliburton feels the need to put the full and complete lap on Pure Sims. A minute 41 is as good as a minute 43 as far as that's concerned.
So you're not losing a humongous amount of time, but at the end of the day, if you keep that up, then it can chip away, can't it? That's the main thing you need to think about, is every little helps, as we say over here. Great to see the cars in such close quarters, though, because it can often feel like you're very alone in this race, especially at this point as well. And I mean, coming back to the point that we've only got 23 cars on the circuit at the minute, a lot of the teams will be quite happy with that in a way, though, because it'll mean that they've got a bit of clear air around them and a bit of clear track, so they can use any clear air to their advantage and get the ultimate pace out of the car. But obviously, when you don't see a car for a while, you don't get that sort of physical reminder of quite how your pace is, or even when you don't get traffic for a while, you do sort of slip into a bit of monotony sometimes, just putting the laps in. And I think it's good to have the traffic to break that up slightly, whether it be quicker than you or slower than you. And especially, I mean, if you're a class-leading car, then it's a fantastic thing to be able to catch some of the lap traffic, because you get that slipstream for maybe 1, 2 or 3 laps and get the opportunity to then save a bit of fuel. That was a big old bump there, wasn't it, on the back of the 116 machine, and another one as well. Might not be hurting the car that much, but you need to be careful doing it round here on the banking as well. And look at that, round the outside of one Pure Sims car goes the other Pure Sims car, the LMP2, flying around the outside. What, nearly getting into the wall there. Very, very close that was, wasn't it? Just as the tyre barrier appears out of nowhere, but that's the dangers of following closely, I'm afraid. That's just what can happen.
Drove some actual bumper cars lately, and yet it's that kind of feeling, the impacts there. It's a couple kilometers of closing speed. It's not just a gentle nudge, really transferring the speed. Things get complicated then at the next horseshoe as Pure Sims get moved a little wide off their optimal line. Manidi roll out back into position. The Mercedes looks extra angry without the bumper, somehow. Somehow, it looks angrier without the bumper.
I know what you mean. When they first showed the renders of that Mercedes with its big anglerfish mouth on the front, I thought it was a fantastically evil-looking car. You know, everyone wants the cars to look mean. They want them to look scary and aggressive. You need to sort of get into the head of anybody that you're chasing. But that Mercedes is an absolutely gorgeous-looking car. And you're right, they have somehow improved it with taking the front bumper off it as well. I can't imagine it'd do the aerodynamics any good, but still. It almost looks like it's a pair of cat eyes sort of staring at you from out of the darkness, because there's just no detail on the front that's really that visible at this moment in time. So it adds to the mystery. Not that there's much mystery about the noise it makes. So that massive V8 engine in the front of it really growling away, making a thunderous noise, with the two higher pitched 5.2 litre V10s of the Audi R8s in front of it. Again, very, very close into turns 1 and 2. And this means that really the 116 car has absolutely no let up at all when it comes to braking there. You know, Lucas can't just bring it off the throttle a bit early and just take it easy into turn 1. He needs to be very, very careful indeed. And he's got a lot of pressure behind him right now. But the cars behind obviously don't want to jump ahead straight away, because, well, there's not much point at this stage, because they can just save fuel for a lap or two here and maybe extend their stint. And of course they're in the slipstream as well, which means the lap times will actually be pretty good.
Yeah, I see where Maniti comes from. Just mainly towing off the 4th place car and pushing them along where needed. But for ATRS, you would imagine that that is not great aero on their front. So they definitely want to be a part of this slipstream where they can see Pure Sims. They know Pure Sims isn't going to come around, sneak up on them and take 3rd place away.
Absolutely, it's a nice position to be in, really, for that number 1 car right now, knowing they've got an entire lap on the car that's only, what, 30 feet in front of them. If you've got them right in your sights, then, as you say, David, perfectly put, you know, they're not going to suddenly appear behind them and then suddenly be all over the back of them again. As there goes one of the BMWs around the outside once again. I believe that was the number 17 Maniti car, was it? Probably wasn't, knowing me. Probably the wrong car, but still absolutely decimating them in a straight line, as you'd expect, and disappears off up the road. Again, the two Audis glued together into turn 1. That Maniti car doing a fantastic job of following so closely, it has to be said. There has been the odd bump here and there, but it's still very respectful stuff in the overall. I believe, is this the... That's one of the other LMP2s, which is, I think, the 88, is it? The Wave Runner 88 car. I couldn't quite catch the number on the on my feed, but yeah, the Jamie Stovall driven SSR Wave Runner 088 car has just overtaken a machine that is currently in the pits. The Texaco Racing by TK2 car is in the pits, so they've actually just gained a position overall in this race, but it was a shame to see that incident earlier for them, and hopefully they can bounce back from that and crack on. They're currently chasing down, well, again, I didn't quite get the number of
299, Team
the 299.
Buster Motorsport.
With a very, well, I'm gonna try to pronounce the name. We've got Shaheen Raphael Batzela Aziz in the LMP2 car ahead of them. Currently at the bottom of their class, though, unfortunately. 47 laps off the leader, but 4 laps off the car in front as well, which is the Netrex Grand Prix machine. Marcin Bilak at the wheel of that car, number 43. And it just again goes to show that even within a class of cars where you've only got 9, there still can be that massive spread, unfortunately. So they're not all sat on the same lap. There's a couple of them that are on the same lap as one another. I mean, to be fair, 2nd and 3rd in LMP2 at the moment are only separated by about 11 seconds, according to my timing screen. Saybelt Esports 2, Callum Reed's Garton is ahead of Benjamin Lindsay for TNT Racing LMP2 by only 11 seconds. So still something to keep our eye on there if that closes down. Here is that 2nd place car, the number 15 of Saybelt Esports. And he's actually now just catching up to the GT3 battle that we saw a moment ago. Down the inside of the Mercedes, nicely done. Perfectly slots in out of the International Horseshoe, and now he's going to disappear down the road past the Audis. I'm not sure he's going to clear both of them, though, before the kink, and that's going to work in the... Well, I was going to say it's going to work in the favour of Pure Sims, but they've actually fallen behind the Maniti car. It's taken me a second to notice that, as Callum now glides around the outside of the R8, and Maniti now will get a tiny bit of slipstream off them for just a second, but of course the overall power will mean that the Dallara disappears into the distance.
Not as fast as it used to be. It's lost a couple horses, it's gained a couple kilos, but still still a lot closer to the GTP performance than it is to the GTD performance. Looking at the lap times right now, you've sort of got 1:32 for the outright leader, then 4 seconds a lap slower is the LMP2 leader, but then 8 seconds a lap slower again than that one finds the GTDs. So still a lot more in common with the faster prototypes than with a GT car.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know the LMP2s have to. I mean, it's difficult sometimes when you are the slower class, but not by a massive amount. You just have to concede and just, you know, always tell yourself that, look, we're not going to catch this car in front of us. We're not going to be quicker than them. That's just how the car is. You know, there's been many a race where I've seen people in GT3 cars that have been on pace with GTE cars back when they used to race in the same races, and even here at Daytona as well. And you could see the drivers that just weren't ready to accept that their GT3 car will not be as fast as a GTE car over the course of a lap. We're looking here at the number 59 car, Benjamin Lindsay. This is the TNT Racing LMP2 car, just coming in for another scheduled stop. And popping back down off the jacks to take what fuel remains. And you can see the sort of spine down the middle of the car there, just how low it is to the ground. It's fantastic when you see it at just below eye level here. And you get an idea of why these cars are so planted, because they literally are. They are right on the ground. Just behind them there is the number 4 car as well, the Ego Racing team machine of Sam McBride, 5th position in their class at the moment. The difference between these two is, well, it was less than a lap, but I think that's just given TNT Racing LMP2 the lap on that Ego Racing team machine.
No great difference in their stop times, but NB Esports did go through and ahead of Ego Racing amongst all of that. We'll go back and forth a little bit again, off cycle to each other relative to when their pit stops are.
Yeah, that's one thing that's always hard to work out as well, to be honest, is that you have to put a lot of effort into making sure that you know exactly where you are in your stints compared to the teams around you as well. I mean, I've only done one really serious Daytona 24-hour attempt, and when we did that, we had another driver that was keeping track of when other teams were pitting and sort of how many laps difference there would be and when we could expect them to potentially pit. And it was actually a very useful thing to have, because we knew by the end of the race who we were out of sync with and who we were on still a very similar strategy to. You know, there were a couple of teams that we didn't have any major incidents, and that was the main important aspect of our race. It didn't throw us a couple of laps out of sync with the pit stops, and there weren't teams that were really fuel saving a lot more than we were, and it meant that we knew where we were regardless of how many stops. We weren't getting to that point near the end of the race where we go, oh, hang on a minute, we are actually behind them, we're not ahead of them, when you think that, you know, it's going the other way. So it's it's a valuable thing to keep an eye on, but let's face it, David, it's hard to try and keep track of your own race if it does go a little bit Pete Tong, considering that you put all this planning and strategy in just for it to change when someone just gives you a little bump here and there, or you have a slight spin or an incident.
You think they're going to print many posters of that ATRS Mercedes? Let's look at a replay or elsewhere. This would be the Maniti car, I think. Would it? Well, you check the number. Nope. It's 77. Madison Down, Trans-Tasman Racing. That car was parked on pit lane for a long, long time. And Down is out of the server at the moment, so this can't be all that recent. I think the car was parked, he got in, went to cut a lap in it.
Remember, they didn't put the indicators in.
there's a factory delete. So that was 16 minutes ago when they parked it, and oh, what? Okay, I think he got halfway around and he was just done with it all.
Yeah, it was quite a big hit on the wall, actually, that, wasn't it? I mean, when it's side on like that and it absolutely slaps the barrier, they're the sort of impacts that are going to break things a bit more. Let's have a look.
No way.
It looks like there's...
No.
It's not...
No.
It's not even like there's a hardware failure or anything. It went straight for a moment, but then you could see that he voluntarily and very clearly pulled it over to the left-hand side. So it's not like the wheel's given up or anything, is it? It just... I think maybe a bit of miscalculation, maybe just trying to get back into the flow and looking at some data, looking at maybe the relative or something else while going round the Arnage BMW, and unfortunately just miscalculated it. But we said it before at the start of the broadcast here that, you know, fatigue sets in at this point and strange things happen in these races. We had a car that was in front of us years and years ago going down the back straight into the bus stop, and all of a sudden they sort of turned left a bit, but nowhere near enough to make it into the bus stop, and the car sort of just slowed down as if they'd lifted off the throttle, and the guy had fallen asleep, and he went straight onto the infield at the bottom of the apron, and somehow he sort of went back up the banking slightly in losing all of the speed and energy, up the banking, spun around, and then managed to just sit facing the wrong way on the grass for a good, I don't know, half an hour, 40 minutes, before the car actually eventually gave up. And yeah, they disappeared after that. We don't know what happened to them, but they never came back out in the race.
Well, there you go. I don't think that's ever happened to me or any of my teams, but I guess I'm always surprised it doesn't happen more often.
Well, I've got a friend, and a lot of people in the British sim racing community know him. He's a young lad called Ashley Beard. He's a fantastically enthusiastic lad, a really nice guy, and he's raced for a couple of teams where they always make a very strong effort to stream their races, and, you know, give information from every driver, and whichever driver's in the car, you know, they'll have access to the Twitch and they'll take over and stream their aspect and their perspective, I should say. And Ash was famous for falling asleep ridiculously quickly in his sim racing rig once he was out the car, and, you know, the full head tilt back, mouth wide open, snoring really loud sort of sleep. I'm not talking like looks all elegant and picturesque sat in his rig. He was properly out for the count minutes after getting out of the car. It was frightening how quickly that guy can fall asleep, but it takes its toll to these races, and, you know, fair play to the ones that can stay awake and do it throughout. I know people that are crazy enough to stay up for the entire 24 hours, but I think in age catching up with me now, David, I've conceded that you do need to sleep between stints.
Here together on track, one finds Brabham Esports, VG Racing Esport and SRC Movano course, and none of them on the same lap to each other. There's one lap from Brabham to VG and 5 more from VG Racing Esport to the SRC Movano Corsa Porsche. So by process of deduction, the Porsche in the middle must be VG Racing Esport.
I would assume so, yeah, but frustratingly it's got the bright green neon number boards on it that come on that car, and it is, yes, you're right, David, the number 2 VG Racing Esport machine.
Brabham pretty confident the other one was Brabham.
Oh yeah, it's a glorious machine. Brabham, born out of Zansho Simsport, which is a team that used to primarily compete on R Factor, and now, of course, is all over iRacing as well, and many other sims around the world. Very successful team as well is Zansho. But Brabham having the involvement of David Brabham himself, and a lot of others have moved over from sort of club racing teams and other sort of sim racing teams that only competed in, say, smaller leagues and didn't really get onto the big stages as much, and they've done a fantastic job. Actually, they had a presentation at Autosport International just a couple of weeks ago, and they've got a fantastic list of drivers around them as well. They compete in a lot of leagues and other events, and they've got this glorious looking Audi R8. I used to drive for Zansho as well, actually, to be fair, until separating slightly with duties there in, I think it was August of last year maybe, but, you know, still very good friends with the team and everyone involved. There's a fantastic bunch of people. Now, to me, David, that Audi has got yellow lights on the front, but only, I think there's a weird effect where it's only the ones at the bottom that have gone yellow, not the top ones. Or no, am I seeing things? I think they are.
No, I think I think they are just subtly and only from front on, from side on they're not.
Yeah.
Seriously, now you will notice that it's only from directly front on.
I'm never going to see that. It's the DRL, isn't it? The DRL along the top. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's not like the entire lens has been changed to be yellow, but only the bulbs. I know you can get sort of all-weather bulbs over here in the UK where they are basically yellow, but from a certain angle, the light looks purple. It's really, really odd. But I used to have an old Japanese 90s shed that I used to drive around, and I had these bright yellow bulbs in it and yellow headlights, and it looked fantastically retro. But yeah, the effect here is kind of similar. They look like they're white from side on. I'd imagine they would be purple from a slight angle if you could, but you look at the Mercedes behind and you can tell that those lights are just solid yellow lenses through and through. Not that it matters too much. I mean, at the end of the day, I still think it looks great. I love the Min80 livery actually on that Audi. It really does suit it with that metallic green. It's a good looking car, and now ahead of Pure Sims, I imagine it's a very good looking car in their eyes because, well, it's giving them the tasty slipstream all this time and just dragging them around the circuit for a bit. Well, it was. I had to say it.
All right.
Oh, if they could hear me. I'm telling you. Nicholas Matteo does one over. As we see here, LMP2, 317 versus 17. Yep. This is Min80 Racing White, just going around the outside of the NB Esports team. Artem Gregorian in the wheel of this gorgeous black and blue Dallara. Again, looks like they just haven't quite secured the sponsorship in time, or they've sort of wheeled out the T car after an accident in practice at the start of the weekend or something, and I quite like that. It looks good.
How long is Team TGM gonna go? Because full credit to Mr. Giovannis and his passion for motorsports, but he's got 3, maybe 4 cars at Daytona with no sponsors on them.
Yeah, that is quite impressive actually, isn't it? It really is, and I mean, it just shows you how much scary amounts of money some people have, but still, I think that it would be nice to at least see some sponsors on, because I do like a plain livery on a racing car, and it always sort of makes me think that they're almost like a bit more of a privateer sort of entry, you know, that hasn't quite got the big sponsorship of the teams around them, but you know, they've got the money from elsewhere, let's say, just from business, and it's more of a personal thing. But a racing car has to be covered in logos and have a...
Ted's got a book out. I think he sued the US government for $300 million.
You're joking.
He's got a book. He's got a book about it. But
might have to look into that for sure. But I was going to say, you know, a racing car in my eyes, especially in the modern day, you know, with the whole corporate identity of a lot of the teams, you know, they look better for having loads of logos on. There's been liveries before that are literally just one solid colour with just millions of small logos on them rather than one sort of overall design. Both could look good if done right. I mean, look at both of these cars right now, you know, they've got their primary branding on the cars, and they just look phenomenal because it all fits around that on the livery. And I mean, we're very well treated to some excellent liveries within sim racing. The Apex Tech car really closing up though on the back of the 116 Pure Sims Esports GTD car, which is Lucas Prada. Car behind is Kane Halliburton. He's down as a Jamaican here. I'm pretty sure he's British, but he's coming up on here as Jamaican, maybe a bit of both. But ATRS, oh sorry, that's the, apologies, have I got the wrong car here? Oh no, it's the, no, ATRS is Apex Tech, isn't it? That's where I was getting confused before actually. When you mentioned Apex Tech, I forgot that ATRS is part of that. Apologies, but he's got a big old slipstream now actually. I thought he was going to go for it there. He looked like he was slightly moving down to the left-hand side, but no. He's still going to sit in behind. But to be fair, David, you made the point before that with the aerodynamics not being that fantastic now on the front of the Mercedes due to the damage, they're going to sit in slipstream as long as they can, aren't they?
So generous. The settlement was actually $3 billion. Anyway, yeah, that'd do it. That'd do it for Ted.
Oh, yeah.
He, I believe, will be racing then I think today in one of the Michelin Pilot Challenge races, and then he's in the Porsche 911 GT3R for the 24. I've seen there's an LMP2 off circuit in the infield somewhere, and there's only so many of them out there, so there's only so many of them it can be. But he's one of the very, very unique cases for next weekend's Daytona 24, in that they moved his car. He is 76 years old and a bronze driver. They moved his car from GTD to GTD Pro because in regular GTD, he'd be required to drive 4 hours, whereas in GTD Pro, because it's meant for all pro lineups, not bronze drivers, the minimum drive times are far more flexible, which, as a 76-year-old amateur, actually suits him far better than being in the class with all of the amateurs.
Yeah, that's quite an interesting workaround, actually, isn't it? That is quite the interesting way of figuring out that you can do maybe a little bit less driving and get away with it. But, you know, hats off to him, still racing at 76 years old in an event as strenuous as this as well. That is phenomenal to see, and hats off to him. And obviously I hope that for him and the team it goes well. Look at Joshua Chin racking this thing through the chicane. That was phenomenal pace through there. It looks awesome when you ride on board with these cars, but you do get a sense of that claustrophobic feel of these tiny cockpits and these prototypes. But obviously they try and make the cockpits as small as they can now, make them as aerodynamic as possible, when they still have to adhere to the old school regulations of being able to fit 2 people in them. You could hear him there, dip in the clutch, drop in the revs, and saving fuel on his way down into turn 1.
And then, of course, they let you go and put stuff other than a second seat in that space, but the space has theoretically got to be there. Now, this is the 43, losing the rears. Bielak for Netrex Grand Prix just gets a bit of that tyre barrier as he tried to get down the inside of one of the GTDs. Would have been Arnage, actually, looking at the pink and white, I think, unless I'm wrong.
I think you're right. I think it was.
He's been a little too ambitious there, trying to get down the inside, though, hasn't he? Wanted to be clear for the corner, and he's just carried too much more speed. The grass seems to camber away from the circuit, just simply willing you to make contact with the tyre barrier in that part.
The grass there is almost Destruction Derby 2-esque from back on the PlayStation 1 days. You know, it always falls away from the circuit. It's like the circuit is raised up in the middle, like some sort of country lane around here in the UK. And there are some beautifully synchronized BMW lights flashing away. Christian Andreas Franz gets out of the number 17 machine, and in jumps Keanu Bushman for Maniti Racing White. Shame we don't have their livery on the car, actually. It looked fantastic on that thing as well.
I'm very confused how we've got a Maniti livery for the GTD car and not for the GTP, but Maniti, you do you.
Yeah, they can blame whoever they want, to be fair. But still, you know, it's one of them. If you don't think you're going to be in the top split, or maybe they didn't even know we were going to be broadcasting the second split, they thought, well, there's no point, we're not going to bother. It'll be on Trading Paints somewhere or something. But still, Keanu makes his way back out of the pit lane now, and of course you have to stay under the pit lane speed limit for a lot longer than you used to here at Daytona. You used to be able to get on the gas as soon as you got to the end of where the NASCAR pit lane is, and then crash into the barrier and hop over it and then ruin someone else's race as you go around the left-hander. Still, they come back out, second position in class, and doing a sterling job.
Yeah, everything looks in place. The damage you can get on this new car has been interesting. There are some bits that are harder to fix than others. Typically for those LMP2 cars, you can go nose first into something, damage the nose and the front splitter, and it can be very quickly repaired in the pit lane. But I've seen various other types of damage, like to the side pod, to above the rear wheel covers, etc., be more challenging to fix. There's not much on the race-leading Pure Sims LMP2 that needs to get fixed, though, as Daniel Kraft brings it to pit lane and his pit crew. And phases it to get out, is out of the box if he needs to, and I think he's staying with the car though.
Yeah, it looks like it at the moment. Normally he would have disappeared by now and hopped back in, or another driver would have hopped in at least. You can see now just floating away. Can't wait till we get animated pit crews for everything. It would be brilliant to see. Obviously, it would
I can't wait till we get anime pit crews. I need Hatsune Miku to wipe my windshield.
I really don't. I've not got a thing against anime. I do enjoy it, but I don't like anime liveries, if I'm honest with you. That's just me. Me being I'm a grumpy old man these days, David. I really am. I've realised this more and more every single day. But I don't know. I think there's going to be a lot of that.
I want to be your neighbour so I can have a party and not turn the music off until 12:30.
Oh, but to be fair, if it's on by 9, I'd probably be kicking the door down. But no, I try and remain pleasant where I can, but a lot of people say I'm not these days. Anyway, Dan Kraft's certainly having a pleasant time. He leads this race outright. Oh, no, he doesn't, sorry. He leads the class, LMP2, outright. Anyway, Callum Reed-Garton is about a lap down at the minute on the Pure Sims machine. And we've actually already been on the air for more than an hour. It's actually gone by very, very quickly indeed. Less than 5 hours to go here at Daytona in the 2023 iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona Split 2 here on RaceSpotTV. And it certainly is a glorious thing to be able to see this race with the sunshine out as well, I must say, because whenever I think Daytona 24s, all I can see is nighttime, but the old iRacing nighttime, you know, where everything was just grey and the cars glowed in the dark, you know, it wasn't as pretty as it is nowadays. That's what I picture when someone says Daytona 24.
You've got a little bit more other lighting around, pit crews, pit buildings, paddock buildings, RVs, of course, there's no shortage of them around here. There's no shortage of them in Florida, full stop, let's be real.
There absolutely is not, no. It's like a moving housing estate all the time. But yeah, there is certainly a lot of objects here, but you know, it still remains one of iRacing's better optimized tracks, does Daytona, which means that it's never really that strenuous an event on PCs these days. We look here at the #1 Mercedes, ATRS Esports Apex Tech, being chased now by the Arnage machine, which is now going to be an exact lap ahead of them, is it not? Or is that, oh no, is that the Arnage? No, it's not the Arnage white car, is it? That's the #5. We've got Arnage Competition and then Arnage Competition White. That is the #5 pink car. And look at the speed of the BMW around the outside, flying past them like they're not even there. But this is the P2 car in GTD at the moment. And now look, they've got traffic for days behind them now. We've got the GTP car coming down the inside, pink on pink, through they go, and then we've also got an LMP2 car chasing them down as well. I think that's the #59 car, isn't it? TNT Racing, 3rd place in their class. We look back though at the race leader, private label Team Hype, still doing an outstanding job at this stage, just putting in the laps and still a good couple of tenths quicker, and so in some cases even a second or so quicker than everyone else in their class at this point of the race.
Chinsider been driving for most of the time that we've been watching. These new GTPs do have pretty strong straight line speed, given the way that the battery deployment from the spec hybrid system works. It's a much lower peak horsepower that, rather than being a quick punch out of the corners, does I've watched a lot of streams on boards, watching the battery level, etc. It seems to really just carry on a long way down the straights on them. So they've got that full 670 horsepower, and it just keeps pulling as well. So speeds up to and sometimes above 330 kilometers an hour from the BMW M Hybrid V8. I had to look at somewhere where it was written BMW M Hybrid V8. The new BMW M Hybrid V8.
I admit when we discussed it earlier, I did go and get some validation on that just to make sure that I had it right, because
Yeah, I think we had that many that combinations. That was yeah, we were probably going to get it wrong at some point, but I definitely didn't come into this knowing exactly which way around that was. Just looking down some of the teams at the moment.
I've no idea what the Cadillac is called this year.
Oh no, to be fair, I don't know what half of them are called. If you ask me the model number, I just know which manufacturers are in it. I think the Vanwall's a gorgeous looking car. It's fantastic to have their name back on the grid as well. It really is. I was just going to say, I'm looking through some of the teams at the moment, and they're sort of the shares of how many laps they need to do and how many incidents some of the cars have got. And some of them, to be fair, have got quite the difference in terms of how many laps people have done. But of course, the minimums are only, well, I mean, we're looking at the number 17 Maniti Racing white car. In fact, if we look at the car that we're looking at now, which is the Arnage machine, when I go into the sim and have a look down there, they've got currently, the minimum is 41 laps per driver that they must have done so far. And each of them has done at least 100. David Toth did 127 laps, but the driver behind the wheel, as of right now, as he looks back at his timing screen, because iRacing itself is covering up my...
Tomas Simon.
Yes, thank you. Tomas has done the most laps out of anyone in the team, actually, as of this lap now. He's done 187 laps in this race. Nico Rubilar has done 186, and Jimmy Antunes has done 155. Those three are actually all in the session at the moment as well. David Toth currently not loaded in. But still, there's interesting amounts of spread between the drivers. Sometimes that comes down to commitments outside in the real world, or just whether they want to put certain drivers in for longer based on pace. And of course, that's never a fun conversation to have, because you try and do that without offending anybody in the team, especially when you say, Chaz, there's a reason you're a commentator, mate. Just, you're slow. All right. But still, it's nice to see that the teams adhere to that. We do, of course. I'm not sure if we have any this year, but we usually do get the odd drivers that do it on their own, don't they, David? We have people that do fantastic drives for charity, and, you know, regardless of what split they're in, regardless of what pace they're in, they put the effort in on their own for 24 hours. It's remarkable.
Not normally first or second split, though, as we look at the number 7. Didn't they park that car and it's back out there? Still a lot of damage on the back left for the number 7.
Down to just see how long they were in the pits, but I can't quite find it. I'll see if I can find it within the sim.
I can't even find them at all. Because I'm looking for yellow number boards, not blue ones. Yeah, they've had a minute 18 stop 17 laps ago, and it is still what's Portuguese for no bueno?
Yeah, it's not looking great, is it?
I don't know any broadcastable Portuguese, if I'm completely honest with you.
No, you and me, mate. The first thing I ever learn when I learn a new language is how to swear. But still, we go back to the Marlon.
Wait, no, I do.
Oh.
Dois caipirinhas.
I'd love to try and guess what that is.
I would like two drinks, please.
Oh, okay. I thought it might be down that route, but yeah, I'm not going to take any bets. Felix going back into the pits now, which is the Marla Racing Team number 11 BMW. Now that is a car and livery combination that does just work. Looks excellent as they sit in their box. Doesn't look like they're going to take tyres this time. At this time of day, you can still pretty much double stint the tyres, can't you, really, David? They might be pretty shattered by the end of it, but you can just about get away with it, and maybe triple stint them sometimes in the night, as long as you're not pushing them hard enough.
Yeah, do they need to, though? I thought you'd probably go change them every stint. Arnage, who were also in the lane there, second, they've rolled back out, and that will hopefully keep them on the lead lap. 42 seconds. It did not look like a 4-tyre stop for the leading GTD number 11 Marla Racing team. Let's look at their drivers, because obviously Kvernbach driving, staying in. Julian Kesselhut, Oskari Rinner, Elias Reicher. So I think they got 2 Germans, 2 Finns, but I don't want to accuse Austrians of being German or vice versa.
Yeah, I made that mistake with a friend of mine actually when I went to Austria in 2021, and yeah, they did not take that lightly. We look back though at the Arnage BMW powering its way down the start-finish straight. This is for 19th overall in the race, with Brabham Esports behind them by about 4.8 seconds. You could just hear the V10 engine of the Audi R8 making its way into turn 1 as well, and that's suddenly got a lot closer than I was expecting to see any time soon. But still, Thomas Simon, oh sorry, this is not Thomas Simon, apologies, this is Jarno de Hout with Rasmus Christensen chasing him down, although apparently chasing him down on my timing screen I've actually got Brabham ahead of them at the moment. Not sure if I've just read that wrong.
You could be a lap or two behind. Brabham have just stopped 2 laps ago, and
Timing stopped, sorry.
they might have changed drivers there as well. I don't remember it being James Armstrong before, and you seem a little more familiar with them too. So then Arnage Competition White would be 15 minutes away from a stop that would cycle them back behind Brabham and closer to some of their earlier battles, like with VG Racing Esport.
Fun fact, which is probably not going to end up being fun. I hosted a Rocket League tournament in November, and James Armstrong won it. He's a very, very good Rocket League player. Brabham Esports actually have a Rocket League team, which is Yanis Albert and James Armstrong, and together they are lethally good at Rocket League. It's really, really impressive, to be fair. But yeah, the timing on my end had stopped, unfortunately, for a lap or two, and then yeah, just took time to figure that out and get it back working again.
You give that one a big refresh. Meanwhile, private label Team Hype still lead overall. 5 GTPs sit ahead of the leading LMP2. 5 GTPs still running in contention. Maniti Racing White second. Axiom Motorsports Black third, looking for a podium. IGL Coatings iRacing fourth, and ATRS Racing 13 are actually car number 9, and they run 5th. Amongst the LMP2s, Pure Sims Esports still lead. We were looking at them in their pit stop not all that long ago. Daniel Kraft doing the work there. From this machine, the number 15 Sabelt Esports LMP2. TNT Racing in third. Ego Racing Team, NB Esports Team, Texaco Racing by TK2. Still with a lot of damage on their car. SSR Wave Runner, Netrex Grand Prix, and Team Buster Motorsport be running LMP2s. Then GTDs, Marla Racing Team lead. Saw their pit stop and Felix Fernbach. Arnage Competition number 5, ATRS Esports, Pure Sims Esports GTD, and Arnage Competition White are the top 5 there. And then Brabham, VG Racing, Maniti Racing, SRC Movano Corsa still running. And I think having limped back out of the pit lane, Team SKR are 270 laps down to the next car for position. If I read this right, 352 laps down on the overall leader, but they've decided they want back in. That thing's been in the garage for, I'm gonna guess, because they've done half the laps of the leader in their class, about 10 hours or so. GTD, 7th place. VG in the draft with 9th place, and then going to pit lane. So Rasmus Christensen, car number 2, unpainted Porsche. This model of 911 GT3 still with the fuel filler on top of the car, so some guy has to jump up there to refuel it. I think they've moved it on the latest Porsche, but next weekend's TV viewing no doubt will set me straight, and so will Shea Adam. Car, of course, goes up on the jacks. Tyre change still in progress. Driver change, yes, no? So tyre change 21 seconds or so. Means that Marla Racing Team would have had time in their stop to have changed all 4. Probably the best strategy when you can do it for free and when the tyres are free. And away he goes, 41 seconds. Amongst that stop though, Manidi Racing, the number 78, got through into 7th, so positions still changing as the pit stops roll on through. Fiji Racing Esport, who was 7th, now back in at 8th as Maniti 78 gain that spot. Six seconds in what's 19th overall, but 5th and 6th in class, hence the graphic. Arnage faster on the last lap, by all accounts.
They're looking quite good, aren't they, at the moment in this BMW? I mean, by looking good, you know, we don't mean a top 3 position, but still, they're doing not a bad job in terms of the pace. You know, they're actually setting quite decent times, and it's those consistently. Well, I don't really know the sufficient times, I'm going to call them. They're sort of chipping away at what they need to at the moment, as we see the Seatbelt Esports LMP2 car, Callum Reed-Garton getting out of that one, and Andrea Abati jumping in. Another very good-looking car as well, another asymmetrical livery on our grid here at Daytona. Second in class at the moment, but to be honest, Pure Sims Esports looking very, very good right now, aren't they, with 2 laps in hand. 4.5 hours to go. We all know how quickly that can change though, David. It can only take one incident, can't it, before it all goes to pot. And then all of a sudden, your race can get flipped upside down. Well, that's the beauty of endurance racing, isn't it?
Can only take one comment from Chaz Draycott and just about anything can happen in your race. So.
Well, to be fair, I've come across another commentator, Edward May, who you may have seen here or there, and I've never known another commentator with such a powerful and instantaneous commentator's curse. We've worked together for about 18 months now on streaming certain leagues and other bits on iRacing, and I think there's been at least 6 or 7 times that I could recall where he's said somebody's name, we've looked at them, and as soon as the camera has gone to them, they've spun or crashed or, you know, had some sort of issue. It's remarkable. I've never known anybody with a commentator's curse like it. It's actually entertaining, to be fair, and it means that when you announce that Ed is going to be commentating on your league, everyone gets terrified because they think, well, I'm not going to win this, so I may as well not bother.
Another stop for the number 7, and I wonder if they're going to take more repairs on the Texaco Racing by TK Mobile. No, they're not. Okay, is it still rather out of sorts at the back left?
So wait and see for when he comes back around.
I mean, I want to say yes.
Yeah, it looks a bit wonky, doesn't it? I'm not sure whether it's the bodywork, though, protruding at an angle that makes the wheel look like it's properly done in. Because it doesn't always fix all the bodywork, does it? But the wheel, it makes the wheel look like it's out of shape.
Yeah, the wheel is fine and the bodywork is...
It's seen better days.
Ego Racing Team, their front left has seen better days, but the rest of it's mostly in shape. Actually, oh, I was worried. The side pod at the right rear, the seams don't quite line up, but it's in good shape. Other than that, with Sam Bride driving.
Again, it looks very Tyrrell or Minardi-esque from the 90s, this livery, doesn't it?
Complete with the same number of sponsors.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Same amount of backing. It just needs a tiny PIAA logo or something on it somewhere, which was almost a staple of Tyrrell in the 90s, and a logo that I think looks very good on any race car. But yeah, the lack of sponsors almost doing this car a favour as well. But it looks very, very potent indeed. Does the number 4. Currently car 4, P4 when it comes to their class as well, but a lap off the TNT racing car ahead.
Very misleading for Ego Racing Team to not submit a paint. I mean...
Yeah, I know. it
nah, that doesn't check out.
No, not one bit. And to be honest, you'd have thought they'd pick car number 1 as well. They probably did. That's why they only got number 4 in the list, because Apex Tech beat them to it. But you would expect them to have that. It's like there was a team, I can't remember, it was on a different sim, but I commentated on a championship, and they had a team that was called like Champion Esports or something like that, I think they had a jokey sort of team name, but they called themselves Championship Winners Racing or something, and they were number 1, and ironically they didn't win the championship, and I think they retired in pretty much 90% of the championship. So yeah, it's not always the best sort of thing to curse yourself with, but yeah, I absolutely agree that it is ironic that they haven't submitted one to at least show it off.
Thank goodness they can hold their head high at Champion Racing, who ran the Audi R8s and such in American Le Mans series and were champions. In fact, I think successful at Le Mans one of the years they went. Good backing, but yeah, I mean, it's bold to call yourself that, because you've really got to see it through.
Yeah, for sure. You really have to sort of live up to the name. I mean, I know a team over here in the UK called Team Mad, and they are all absolutely mad. But they're fantastic people, though. Really fantastic people. But it's funny what you can sort of see about a team from its name and its livery. As you and I both know, David, there's a lot of teams out there with rather entertaining names. One of which you have been... What is your role there, actually? Do you run the team, or are you part of it? It's the same thing, effectively.
No, I'm part of the team. I have not driven much in the last couple of years. Maybe in the last 18 months or so.
Yeah, fair play. I think I keep forgetting when it was, but I think, Bathurst was usually at the end of January, the Bathurst 12 hour anyway. I think the last official race I did on iRacing was the 2020 Bathurst 12 hours, and that was with CQR Club, which is now Pure Sims. So that's how long it's been since I've done an official race. I've raced in leagues since then, but I tend to just have, I say my own team, but it's more just there's a company that's happy for me to use their logos, and I put the livery on whatever car people want to run in a league, and if I like said people or think they might do well, then I'll put said livery on it. But there's no specific drivers that drive for it or anything. There's no structure to it. It's just a livery more than anything, and that's about it. But I do like I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to say the team name, but I do like the huge ass livery. It looks very striking indeed, and I remember seeing a lot of the screenshots and pictures of it from quite a while ago. It must have been last year now at least, but still mega looking bit of kit. And so's this, the Arnage Competition BMW, that hot pink. It's not a pink that's used in like an ironic way, is it? To sort of be like, oh look, we're going to make this car look like really bright and silly. They make it look absolutely smashing. It really does work on that car.
No, it's not from the garage of Barbie's dream house. That's for sure. Big news. Madison Down has rejoined the session. So the Trans-Tasman Racing number 77 GTP has... Well, it was on the lane or in the garage for a long time. It came back out for one lap where it ended up in the wall on the outside of the banking. Are we going to see it again an hour later? And will it last maybe a little longer?
Wait and see, I guess, and we will find out. Team SKR have taken back to the circuit as well, which is Stephen Kimmins. Now, I'm going to put some money on Stephen Kimmins Racing being what SKR stands for, but he has recovered to the circuit as indeed.
Keeps it out the wall.
Yeah, top effort to be fair. Dmitry Kofanov. And
It'd be awkward if both of their cars were going around without a front clip.
yeah, it would be. Now, this was the car that had the front left wheel hanging off it earlier on. Oh, just a little bit too quick, and then, yeah, there's the lockup. But he does a really good job, actually, to get it stopped. Considering it was going in a straight line towards the wall as well, that is a really, really good job not to hit anything there. So, hats off to Dimitri. But, yeah, this was the car that had the front left wheel hanging off it earlier on that I picked up on, and it's obviously in much better shape now, but nearly wasn't for a moment. But yeah, I hope coming back to the 77 car that Trans Tasman Racing do get back out there. I mean, they're a long way off anyone else at the moment. They're 231 laps off the car in front of them. And to be honest, SKR are 265 laps off of SRC Movano Corsa ahead of them. So at this point, they're just making sure they get the get whatever they can out of the race. And well, they're here. They may as well run it, to be honest with you. So why not?
Yeah, I smell a DQ coming for that car regardless, because 4 drivers, Jake Burton's done 127 laps, Madison Downs done 29, but 2 registered designated driver the right word? Maybe you need one. Joe Mugford and Brock Salmon have done 0 laps, so it would require those 2 drivers to come back and put in a stint each as well for that car to be a classified finisher.
Yeah, very true. It does seem like it's not going to be one that, unfortunately, makes the end of the race. But you know, Madison's still back in the session at least, so maybe give it a go.
Hey! He may be down, but he's not out.
Hey, I like that.
I still got 20 minutes to do, otherwise I'd mic drop and be out of here.
No, I like that. I like that. But that's the thing, you know, it's hard to stay committed when you've had a big incident and you've lost a lot of laps. Coming back again, I know all I tend to do here is refer to my own personal experiences, but when I first did the Daytona 24 Hours, it was back when we still had the Z4s and the McLarens, even the McLaren MP4 12C GT3, and there was a car that can only be described as, it was painted in a urine yellow. It was a very off, horrible sort of, it was like a cross between like an army sort of khaki green colour and almost like a desert yellow. It was a really horrible colour. And they'd chosen to run the Hellmann's Mayonnaise logos all over it, as you can choose on iRacing. And this driver was, admittedly, solely in the race, and by their own admission as well, solely in the race to cause pain and misery for others. And this driver was, just to be honest, slowing down in front of people, brake checking them, crashing into everyone. It caused mayhem. I think he had a bad start to the race, because in the first few laps it seemed like he was doing all right. But then, after an incident from someone else, he was then taking everybody out for the race. And he'd disappear for an hour, leave the session, the car would sit in the pits, it'd get fixed-ish, and then he'd come back out, do one lap where he caused more mayhem, and then he'd be out for another hour or so and come back again. And it was, yeah, this was before the time where the sort of race-ending damage existed, so he could keep getting it fixed to a point and then get back out there on track, which was a shame. But he was just known as Mayo Man, but seemingly lost that sort of motivation that some of these other drivers have got. See, this is coming full circle, where these other drivers can carry on that motivation and complete the race.
I don't know why you'd have mayonnaise when you could just as easily have aioli, which is better.
Don't know what aioli is, but it sounds like a disease.
Wow. British person doesn't know seasoning. Colour me surprised, innit?
I don't know a lot, to be honest, David. I felt sorry for you when they paired me up with you for this one, because I knew I was probably going to drive you mad with how little I don't know. I will look at aioli, though, and to be honest, it's yellow and paste-like, so I'm not sure. I'm a very fussy eater, so I'm not sure on that one. Anyway, moving on. We've got the
Private Label Team Hype have surprised me here, okay, because most teams have been doing 25 lap stints in their GTPs. Last stint for Private Label Team Hype was 28, which is a very Joshua Chin driving thing to do. But they're now on lap 26 of their stint and might have a couple more in hand as well.
Yeah, it's a very good point, actually.
So they're not
Doing it.
far away from a pit stop in that number 73, and whether the Prime Chinister will remain or be ousted, we'll wait and see. He's been in since we started, though, if I recall.
Pretty sure he has, yeah. Although I think they did a driver change not long.
No,
after
Harrington was
we-
in. Harrington was
it,
in, and then
yeah,
Chin got
it wasn't long after we started, though, was it? They did that change, so yeah, he has been in for the at least the majority of the time, anyway. So yeah, I'd expect to see a change from them sometime soon. Here's the number 4 machine, which is currently 5th place in their class. Now, I was mentioning before that it was car fault P4. Of course, the pit stops have affected things. And now the car ahead of them is the NB Esports team of Nikita Bogoroditsky. This is Matthijs van Erven at the wheel of the number 4 machine right now, heading on to the banking once again. There is the number 7 car, Texaco Racing by TK2. Felipe Puyol Dantas, which is just behind them, and the gap is only about 14 seconds there. There are still, even by the time we've come to the end of our stint here, David, there are still a bunch of them that are within a decent amount of time of each other. You know, there's still potential battles of all these cars being on the same lap.
Driver of the number 7 would probably be the first time in a while I've seen 7,000 iRating next to the yellow C-Class license board. So everyone else out on track at the moment, it's either A or B on their safety rating. But just a couple points away from that B license for Felipe.
Yeah, and
Of
it's
course,
very...
in Split 1, a lot of the pro licenses out and about.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah, and then you know you get to see the black emblem next to their names with the pro branding on it, of course. But yeah, it's interesting to see that they that there is a C license in here. To be honest, though, I think in iRacing's, I'm not saying like it's in Dragon Ball or anything, but it's in its current form. It's not as important in my eyes, the whole licensing thing, because a lot of people now, I find, do, if they're not already on the sort of esports scene at the top of the game, they tend to just do league racing as well, and obviously it doesn't really come into effect as much there. There's not really that many leagues that are limited by license anyway. There are some that are iRating limited, of course, to help make sure that no individuals run away with it, because the philosophy is that if someone has worked hard enough to get their iRating up to over 5,000 to 7,000, then they're going to be very competent, you know, and always know exactly what to do and when. But I actually know people that have 3-digit iRating numbers that, you know, they're as quick as guys that are in this stint, to be fair, but it's only because they've only ever done league racing, you know. Had a bit of a problem with early on stuff, let's say, in their career, getting used to the sim and getting used to who they're driving around and whatever. Maybe some shenanigans in official races, but it's very easy to get through into league racing and still be very successful in that, despite having a lower iRating compared to some.
Private label Team Hype have completed their chin lap and their chin stop, and Joshua Chin remains for another stint in the leading GTP. After that stop, a lead of 5 minutes, but if that's calculating right, it should be 5, it should be less than that. But if it's 2 laps and change, Manidi Racing White, second in that class, are going to need to stop as well very shortly, and that will, as has been the trend going back and forth, put them again 3 laps behind this race leading and well adorned in race spot stickers machine.
Oh yeah, it's definitely pleasing for us here at RaceSpotTV, and of course we hope we're pleasing you lot as well. Hope you're enjoying watching what you're watching at the moment, and I'm sure that the guys at Private Label Team Hype are going to be enjoying watching their timing screens for sure, knowing that they are considerably, I mean, that just looks amazing through there, doesn't it? The speed of that car. They are really on it now. But the gap is just getting bigger and bigger all the time. Thing is, it still displays, obviously, for us as 2 or 3 laps, but in the background, they'll know potentially where they sort of line up on the circuit. You know, one thing that we fell into the sort of, I don't want to say tradition of doing, but, you know, one thing we started doing without really realising it is comparing...
Whoa,
when,
smoke and
there
car
was,
off
yeah,
in turn 1.
there was actually, yeah, you're right.
See that.
I'll try and find out who that was. Matthijs van Erven, it was.
Yeah, on
was
the
driving
Ego
the
Racing
before.
team. Puts a lap on the Brabham R8. Gets into turn 1. A little hot, a little wide. Has a moment. Locks them all up. Keeps it out of the barriers, though. Does a little half pirouette. And gets it back going. No damage to the car, but maybe a bruised ego.
Indeed. A good save, though, all the same. I mean, like you say, to not hit anything there is a really, really good effort. And look how quickly he gets on the recovery as well. You can see on his relative there's no cars coming. He just gives it full lock, spins it around. But in a very responsible way, he doesn't just spin up the rears and boot it around. You know, he does it in a controlled manner that doesn't completely light up the back end and overheat those rears. So fair effort that by Matthijs van Erven. Did a good job.
Turning that way as he did, opposite to the direction of the traffic, actually gave him way more visibility. The cars coming down the pit straight as NB Esports also just avoid fate with the wall.
Yeah, Bograditsky doing a good job again to keep it out the barrier as well. Very difficult to do. Smashing stuff all the same. What was
No,
going to
neither
say
of them
is-
were smashing.
Ah, yes, yes indeed. Avoiding smashing, I should say. But what I was going to say before was that we would sort of cross-reference where we crossed the line with where another car was on track if we were chasing them, if it only told us how many laps we had. If we couldn't see them on the relative and, you know, they were at the opposite end of the circuit, we'd compare them to, say, you know, the little marker on the way into the bus stop where you hit the brakes usually. There's a big yellow marker on the right-hand side. And we used to use that as a sort of cross-reference as to how far ahead or behind a car we were. And it actually
More
worked
dramas
out
for
really
Ego.
well. Oh, there is. There is
Just
indeed.
in contact with a GTD, and that GTD
Brabham.
is Brabham Esports at the second horseshoe.
Yeah, James Armstrong apparently coming to a stop for just a moment. And here it is. Ah, it's the first one, is it? Goes down the inside. I don't think he expected James to go in, but then all of a sudden it was like both of them sort of took a second guess.
Yeah.
It was a little bit late, wasn't it?
I do think James went in leaving a car width to the inside as well, but in diving down the inside there, the LMP2 has got in a little bit hot. Speaking of this, you know, measuring where you cross the line to others, etc., here is the pit stop from Manidi Racing White, Keanu Bushman, and very shortly, Joshua Chin goes through and makes it 3 laps right about now. That's the TTR car, isn't it? That just appeared in front as well. No?
It's SKR. That's Team SKR. That's number 44, Stephen Kimmins, that was still lapping before, but has now seemingly stopped. Just trying to see if he's going to go back out there, if there's any... okay, so this is why he came in. This was the end of his current stint, and yeah, you can see he's just decided enough's enough. You know, he's done 400 laps of this race, and the overall leader has done 753. So he is, to say it in the most blunt terms, a long way down. I mean, he could not even be going for the race win at this stage, but still, you know, it's the motivation to even gain a position. You know, he's still got to gain another, 261 laps on the next GTP car. So, you know, if it was a position he was chasing, then yeah, he's not going to make it to the end. And of course, the driver swap, and
there's only
driver
144
sort of
laps left in the race as well, so
Yeah.
you are not gonna get anything from there. Things have gotten easier for NB Esports team though, I think, because with the dramas for others like Ego Racing team, they've now got a little bit more time behind them with their 4th position. Still would be a lap and some, 2 laps and some to TNT Racing for a podium in class, but they have been helped by Ego Racing's spin and nose in.
Yeah, as soon as anybody around you has any little drama like that, it can actually be quite the uplift. You know, you never want to wish that on your opponents. You know, you don't want somebody to have an accident or have a bad race. You want everyone to have a good race, but you just want yours to be a little bit better than theirs. And when you do have that little moment, or someone else has a moment, I should say, you do get that real sort of uplifting feeling, knowing that you've got one over on them, or that, you know, they're having a bit of a hard time where you're not, and that's a little bit of a swing of the advantage into your favour. It's such a great thing to feel in the car, especially in the later stages as well, and you know there's less time left, that if they do have a prang, you know they've not got as long to come back from that. You know, it's certainly a difficult thing to be able to turn around in this late stage.
Prototype leaders shortly together as Joshua Chin bears down on Daniel Kraft. Private label Team Height catching up to put one more lap on Pure Sims Esports. There you go. The number 73 and the number 616 heads to pit lane.
Fantastic from here as well. Lovely looking livery on the Pure Sims Esports car. Making his way now into the box. Pops up on the jacks.
Kraft out, Justin Richardson in.
Indeed he is. And as you see, driver change is very quick, very simple here on iRacing. You
can only just sneak him in though. They take 30 seconds and the refueling is 36 for these cars. So same is exactly true of the GTP cars, where a full service pit stop's about 31, 32 seconds. You only just sneak in a driver change these days.
Indeed, and that's again comes back to similar point to what I was making before about being at the optimal sort of aerodynamics. You know, every element of these race cars now is really optimal. You get the drivers and the teams and the whole operation at such a level that it's actually hard for any time to be found anywhere else, you know, because we've got all of the tyres and the fuel can be managed so well in a pit stop now that driver changes are almost like the secondary part to it rather than the main.
Dying to know if this is synchronized. I just saw a plane take off on the runway. Is it synchronized client to client? It's got to be, surely. Here's ATRS in their GTD.
I wonder if it would be. I think in the sim it would be synchronized, yeah.
Yeah, I think it stands for Apex Tech Removal Service.
What, to remove the front
two
one?
noses nearly gone?
Yeah. Yeah, potentially so. I can't think of a funnier one than that, so I think we're going to have to stick with that.
I've spent 30 minutes trying to think of a funny one, and that's the best I can do.
Well, fair enough. You've beat me to it even still. But yeah, it's good to be able to get such a look inside the Mercedes, to be honest, and see that the inside of the car is modelled as well. As we go back to the fourth place car outright, this is Niles Eric Isaacson in the IGL Coatings E-Racing team, another team that's actually competed in a league of mine. We recently started running a league in the Formula Renault 3.5, and they've sent a couple of their drivers over to it, and they're both very, very quick indeed. Mats Gjeströmbacken and Lasse Sorensen. But Niles Eric Isaacson currently ragging the car around. It's a shame they've not got a livery on this car, actually, because they do this wonderful effect, especially now with the new method for the spec maps on the cars in iRacing. You get like a clear coat over the top of whatever you paint underneath now. And
coatings, even if you will.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, and it can look really, really good. It's been a bit difficult for people to sort of transition from the previous method to the current one when they've had spec maps done in a certain way. Others haven't had to change a thing. But the IGL Coatings E-Racing team, as you rightly pointed out, very good at coatings themselves. They do a green carbon fibre, but now with the new coating system on the spec maps, they make it really look like it is green carbon fibre. It's still got that sheen underneath it, and it's obviously still got a clear coat over the top as well. And they combine it with almost like a navy sort of military grey, and it just looks stunning. But unfortunately, we have to look at the normal BMW livery, which, let's face it, it's not a bad looking car, is it, with that livery? It's a gorgeous looking bit of kit.
interesting the differences between this livery, and what's actually being raced by BMW Team RLL the coming weekend. I wonder if we'll see a little update in that regard.
Is that the 44 going back out on track again?
SKR, let's go!
Yeah, he's doing it again, isn't he?
Actually, Relay Sim Racing are back too. Patrick Richter, 3 laps in. That thing has completed 204 to the leader's 757. But the Relay Mobile from GT4.
Now,
I dropped in on his Twitch stream the other day, Patrick Richter, and understood about a third of the German that was going on.
more than I do. But yeah, it's interesting to see these guys are coming back out on track once again. I mean, it's usually a painful moment when you look at a timing screen, and you know the car ahead of you in 24th place outright is 263 laps off the leader, and you are then another 199 laps off that. 553 laps off the race leader they are right now, but still, they're out there, they're enjoying themselves, I hope, and that's what the whole point of this is, really, is to just... We're here because we want to be, you know, we're enjoying the racing, we're getting the most out of it, we're here for the love of sim racing, and it's great to see so many teams. I mean, I remember, David, I'm sure you remember the same, days back when, you know, we'd have 11 splits in the Daytona 24 hours, and that would be it. Well, now we've got over 80.
I remember back when, if we played it right, me and my guys could get in the top split.
Good time.
A long time.
It's crazy how it changes. It really is. I think when I first did it, I think we were in split 6 or 7. Couldn't even dream of that now. You know, I'd be way down in the lower reaches. I don't even know what my iRating is at the moment, to be honest with you. But yeah, it's always interesting to see how many we get for these events. And hats off to iRacing. You know, they've had issues with it in the past couple of years, but it seems to have all gone really well this time because they've brought in this new system where you have to sign up via the UI, and you do it a lot further in advance as well. And I quite like that because it builds up a little bit more hype ahead of the event as well. I'm all about that sort of realistic time frame between the sign up to an event and obviously it starting, and gives everyone time to build up said hype. That's a lovely little sort of drone shot over the top of the, is that number 7 car, the Texaco Racing by TK2 machine. Felipe Puyol Dantas at the wheel. Just going around the, is that the Arnage BMW? It is. And the final banking now around NASCAR 3 and 4. And then across the line as well. Look at the speed of these prototypes across here. It's excellent to watch. And then down into turn 1. Hard on the brakes. There is the Mahler Racing Team BMW. Felix Quernbach still leading in GTD at the moment, David. And I can't believe we're already getting to this point. But we are nearly 2 hours into this stint, mate.
Yeah. Truthfully, and only 4 hours away from the end of this race. And I think the teams that were looking good when we arrived 2 hours ago are still looking good, but it doesn't mean nothing happened. We've had plenty of drama in LMP2, in GTD, cars coming and going. And yeah, one of them coming for whatever reason, Patrick Richter decided he wants back in and back out in the number 83. Only 553 laps off the overall leader, but his last of a 132.4 makes him one of the quicker cars out there.
It's actually quite amazing, isn't it, really? He was quicker than the race leader on that previous lap, who did a 132.765. And I think the only car faster than him was the Apex Tech Racing 13 machine, Mohamed Janko, did a 132.2. So only a couple of tenths
fair to the Minister for the Chinteria. He has been saving 3 whole laps of fuel per stint, going 28 instead of 25. So
yeah, fair.
Credit him maybe a half a second per lap on that one for that effort. Well, I will step aside now here on RaceSpotTV for our coverage of the second split, Division 2, if you will, of this iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona in 2023, powered by VCO. And the gorgeous Terry Radford is going to join you.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, David. Terry, welcome, my friend. How are we doing, mate?
Well, I don't
flattered him,
ever,
and now he's...
I have to say, I don't reckon I've ever been called gorgeous at, I don't know, what's it, 3:43 a.m. here in southern Georgia. But I figured let's add a little redneck flavor to this this morning shift here at Daytona. We'll get the best of both worlds. We'll get the road experience. We'll get the NASCAR experience here, and hopefully keep the people that are still tuning in. Had a weird stint between the 2-hour stint between leaving the top to come down here to this one. So I just laid my floor, and I'm pretty sure our producer watched me eat a whole bowl of fruit.
Oh my word, I don't think I've eaten a whole bowl of fruit in my life. But still, welcome to the box, Terry. It's a pleasure to have you here, mate. And, well, you say let's make it redneck. It doesn't get more redneck than Cheshire in the UK, does it? Flipping heck.
No, I reckon it doesn't. I mean, you get the UK, and then you get southern Tennessee and come in here and have a little fun. But this has been an entertaining race. I watched part of the first 6, tuned in after my stint over there on the top split side, and was watching this, and it spread out, didn't it? It spread out quite a bit in this one. It was a lot more diverse than what I thought we would see, but a couple different strategies where we could potentially see the GTD class have a swap. It seems to me that the LMP2, unless the 616 has a big issue, looking to lock that one up with a little under 4 hours to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, what David and I were discussing not long ago is the fact that this split now that we see is probably on par with what the top split could have been a couple of years ago. You know, the iRatings may not be the same, but in terms of the pace and the capability, you know, it's just incredible. We've got over 8,000 iRating in all 4. There's 6 in the top 9 cars that we've got in GTD at the moment have drivers in currently that are over 8,000 iRating. And that's just a terrifying number even now, but go back a few years and that was just bonkers, wasn't it, to get to that sort of level? There weren't many people that managed it.
No, I mean, you're absolutely right. I mean, a guy like me last year was not working for RaceSpot, was actually watching the top split, and to see the numbers that came out this morning from iRacing that said 85 splits, over 4,000 drivers had signed up for this event to make it one of the largest iRacing 24-hour races of all time. It truly speaks volume of the level of intensity that these drivers put in. It speaks highly of what iRacing does for the community and allows this platform. And it was also a big boom right after the pandemic hit. A bunch of people got on, and then they realized the prestige in this. And with the VCO jumping on, making this a Triple Crown race, that changed it. And there's a lot of teams and a lot of drivers on a mission to run every single special event for iRacing. I'm on a mission this year to cross every special iRacing event off my bucket list. I'm 3 away from just completely doing the whole kit and caboodle of a year's work.
Well, I wish you all the best with that, Terry, because I don't think I've done even half of them yet, so fair play to you. I was just saying to David before, the last one that I did, my last official race on iRacing was effectively with the team that we have on our screens here, Pure Sims. It was actually when it was CQR Club back in 2020, the 12 Hours of Bathurst, and that was the last time any of my virtual machines set foot in a official race here on iRacing. Why don't we have a look at the order outright, though, and just have a quick recap now as we move into the final 4 hours of the race. We've got Private Label Team Hype leading the way outright in this race. Joshua Chin at the wheel of the 73 BMW M Hybrid V8 GTP car. And then in second position, we have Maniti Racing White, car number 17, currently driven by Keanu Bushman. We only have 5 GTP cars, though, the rest of them being Axion Motorsports Black in third, Johan Shirazi driving that car, IGL Coatings E-Racing, Niles Eric Isaacson in the next machine, and then the Apex Tech number 9 car in the top 5. Terry, why don't you take us through the LMP2 category?
Yeah, absolutely. You got Pure Sim, the esports, sitting there at the current leader here with Justin holding this. And you got Sabelt Esports LMP2 minus a lap here in this respective class. You got TNT Racing LMP2 with Benjamin Lindsay behind the wheel. Ego Racing Team, MB Esports Team back there in the 5th place position. Texaco Racing by TK2. SSR Wave Runner 088 in 7th. Net Rex Grand Prix in 8th. And Team Busta Motorsport. That's an interesting name now, isn't it?
It certainly is, mate. It certainly is. And then, of course, we have our GTD category as well, which is Marla Racing Teams. Felix Quernbach, who we see on our screen here, leading the way in the BMW M4 GT3 at the moment. Arnage Competition, currently in 2nd place with Jimmy Antunes at the wheel, followed by Apex Tech, or ATRS Esports 13. Alexander Lauritsen in number 1 car is currently 3rd. Then we have Pure Sims Esports GTD, the Audi we were looking at not long ago. Brabham Esports in 5th place with James Armstrong at the wheel. The other Arnage Competition car, the Arnage Competition White BMW of Jarno de Houw. Then it's VG Racing Esports, Maniti Racing, and SRC Mivano Corsa. We do, of course, have our stragglers at the back of the field. I'm not meant in a sort of, how would we say, a degrading way. But, of course, drivers that have decided to still go out there and turn some more laps, Terry. I think at the end of the day, if you've signed up for the event, you may as well crack on, as there's a bit of a moment there for one of them, which is Patrick Richter, right on time.
It was like you read the mind of the producer here, to just know that we were going to cut to a replay and we were going to see this one little spot. Yeah, you sign up for this event. For a lot of people, this is one of these races that if you come out here and you attempt every single lap, as you see the 100 car from Arnage Competition White having a bit of a lazy spin there in turn 1, it's an easy place to lose it. That and the International Horseshoe right there is two of the major key players that we saw on the top split side of it start to spin around. But if you sign up, you might as well complete all the laps, right? You got to sit there and run it to the end. You can always gain spots. I mean, we've watched all sorts of teams have some early dramas in both splits and have managed to make a rebound. And here we sit with the 3-lap lead, a 2-lap lead, and GTT might have a might be our one that goes to a toss-up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was saying again before to David about the fact that it's so easy to lose where you are in terms of being in sync with other drivers and teams. You know, it's so easy to sort of fall away from keeping track of where they are. Sometimes there's very technical and very accurate ways of doing it, but other times, again, as I mentioned to David, I tend to just check where we cross the line compared to where the opposite team crosses the little marker on the way into the bus stop. You know, it's just get a stopwatch out and be like, oh, we've closed in a bit or we've lost out a bit. But having somebody note down when they're pitting can be very important. And speaking of pitting, here comes Pure Sims.
Yeah, right on cue. You mentioned pit stops, and here comes one of the teams. You can see a little bit of damage right there on that machine. Nothing too wild to slow them down. Back here, once I find them on my relative, sitting, well, looks like they're sitting pretty well off this afternoon. Looks like they're making a driver swap real quick. We'll get that in. And it'll be Lucas I'm going to let you pronounce that last name.
I'd say Lindquist.
Yeah, but say it's a tad. Like I said, it's a tad early. It's supposed to be 4 a.m. over here in Georgia. I'm 3 energy drinks in, and my mid-morning snack. And while I haven't been 24 hours at my seat with this headset on, but by the time I get off the air, I would have been officially awake 24 hours straight for the whole duration of this race.
Well, fair play to you, Terry. Absolutely fair play, mate.
I want to do all 24 next year. I'm preparing me for next year.
Yeah, well, fair enough, mate. Fair enough. I'll make sure I'm going to try and hold you to that, to be honest with you. But still, it'd be a hell of a feat, mate. It really would be. I know we were saying before about certain drivers drive all 24 hours of the race, but to commentate it, you know, to keep your mind engaged with the entire field, maybe. I'm not sure whether that would be easier than driving it or not. I suppose as a commentator you can get up, move around from your desk and whatever, and you know, it's a bit more of a comfortable position to be in, but there's a lot more to look at, isn't there, over the course of the race? Because you don't just look at the one car that you're in, you have to look at what everybody's doing all the time to try and obviously provide good commentary as we do.
Well, yeah, so I took a picture of my screen at I was on 17 hours left in the 1 Eastern time top split call, and my coworkers wanted to see, you know, I left work to come back to the house to actually start to call the race, and I took a picture of all 5 monitors up and running. I've got the YouTube chat up, I've got all of our data, I've got the Twitch chat up for the iRacing side after that split team speak, and then I had the broad feed, and they was like, wow, that's how many laps have been turned. It was like 250 something at that moment, and they're like, you have to look at all of those screens. And it's like, well, the race draws out at a point, and you have to make sure that you're still engaging the fans that are sitting there watching. You keep an informed opinion when it comes to what they've done stint-wise, what drivers are swapping. You have to pay attention to which driver come out of the car for that specific team. You don't have a roster laying down in front of you in these splits. You don't know who made it to top, who didn't. So you don't necessarily know at the end of the day. It's a goal of mine to do all 24. I think if I do it next year, I'll do it for charity. I pick a charity of some sort to donate my time to and have a good time. I'm not too sure if I can do it. I know I'm getting up there in age, and if I'm going to do it, I might as well do it while I'm still a little young and I'm less gray in the beard.
Oh, I could tell you it catches up on you, mate, very, very quickly. But still, hats off to you, mate. Absolutely hats off. And it'd be awesome to see any sort of journey that you go through on that to be well documented, and of course, hopefully keep a track of that and share it away with everyone, because it'd be really, really good to see. So we look right now then at the Mercedes of Apex Tech. Now, this confused me for a good 3/4 of my stint with David, because they are down on the timing screen as ATRS. Obviously, it's just abbreviated Apex Tech Recovery Services, as he called it. Removal Services, as David called it, because they removed the front bumper from the car twice now. And we have Alexander Lawrenson at the wheel into the bus stop. And every single time I see a GT3 car go through the bus stop, it always looks quicker than the one before it. It's remarkably impressive, despite how heavy and boat-like these GT3 cars can feel. Very impressive to see how quickly they change direction in somewhere like the bus stop or, I don't know, the pit lane.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The last race I actually ran here was a 6-hour race, and that was what I drove, was the GT3, and it surprised me quite a bit. Race spot wise, obviously I cover a lot of the PRL when it comes to the NASCAR side of things, RSR as well, with the real sim racing. So mainly they tap on my shoulder to come do the oval side of the things. The road side is something I'm wanting to get more interested in and try to race. But racing the GT3 car really feels stock car wise, in my opinion, like the Xfinity car. You take it in, it's a heavier car to turn left and right, but the balance of these cars are just phenomenal. This car made me fall in love with road racing. Testing the IRO4s was a little bit more difficult, but the GT3s just have a very distinct feel about them, that you get the right amount of power out of them, you get the right balance when it comes to the left and right. You can use up more of the track, you can use up more of the throttle. The brakes they don't fade as much as what you think they would fade throughout the duration of the race. Yeah. And yeah, you can really send those bad boys into the bus stop, and you can make a lot of time or lose a lot of time just in that one spot in particular.
Yeah, you absolutely can, and you've rounded it up very well, actually, because these cars, while they look rather extreme and they've got all of the
amazing splitters and arches and aerodynamic assists on them, and you know, massive wings and diffusers and all of that. They really aren't cars that are about excess, to be fair. There's not one specific detail about them that is really over the top. You know, they're all, as you said, perfectly well balanced. You know, they've got the right amount of power for the weight. They don't stick like 800, 900 horsepower in them. They just give them around 500 brake, and they go really well. But they don't need anything more than that, and that's what keeps the racing close as well. GT3 racing is always so exciting to watch, and I mean, you look at things like the GT World Challenge now, and you realise just how amazingly close all of that is, regardless of what cars people are using, especially with how many of them there are. But again, I'm eventually going to come full circle on this. But one comparison you can make to that is, we all look back on the 90s, you know, 1990s of Formula 1 and GT racing with rose-tinted glasses, and think it's the best thing ever, and oh, the cars will never be the same, and let's go back to how it was. But you'd see Formula 1 results where, you know, you'd have someone like Villeneuve win a race by a minute and a half from Schumacher, and then everyone else will be a lap down. Now, we've got it so much better because of how close the racing is, but we seem to forget that, don't we?
Well, and that's all form of motorsports. It's become a trend in my side of racing, or what I grew up watching, whether it was dirt racing, late model racing, NASCAR. Everybody wants it to fit in the box that they want it to fit in.
Yeah.
But if you look at the competition side of it, and you talked about the GT3 racing back in the early 2000s, late 90s, you had very distinctive people that could race those cars and could race them to the absolute level of success. Well, now you've got a lot of different people starting to train in these cars. This is where a lot of people cut their teeth in road racing. You go out and you're practicing maybe for you're on iRacing, you're practicing for something like this. Well, you don't just jump into an LMP2 and go, I'm going to go really fast in this car and I'm going to go really fast right off the jump. No. Start over there in that GT3. It makes you understand the balance, makes you understand the brakes, lets you understand what the tires are going to do throughout the run, the fuel load, what the balance feels like 10 or 15 laps down the road. It's a massive undertaking when you start to get into the road side of it. And it personally took me 3-4 months just to understand the basics of this road racing. And that GT3 car, if it wasn't for that here on iRacing, I would not be sitting right here on RaceSpot calling the iRacing 24 at Daytona at all. There would be no way that I would have understood how I could use the racetrack up, how I could actually get on the curb, the power, what you can do to change the balance of these cars, the front weight that you can change in them. I've yet to jump into the LMP2 because I've yet to master the GT3 car.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's a friend of mine recently mentioned a car and called it a complementary car. You know, it can make you feel like a really good driver, but it doesn't try and kill you on the way there. You know, it's not a really leery beast. They are made to accommodate a lot of different types of drivers, you know, and they're good for gentleman drivers as well. And I think that it feels like that when you drive it. It sounds like, to people that don't get sim racing, it sounds odd for us to sit here and say, oh, it feels amazing to drive this car or whatever, because realistically we are sat at home or in our office or wherever with the sim rig and it's all virtual. However, you do get the feeling for how the car behaves through all of that. You know, heck, I'm even playing Gran Turismo 2 at the minute on my YouTube channel, and you know, I can still feel how the cars behave even through a controller where you're literally pressing one button to accelerate and one to brake and just turning either left or right. And you still, through virtual racing, if you understand it enough, you get the feeling for how the cars are behaving and how it all works, and getting that understanding and moving forward, like you say, Terry, you know, getting acquainted with the road side of things. It's just such a pleasant journey to go on, isn't it? Because you're always learning something and always finding something out and discovering more information. You know, the seek of information is what makes us human.
Yeah, and if you think about, you look at different types of sim rigs. A lot of people tell you, when I tell you that when drivers went to, you know, debrief with me, and I would get into talking to different teams, talking to different drivers throughout the sim that are predominantly road racers, I would say, okay, how do you feel the car? Like, how if I look at the NASCAR side of things, I know how to feel the car. I know that I'm going to feel it virtually in my hands. I understand that how much steering input I have to put in each oval, what I have to do, arc it to get in the corner. When you come over to this road racing side, you feel it in your feet. Your feet are that's your steering wheel. Everything is through your feet. It took me a minute to wrap my head around that. I don't drive this. I don't drive this at all with my hands. Like, I can sit here and turn that wheel 90 degrees every single corner and hold it as much as I can. That slows you down. Your feet are your main component, and it begins to test all your muscles in your legs. Literally 6 hours into a race, I'm sitting there going, I'm numb. And I get up from the rig and I go, man, this hurts. Like, people do this on a regular basis. And then watching the 24 and seeing these drivers sit in their rig, and you just see the focus and the determination, and they're sweating like they would be if they're sitting in this car for the real 24 that's going to happen next week. It's a massive difference when you put all factions of racing together. And this is also why a lot of stars from other forms of motorsports wants to come over here and run this race, because it truly tests all aspects of your physical abilities. It tests your mind, it tests your athleticism, and it really tests your endurance, not to use that word lightly. You've got to be in tip-top shape to come out here and run this, even on the sim.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's frightening how physical it can be, you know, and importantly, in a race like this, the fatigue especially sets in. You know, you can very easily just slip into, I can't even think of the word now, but you know, when you get I honestly can't think of the word. It's just escaped me. I had it lined up and then it fell out my head. But you know, you can really get just carried away and fall into the race itself. You know, all of a sudden you don't realize what you're doing, and then you have that sudden epiphany. You wake up again and you go, oh, and then you know you'll jolt the wheel or whatever, because you can just turn into a robot in a race like this and just do laps, especially at this point as well. 3.5 hours left to go. Very, very tired at this point. And the car is tired, and everyone around you is tired as well. Everyone's not as quick to react to any moves you may make to just go and lap cars. In a situation like we see here, you know, we've got the two GTP cars coming past, an LMP2 car and the GT3. It's a bit of a mix of all three classes together. You've got to be oh so careful. And Joshua Chin, race leader, is being careful and doing a good job of it. The car following him as well, actually, which has just completed another lap. Is that the number 9 machine? Is that the Apex Tech 13 car? Or it actually might be the Axiom car, number 16, that's just chasing him. I keep just about missing the number on that car. But we've not really seen much of the Axiom Motorsports black car. They've been very under the radar in third place, just tootling along, just getting the laps in, and that's all you need to do really to get a podium.
Yep, I mean, they have a really good lead right now over IGL Coatings iRacing back there, that 23 machine that's sitting in fourth. Really just, if you log the laps here and you make it through the conditions of the overnight hours, I said it on the top slip before I left, if you make it out of the dark back to the sunrise, you got a shot to win. And you know, anybody can tell me I'm wrong. I'm sure I am. I think I've watched enough of these to realize that the drivers who come out of that nighttime and start to see that sun creep over the banking here at the Daytona International Speedway, you look around and go, well, there's not many left now, is there? Well, you look at this one right here in this split, there's a lot of competition in here, and I mean a lot. I'm looking at the iRating, looking at the licenses going, wow. I don't hold a candle to these. So there's a ton of talent in here that, you're right, could have been top split, that could have easily went in there and made a team a little bit better. That could have gave that little extra jolt. That could have found that little tenth, or maybe a half a second of speed in one sector of the racetrack that makes this different. I mean, if you look at what Apex is doing over in the top split, they were 1-2 forever. Disconnect issues, one still leading that race in the GTD class. And over here, the 11 machine has just absolutely crushed it on this side. I believe up by almost a lap on the next car, and it would literally take an absolute meltdown for that class to get flipped.
Yeah, that's it. I think the further you go through the race as well, the less time you've then got to overcome any mistakes or any issues or any problems, regardless of whether it's your fault or an incident that goes on ahead of you that you then get involved with, or even just any sort of technical. You know, if you have a disconnection or you have a hardware issue as well, we always see it, and we always attribute them, of course, to what would be a mechanical failure on the car in real life. At the end of the day, we're still using technology. We're still using a lot of moving parts behind the scenes of sim racing. It would be unfair for the sim to randomly choose certain cars to have engine failures and punctures and whatever else go wrong, because you'd always find that there are certain teams or certain drivers that have it more than others, because it's random at the end of the day. So they leave that down to the realistic randomness of life, of whether you do have hardware issues, you do have internet problems, and in a funny way, probably not funny for those that have them, but it can usually be the same people having them again and again. You know, in real world, we have teams and cars and brands and manufacturers that do suffer more problems than others. And, you know, I've got terrible electrics in this house and awful internet, so, you know, I'm often someone that suffers from said problems. Other people won't have that. But that's just how the cookie crumbles. That's just how it goes. And it's another element to the race that keeps it exciting, because at any point it could go to pot for someone.
I mean, we've seen a lot of people have a disconnect issue over this. You know, there's a lot of moving components and a lot of moving pieces in this. We talked about over 4,000 drivers signed up for this event, over 85 splits that has just reigned over the iRacing 24, which should tell you the prestige of this race.
Oh yeah.
You scroll through Twitter for 5 minutes, and I guarantee you somebody's posted about how their 24 went. There's a lot of people cheering about winning. There's a lot of people not happy about losing, and you're gonna want to be here. Like, there's a reason that guys like me, and you, and all the other commentators here at RaceSpot thrive for this type of race. That thrive for the 12 hours of Bathurst. That thrives for the 24-hour endurance races throughout the year. Not because we get paid to do this. Not because we come up here and this is a job. This is fun. I would never be awake at 4:10 in the morning in Georgia just cause. If I'm up at 4:10 in the morning, it better be an emergency. Well, to me, this is an emergency.
I like that. No, I like that. And, you know, it's something that even in real world motorsport paddocks, you know, I had this chat with a few drivers this year, to be honest, that the fact that we're here because we're here for the love of it. You know, we're not forced to be here. You know, whether it be sim racing or real world motorsport, you know, we're not forced to be here and do this. We do it because we love it. We do it because we want to. And that's one of the best things about motorsport, is that the entire family of it, you know, it's a bit of a cliche to call it a family, but it really is. You know, everyone gets along. Everyone's here with the same common interest. And especially in sim racing, you know, you get the fact that not everybody's going to win. You know that a lot of the time in sim racing, you're here for the enjoyment of it, but you don't have to put hundreds of thousands of pounds into entry fees and the logistics and traveling across the world and all the trucks and all the flights and all that to go and race a prototype at Daytona in a 24-hour race. The feeling you get racing a 24-hour race like this, you know, when you sit at your rig, it may be, like you say, Terry, 4 in the morning, you know, pitch black around you, except for the screens that light up the room. You know that there's so many thousands of other people around the world that are doing the same thing at the same time, and it feels like one big party is going on, but you just can't physically see all the people around you other than these virtual cars which are making their way around the track. And there's such a buzz about it. It's a weird feeling to explain until you've experienced it. It's such a weird one, but I think that because we are here for the love of it, that's what makes it all the more enjoyable.
Well, when you go look at the platforms that we're on, right? We're on the VCO Command Center, on their Twitch and their YouTube. They had 5 different races going on at the same time. That's mind-boggling.
Yeah.
iRacing's Twitch, iRacing's, you know, backed this 1,000,000%. It was like, where do you need me? How can I be an assistant to this? Like, how can we make this better? RaceSpot. I mean, you talk about investing your time, investing a lot of money into a product. We're spread very thin across all 24 hours and then the 12 hours of this split. You think about how many commentators went over and did split one, or did the top split and then come over here to do this one, just on completely different time zones. That's what makes this so special. There's a reason that it's held here on RaceSpot. There's a reason that the special event like this right here, and the endurance races are on RaceSpot, because you think of the diversity on the racetrack. Think of the diversity in the broadcast. They get an NBC style broadcast for IMSA every single week here on RaceSpot, right? You have a guy like me who can come out here and bring maybe the young Tennessee or Georgia or South Texas person that was like, I don't watch road racing. That's for people in the UK or in Europe. No, this is for everybody. This is auto racing. This is fun. This has a different dynamic. I'll explain the strategy to you. Connery Maddock raced and was up front. He can explain different parts of the race. It's a lot of different moving parts over here at RaceSpot, where every single person has their own little individual spin on every individual racetrack. Like, I did a race at Bathurst for Pete's sake, and my first race, and I was nervous because I was like, I don't know this style of racing, and Arjuna was like, it's okay, I got you, just explain this. And we walked it, and then I was like, I love this type of racing. And now you got people watching it that's like, I like the combination of voices. Like, you have total different styles on one broadcast, and it makes it seem a little bit more realistic that, well, we're all the same, and you can come watch this, and we can all be one big happy family, and all different parts of the world.
Absolutely. I mean, even just in the commentary box now, we've got the wonderful Raf, who is doing the broadcast and production for us. He's over in Brazil, I believe. We've got yourself there in the south of the US, Terry, and me in the UK, you know, and it all still comes together to make what I feel is a very solid product, you know. We're here on the second split, and we're enjoying ourselves and having a good old chin wag about the world of motorsport, and we've got all three classes of this race on our screen right now. We've got the Pure Sims Audi R8 GT3, we've got the number 59 LMP2, and then we had, of course, the GTP car as well just behind them. We've got another mix now of GTDs and GTPs on our screen. That's the Arnage BMW number 100, Arnage Competition White, with Ricardo Ferreira at the wheel. Very good looking machine, the Arnage cars. And onto the banking they go. I love that shot as well there, where you can just see them popping above the motorhomes and all of the infield shenanigans around the banking. It's a great place to go endurance racing at Daytona, and if I'm honest, I'm getting more and more gutted each time. I think I've commentated on 3 in a row of these now. I'm a bit more gutted each time that I've not actually raced in it again. I keep missing it. It's that time of year. You get through Christmas and everything, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's Autosport International next week. Oh, it's the Daytona 24 Hours next week, and I always miss at least one of them.
Well, I was telling when I was doing the other split, I was actually at Daytona the week after Christmas, and when I'm coming through the tunnel, you know, I got to drive, not fully on the course, but to get to where I was supposed to park for the media spot. You touched part of this.
Nice.
And to be able to take my little, you know, Chevy Trailblazer around 1 or 2 corners to get myself to the infield portion of the Daytona infield, it was just like, wow. Do you know the legends that have been on this course? You know, the people that I grew up watching, you know, and then to meet Jordan Taylor, that was really cool. Racing karts over there. Jamie McMurray, NASCAR driver, was there. Got to meet them, and just there's so much pageantry. Every time you go to Daytona, it sells itself
Yeah.
You explain that to so many people when you go to grab a microphone. You don't have to tell people you're at Daytona. Just show them that wall, and they're like, okay, I'm going to watch. You could put any car you want on this racetrack, whether it's on the oval or it's on the road course or even the kart track that's inside of turns 3 and 4 or the dirt track that sits, I don't know, about maybe a half a mile outside of turns 1 and 2, coming into the south gate next to the airport. I promise you people are going to watch because it says those famed words, Daytona. And that was a gorgeous shot right there. You saw the overtake there in the tri-oval, and you see Daytona just pops up, and everybody's eyes go instantly lights up. You could post on Twitter for 5 seconds, say, hey, I'm at the World Center of Racing, and every single person knows where you're sitting at. And one of the gentlemen commenting in the chat there said coming out of the tunnel for the first time was one of those moments that you'll never forget. And he was one of our cameramen. He taught me how to be a cameraman for Pit Road TV. And he's right. Chaz, if you've never been there and you go through the tunnel for the first time to go to the infield, just stop and take a picture. Stop and just take it in because it has every piece of history from the Rolex 24 to the Daytona 500 to Kart Week. It's all right there on that wall, and it gives you goosebumps just to drive through it.
And that's the thing, especially when you've spent so long in the sim and you've seen all of these circuits, and you can travel the world in minutes in sim racing, and it's a beautiful thing. But when you go and see them in person, you see the buildings, and especially with how accurate things like iRacing are now, you see the buildings in real life that you've seen in the sim. You see the layout and how all the track works and how you get from one place to another. It's amazing. When I've been traveling around Europe commentating, I've often, if the circuit's in iRacing anyway, I'll just take, I'll go into a session, just take a camera, and I'll just fly around just to know what buildings are where. You won't always know where's the media centre, where's this, where's that, but iRacing replicates it that accurately that I can genuinely get an idea of how I'll enter the circuit, where I'll be going, and where I might end up commentating from, and it's just remarkable. But I do agree, though, there was a moment for me when, like you say, that tunnel, when you come out of the tunnel for the first time, that was a hefty bump there from the number 1 Mercedes on the 78 Maniti Audi. But that sort of coming into the circuit or coming out of a tunnel, for example, you always have that incredible moment of realizing I'm here, I've arrived. And there was a day I couldn't figure out, I went to Le Mans and I could not figure out which part of the track that we'd come in near when we'd gone through the little tunnel and through the little gate. We got sort of checked in and went into the paddock, and I couldn't quite figure it out. And all of a sudden I turned around and I could see the huge famous Michelin gantry that's just at the end of the start-finish straight with the screens on it, and I just got instant goosebumps because I thought, wow, that's, I've seen that so many times on TV growing up watching the Le Mans 24 Hours, and to be there and working there, it's an incredible feeling when you get to a circuit, even just as a spectator. I've been to many a circuit as a spectator, as I'm sure we all have, but when you just see it in person with your own eyes after seeing it in the sim, I don't know, it's got I think having it in the sim has a bit more of a different feeling to it because you've already got more of a connection to it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think it's weird. A lot of people tell me I'm very new to actually going to the racetrack to work it. I start here on iRacing, and now I get to go see short tracks or dirt tracks or the big track like this. And a lot of people stop and go, be excited now. Like, be excited in your first year or first whatever. But once you do it for 5, 6, 7 years, it gets old. You get tired of it. I don't see a point where I'm ever going to go, I'm tired of coming to this racetrack. Like, if somebody called me right now and said, hey, we want you to come to Villeneuve, we want you to go to Canadian Tire, we want you to go to Le Mans, we want you to go to Bathurst, that's an honor.
Yeah.
And every time you go to a racetrack, you should take it as a badge of honor that you were there to represent that track. You're there to represent your passion. You're there to represent yourself. And a lot of people take that for granted. But I saved it. I kept my parking pass from Daytona because, well, it says Daytona on it. It's hanging up, and it'll never leave. It'll never leave my sight. It'll always be in camera shot when I have an opportunity to go on camera ever. I want people to see it and say, hey, you got to do this. And just getting a picture of the sun, and you can see it on iRacing, and oh my gosh, it's so perfect. In 3 and 4, when the sun starts to creep up over that high banking, and you start to see everything turns orange, it's a shot that $1 million couldn't buy.
Yeah.
That you're there looking at it.
Oh, absolutely, mate. Absolutely. And, you know, a circuit that, I mean, I always point this out to people when I speak about commentary, because, again, I've only really been doing what I'm calling real-world commentary, just to differentiate it from my sim racing work. Well, it's going to be my 3rd full year this year. I started towards the end of January 2020. And I commentated in person. I commentated at Monza before I commentated at Alton Park, which is 5 miles from my house. And it's always one of the strangest things that's happened in my time doing this already. And I know where the media centre is at Monza. I know where, you know, each building is, where I need to be, how to get there, the little secrets of how to get to certain places a bit quicker, you know. And it's just like I say, it's always an honour to be there, because these are the places you've grown up watching on TV and circuits that you've seen your whole life, and then to be there, it's just, oh, it's a dream come true. It really is. Anyway, there is a motor race going on. I could lament about it for hours, Terry, and I'm glad that you share the same the same passion for it. But we have a car in the pits here, which is the number 299 Team Buster Motorsport. Thomas Cowell behind the wheel of this car. 4 laps down on the car in front of them, unfortunately. But they are still out there, and they are still turning the laps, and that is what matters most. At the end of the day, we've lost a bunch of LMP2 cars right now, so they're still in it to win it, aren't they, Terry? And that's what's going to get them at least a better result than they might have expected earlier on.
Well, you think potentially if the Pure Sims esports driver in the 616 does have an issue, mechanical issues do happen here. You could have a sim failure, you could have an internet crash, you could have something that could potentially change the dynamic of this race. You could see a potential overtake. We are many laps away from calling this race official on any grand scheme of things. So we pitch this race, and everybody sells the 24 as if you're there at the finish, you have a chance to win it. And right at this moment, second place, Manetti Racing White in the 17 machine of the GTP still has an opportunity. Only 3 laps behind the leader in Kraus in the 73. Still has chances. There was a driver change actually just now in the 17 P2 in the GTPs. Everybody has a chance at this moment to potentially walk out of here an iRacing 24 winner.
Yeah, they do, and I mean, you know, you say it's 3 laps, but still that can change very, very quickly. All it takes is one incident for the car ahead of them. You know, you can hit the wall hard enough to take 10, 15 minutes out of the car, even an hour. You know, and I witnessed a sort of a friend's team in a previous race that we had with them here. They were driving the Ferrari 488, and they backed it into the wall at the bus stop. But they did it in just a way that the barrier clipped the engine, and it all went to pot. And I think they had like an hour and 45 repairs, but at that point they were running second in the race outright. We were in a lower split and didn't have any prototypes or anything, but it was all GT3 cars, and they were leading the split. Well, they were leading to begin with, then they ended up second, and this mistake put them pretty much out of contention completely, because they lost, well, a 24th of the race repairing the car. It's an entire stint and a bit, you know, and all it can take is one little wobble, especially in something mid-engined like the R8. The R8 can be so unhappy with its own rear end sometimes that it just throws itself at buildings, and it can just take the car to kick out like that at the bus stop on one lap, and all of a sudden race done. Consider how many laps they've done, and they've not had that happen yet. It's amazing.
It shows the level. It shows the level of practice and patience that comes in here. If you can hit that bus stop every time perfectly, if you can hit turn 1, if you can go to the International Horseshoe and hit it right, if you could come back onto the NASCAR banking in 3 and 4, you've done something right. Because that infield portion is unforgiving. You could lose about a second to a second and a half of that infield portion, if not more, if you're not careful. If you slide off and catch that grass, if you just make one little bobble going into a corner or coming out of a corner and slide off the racetrack, there's tire barriers there. There's a wall there that's not as forgiving as the tire barriers are. You see the slipstream right here with that 616 Justin Reischen trying to potentially save a little fuel, trying to take an extra stint or an extra couple laps out, utilizing all of this racetrack, sweeping over that white line and just getting the run through this infield portion.
Yeah, it's a great circuit to drive, even just on its own. You know, there's certain circuits all around the world that when you just drive one lap on its own, you think, no, this isn't that entertaining a circuit, or, you know, it doesn't feel that special. But because of the high speed here at Daytona, even in a low-powered car as well, maybe the banking could get a little bit boring, but when you're on this infield section, you know, you're using the power in so much of this lap. That's why it's important to save fuel around here as well. But it's just one of those circuits that whether you're on your own or whether you're in a massive pack of cars, whether you're doing a sprint race here that's only maybe half an hour, 20 minutes, or whether you're doing an endurance, it's a very versatile track and it just works so well. We were just looking there at the Pure Sims car, which is currently being driven by Justin Richardson. Car 616 for Pure Sims Esports, leading the LMP2 class by 2 laps at the minute. And there is the second place car in the pits right now, actually, the Seibelt Esports LMP2 Andrea Abati machine. Currently just making their stop, taking tyres as well. And something that we were discussing actually before, Terry, David and I were discussing about tyres. Some people were having much shorter stops when it comes to the tyres. We weren't sure whether they were taking 2 or not, but I wouldn't ever see a reason to take 2 tyres in a race like this. You'd always go for 4, wouldn't you?
I would personally. In the 6-hour race that I did, I double stinted my tires. The tires of the GT3 car actually allowed me to be a little faster later on down the road once the tires got some heat in them, but I was also running it at night. So it's a much different dynamic with what the temperature is when the sun's out versus when the sun's down. You get 23 degrees Celsius when the sun's down, depending on what the weather environment is around you. When that track's a little bit cooler, you're allowed to pick up a little bit more speed with those tires. You can cool them down while you're in the pits. But I would imagine with the sun out, with the LMP2 cars in general, it would be a 4-tire stop. Maybe they were trimming it down just a little bit, maybe a little less damage repair, or maybe just a little less fuel, trying to see, okay, I went 2 or 3 extra laps, let's pit. You take 2 or 3 laps less fuel than everybody else. Maybe shaves about a second and a half off potentially down that pit lane.
Yeah, it's all about chipping away at the tiny little increments, isn't it? Bit by bit over the course of a race. And sometimes it's not worth just taking the 2 tyres because obviously it unbalances the car a lot. Yes, you may save a couple of seconds in the pits, but that would only really work if it was one of the cars that gets jacked up on one side and then on the other, NASCAR style. You know, we used to run a league where you had to use the Kia Optima, and that car only gets jacked up on one side at a time. So people were just taking 2 tyres because that was the mandatory minimum in the stop. But the car would handle like absolute rubbish once they got back out on track. So some people just took 4, and it just made life easier because then you can just give it everything for the rest of your stint. And that would be the sort of main reason that you'd want to take 4 tyres in these stops as well. Fabio De Carmo's just done that as well by the look of it in the Texaco Racing by TK2 Dallara P217 LMP2 car. Easy for me to say, flipping out. As he comes out of the pits now, car 7, P7 in their class. They've got a couple of laps over Netrex Grand Prix behind them with Arkadiusz Newman driving that machine. And back on they go once again. A couple of very striking liveries in this split. Not all of the liveries have, of course, been submitted as the full team's liveries, but still, some of the iRacing ones, the basic sort of base liveries, they do look smashing, don't they, on this car?
Anything looks good on an LMP2. I don't think it really matters what livery they run. This car is just it's quite special when you think about what it looks like, the design of it. You can tell that's an LMP2. You don't have to take a second look. You don't have to guess. you know what it is. We zoom in on it right here. Look at that. It's just gorgeous. It's just one of the most gorgeous cars that you can put on a racetrack.
Yeah, it really is. It's a very, very pretty machine. And it's obviously something that really appeals to an aerodynamics nerd like me. I'm not, well, I say a nerd, I'm just a fanboy. I don't really know that much about aerodynamics. I just like the look of it. I like big wings and splitters and fins and things. Not too many, though, because they can ruin a car. I'm talking 2007, 2008 Formula 1 when they all had the stupid flicky bits on them. Anyway, Maxime Marot in the pit lane for the Maniti Audi. Doesn't go up on the jacks this time. It looks like it's just going to be a fuel stop and then straight back on with it. And, I mean, pit stops are not that long anymore. There used to be a chance to sort of stretch your legs a bit, didn't they, Terry? You could sort of get up and move around a bit, but you're only talking about 30 seconds, maybe a bit more for some of the GT cars. But it's really down to, again, we're at the sort of pinnacle of how quick pit stops can be in motorsport, and even in the sim, they're the same.
Well,
oh,
we have a blow up somewhere in here. If we heard that in our ear correctly.
I heard that.
that person's definitely going to get to stretch their legs. If that was the noise we normally got to hear, so they might be going to bed.
Oh, it was probably the BMW that sat in the pits there. Actually, there was a BMW for a moment, and in iRacing, there's always been this situation where if you do sit there long enough and the engine is sort of just sat not doing anything and not really properly running, it will blow up after a while, and it's down to something to do with how the oil pressure is calculated. And I think maybe it was that BMW. I think it was Patrick Richter in the relay sim racing machine. He's been back in the pits again since lap, oh, I don't know. Actually, he only did one lap and then went back into the pits. So yeah, I think it was just his car just showing everybody that it's given up the ghost.
Well, I think it would be almost time for nighty night for a lot of people. I'm sure they're counting down the time here. They're like, I'm ready to go to bed. I know I'm tired.
I bet you are.
Sure, if I wanted to stretch out 3 more hours, I'm sure I could find it in me. I've got another energy drink in the fridge. But you look at this race as a whole. We talked about it when I first came on the air with a lot of these drivers just logging laps. Even if they're multiple laps off this pace, finishing is half the battle. You know, a lot of these drivers can't say that they finished a 24-hour race, whether they competed all. The private label team hype driver is 794 laps in. Well, there's 3 hours to go. That's quite a bit more laps. Potentially looking at the 900 mark, if not more, at this time. So. If you are able to go out here and complete it, well, pat yourself on the back, because there's a lot of people around the globe at this hour that's looking at everybody watching it and going, I really wish that I would have wish I'd have stayed out there. I had an opportunity to potentially go up here and make some passes and get a free spot by some of the off-track incidents we've seen so far.
Yeah, that's it. I think if you finish the race, then you know it's such a relief. I think we had there was a friend of mine who had a team, and they were over 100 laps down on the leader of their class from like the very start. They had an incident right at the start of the race, and it was a massive shunt, and it was unfortunately one where the physics of iRacing took over and they got launched into space, and the car was absolutely written off. And yeah, it said that it could fix it, but I think they lost like an hour and 50 minutes within the first 2 hours of the race. But they carried on. They did the whole thing. They said, look, we've put aside the time for the weekend to do this. We're not going to get a result. They said even if we'd have won the thing, we wouldn't have sort of won any prizes or anything for it, you know. Yeah, we'd have had something nice to shout about, but let's just do it. Let's just carry on. And all they did was basically set themselves targets based on the relative pace and relative position to the other cars, and they figured out they would have probably, if everything would have panned out and would have been in the same situation, obviously you can't calculate what the traffic would have been like and so on, but they would have ended up like 3rd or 4th or something. And you know, they took a lot away from that, and that's the thing. They found so much celebration in the fact that they made it to the end of the race despite the earlier incident. They had no more major incidents from that point onwards. You've just got to find the joy in it. We're coming back to the whole point that, you know, we're here because we love it and we want to be. In events like this, you've got to finish them because you want to. You know, you've got to have that want, that desire to get to the end of it.
Well, I don't know how much of the top split side that you have watched so far, but I told Connery early on in the event, Chill Blast, Williams Esports Chill Blast, not in the lead, was not running up front, had a bit of an issue. I was like, I wouldn't necessarily count that car out. Currently holds a 32-second lead. So you think about that if you look up and down this this leaderboard, and there's people probably tuning in going, this race is over. There's no way that something can happen. You can get a speeding penalty here and sit on pit road. That gives a lap back to somebody, and we could potentially see a flip in position. You could get a bunch of off tracks real quick, or catch that grass one time and it slides you off the racetrack, and we get the damage that's going to sit there. You never can count yourself out if you're still in striking distance of that lead. We've seen numerous times in the actual 24-hour race that you could be 2 hours away. Well, brake failure, engine blows up, something happens inside the internal cockpit of that car that falls off the pace. Chip Ganassi had a massive issue a couple years back where driver led most of the race. That team just went out there and put a spanking on them. Well, didn't win the race. They didn't win the race in the last 5 hours. You wake up in the morning and you go, oh, they're still leading.
Yeah.
And then you sit there and you watch it. It's like, oh, an hour later, they're not leading no more. They're on pit road. People are rushing down to the car going, what happened? We had a whole lap lead on everybody. And then, well, that lap lead's gone, and then you're a lap down, and then you come back out on the racetrack eventually, and you're not making that time up with an hour to go. 3 hours is a long time around this racetrack with a lot of mistakes that can still be made on any of these drivers' part. Even if the 73 of private label Team Hype has put everything together every single lap for 796 laps, it only takes one lap to screw up, and that one lap could be in the next minute or it could be in the next hour.
Well, that's it. It can just take a single miscommunication in a moment like this. You know, an LMP car overtaking a GT3 car as well, or even a GTP and an LMP2. It can happen no matter what you are overtaking on the circuit, and all it takes is for one of you to think, oh, I'm going to go this way. And then the other driver thinks, I'm also going to go this way. And all of a sudden you've made contact, and you never know what can happen from then on, whether other cars and other people get involved, or whether both of you end up in the barrier. You could end up rolling it. It's so fickle, is motorsport. But that's why we love it. That's why it's entertaining. You know, we sit here and we are waiting for its change. The battles are obviously still going on as well, which we are looking at here. We've got Maxime Marriott in the number 78 Maniti Racing Audi. Now, they're not chasing that ATRS Mercedes 4 position. However, that is the third-placed car in GTD. And you can see backs off gently before giving it a kiss, giving it a bump draft down the banking. As one of the BMWs calls it very late. Goes across the front of the Merc down the inside, and there's nearly contact with is that the Pure Sims car in front? That's the lead LMP2, I think, as well. That could have been dramatic, but there you go. That's one of those moments. If the Mercedes driver then would have just lost the rear end or got on the brakes too hard or not enough in trying to stabilise the car, that could have been a complete game changer, couldn't it?
It could have absolutely turned this race upside down. And you called it perfectly when we went on board here with the 78 machine. And that slight little lift, I'll say this to all people that are watching. When the iRacing Daytona 500 happens, that's how you bump draft. Don't wreck me turn one, lap one, because you think you just have to go up there and knock the piss out of me. No. Burp that throttle, touch the bumper, and let's ride. I don't need you beating the back door in, trying to wreck me every lap. We don't have to win it on lap one. Just like right here. Just you'll see the slipstream right here all down the back. They'll come out of the bus stop. Hopefully the 78 gets a good entry, cuts it, perfect, and then you'll see this slipstream. Oh, almost lost it there too, but you'll see the slipstream here. It'll stand going through 3 and 4 here on this oval. gets a very good draft, and by the time they get to the entrance to the pit lane, you'll see this bump. It's going to happen, and just listen. Gorgeous.
Yeah.
That's how you bump at Daytona.
It really is. That was really nice stuff. And that's the thing, you know, drivers at this level, they've done enough of it. They know exactly what they're doing. They go all the way up high to that wall on the right-hand side before letting the car make its way down. Really open up turn one, even more so. Now we've got two fantastic-looking machines. Sans front bumper on the Mercedes. Looking very, very good right now. And at the end of the day, this number 78 Maniti car, they know that if they just sat in front of that Mercedes, they'd be the one giving them slipstream the whole time. And they're not in direct competition with them at this moment in time. They're a good... Well, actually, to be fair, they're only one... Well, maybe a lap and a bit behind. Actually, no, it is literally one lap and then the gap that we see here, isn't it? Because they're not classed as a full lap down on them yet. They're not a lap down on the car ahead either. I think... Oh, no, sorry, it is 2 laps. My apologies. It is 2 laps that they are down on them. But there's no point them trying to overtake them. They may as well just sit there, use the slipstream, keep the lap times up by doing so, and save a bit of fuel. It's all good. And we've now, actually, before we've even known it, Terry, we've gone to less than 3 hours left of this race in the 2023 iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona Split 2.
And it's weird to think that I got an hour left, and then we passed it back over to the people who started this to close this show out for us. We take a look at the overall race leader here in the 73 of Philip Kraus, the private label Team Hype. This thing has just been on absolute rails. It's done everything, and I don't know if this livery was what they sent in, but I like the RaceSpot paint on that. Looks like my R04 without the Tennessee Volunteer colors on it.
Yeah, it looks smart, doesn't it? It's got that sort of, it's almost like a night sky with a slight sunset on the front end of it as well. Very, very elegant. Here's another elegant car. The Pure Sims machine looks like it'd be a mainly black car with white accents on it from the front, but then you see it from the side and it's technically white and blue. Lovely looking machine. Pure Sims always running this sort of metallic blue with a sort of matte white, and there is actually a pattern within that white as well. You might be able to pick up on it in certain shots, but yeah, it's a glorious, glorious looking machine, and all of their cars are, to be fair. They run the esports colours as well. They're sort of top level esports drivers have the sort of day-glow yellow highlights on their cars, and the non-esports drivers just run the white and blue and black, so you can really tell who are the standout drivers in their teams. And that is the 616, the 116 also running in this race. Here is the race leader in GTD, the glorious Marla Racing team car. You can see the BS Competition zebra down the side of it as well. Fantastic decal. It almost looks like a sort of American football team logo, doesn't it, that zebra? I love it. It's really cool.
It does. Looks like the New York Football Jets colors out here on this car with a nice livery here. I believe we're going to go take a replay here.
Oh,
just pulls off. What had happened? Oh, just loses all brake, locks it.
That's like some sort of, yeah. It's either a hardware failure or he's missed his stop, and he's decided that, well, I can't complete this lap, so I may as well just pull it over now, tow it back to the pits because we're going to do it anyway, and save the, save the 1 hour, or not 1 hour, save the 1 minute or so that he could sort of drag it out by driving the rest of the lap. Not sure, but still, hopefully we can find out what happened to that car. But that's one of the downsides, I'm afraid, to sim racing, is that when something happens like that, you can't always find out. You can't physically see what the problem is. We can't jump to an onboard camera and see the driver sort of trying to figure out if his wheel's gone, or if there's something electrical going on with the car. You've just got to try and guess from the outside and base it on circumstance. We either have hardware failures or some sort of fuel miscalculation to call upon at the moment. But it's a shame to see that, though. They are back in the pits and will now obviously work as hard as they can to get back out there. But that was the Axion Motorsports black car that we've not seen much of at all in this race, and they were running third, but they do have 11 laps over the car behind them, so a safe gap.
Yeah, plenty of gap here to make it work.
Sorry, that's the Axion black car. Apologies, I got the wrong one, didn't I? Was that Mohamed Janko in the Apex Tech machine then that was having the problem? It was, wasn't it? 'Cause it was the number 9.
Indeed.
My bad. Sorry. Even I'm tired, and I've only done 2.5. I've only done 3 hours. I'm still shattered.
Hey, I'm still gonna make that attempt at the whole 24. I got a year. I got 364 days to pitch that to Hugo and Arjuna. And maybe if we could find sponsorship for Split 2 for all 24 on this side, we'll see. We'll see how that works.
Yeah, man, that'd be cool to see.
You know, we'll find a group of crazy misfits like me that just goes, yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
I'm holding my hand up, mate.
Yeah, well, there might be somebody. There's people crazy enough to come out here and attempt it. I'm sure we can. I think next year's iRacing 24 is going to be bigger than this one. I know that sounds a little far-fetched, but there's a lot of buzz around sim racing and esports. The college series is picked up. The Coke series is coming back. There's more racing to be out there and to be just enjoyed by so many other people. And
yeah,
I think by next year we're going to see a mass influx of people wanting to get into this and realizing that there's a lot that can happen over this time. It's a real testament to how hard iRacing has worked to make this product the best thing possible. It's right here. We got, I believe that's #1 machine of Woods, who's out here catching a bit of a draft, trying to get up here and see if maybe they could work together to cut in on that one lap.
Yeah, it's interesting actually. The Audi has now got in front of the Mercedes. So before we were saying about the Audi sitting just behind and making the most of that slipstream, and now it's the Mercedes that is getting said slipstream. Maybe the Audi feels like they were just being held up a little bit too much. I mean, they're not really in a prime position in the class. They're half a minute off the VG Racing esports car of Lucas Dorgard in front. So they've still got a position to gain, but it's not going to put them into like a podium spot or anything like that. So they've not got a massive amount to fight for at this stage, unfortunately. But still, you've got to push on. You never know what can come your way in these races. We've said it all the way through so far. And we have 2 hours, 52 minutes left on the clock now before this race comes to a close. It will be Peter and Zach that will be taking the final 2 hours, and as Terry rightfully pointed out, they were the guys that started this second split stream yesterday. And obviously asking how they get on. It's great to see Zach Sweeney back in commentating actually. I remember when Zach came to me for a bit of feedback a while ago on Instagram, and it's great to see how he's fledged into more of a commentator and improved and continued to do so. It's fantastic to see him working with RaceSpot as well. And I believe when we see Peter, it will be Mr. Mackay that will be jumping in. The sultry tones, the beautiful Peter Mackay. I work with Peter on the Porsche Club of Great Britain Sim Racing series here on RaceSpotTV, which just started again this week, gone. And I don't think we've ever got through a broadcast together without at least one of us absolutely falling apart laughing, because some of the puns that we combine are quite... I don't want to blow my own horn with that and say they're impressive, but honestly, me and Peter have ourselves in bits. Morgan Butler in the chat from Pure Sims as well. Good to see you, mate. Hope you're doing all right. And we've got, well, a bunch of traffic here actually for our race leader, Terry. They're just about to enter into a very busy racetrack, aren't they?
Well, and this is going to be the great equalizer to a lot of these teams out here. You're all going to catch traffic. You obviously catch them right here coming out of the International Horseshoe. You're going to go down here, take this left-hander, set yourself up. Don't catch that grass. Got a little too wide right there, but was able to save it. And by the time you get back to the banking, you'll then begin to understand, okay, I know I'm faster. Go to the outside here. You'll make this sweeper, get it back onto the racetrack, and this is where you can make your passes and not losing a lot of time either. You see the gap that's there, is able to go in. Everybody respectfully moves up out of the groove, wants to give the race leader in the faster car an opportunity to go by. I mean, I've seen a lot of fast drivers. I think if this 73 private label tube height was in the top split itself, I think they got something. They have a piece. I mean, a 131.1 around here, just flat out been away from a lot of people for a lot of this race.
Yeah,
I think they could have been a good contender up here in the split above.
absolutely. Yeah, I think they definitely could have been. Joshua Chin, who we were watching before, was driving like an absolute madman. It was fantastic to see. And again, just to watch the pace of that car through the bus stop, it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. But they are doing very, very well. 3 laps ahead of Maniti Racing White in second place at the moment. That does fluctuate a bit based on the pit stops. They've got Krzysztof Maliszewski in the car at the moment in second place, but they're still doing a solid job as well. And as Morgan has pointed out in the YouTube chat, Pure Sims Esports putting in a hell of a lot of effort, and they really deserve that P1 spot at the moment in this second split. So smashing job by them. We look here at car 317, which is the NB Esports team. Artem Grigorian at the wheel of this one. 5th place at the moment for them in their category. And they have the class leaders just in front of them now for some of that tasty slipstream. Good to see Andy Fox in the chat as well. Been racing with Andy for quite a while now on iRacing. He's raced in a number of leagues that I've put on. It's good to see you, mate. Hope you're doing all right. Hope your team is doing well as well. Of course, Brabham Esports. They are in this race in 6th position in their class. James Armstrong at the wheel, as I told David before. He's very good at Rocket League, is James, with his teammate Yanis Albert. They're very good in doubles. But we have a bit more action going on now, actually, Terry. Teams are starting to sort of magnetise towards each other a little bit. And, of course, they're starting to meet more and more lap traffic, which is affecting the pace of everybody. It's really good.
Yeah, that they are. You take a look here at the NB Esports team with Artem behind the wheel, that 317. You have to be careful where you find this lap traffic. You don't want to find them in the wrong spot. You want to make sure you're able to navigate the traffic as flawlessly as possible. Get yourself back to the exit of the corner without missing a portion. If you try to take something straight when you know you have to take it wide, you're going to lose a lot of time. You're going to probably lock it up, maybe miss your braking point, not understanding, okay, this is where this is going to go at this exact point in time. But we're starting to see a shift with 2:48 left on this clock, where I don't know if you paid attention too close down there to that GTD class. That gap closed in for just a split second, and it started to marginalize out. Then it started to go a little bit further and further up. Now it's starting to work itself back down. So that class, that race is not over. The top 2 in GTP and LMP2 is looking pretty good, but the driver of the 5 machine at this moment, David Toth, doing a markup job in that machine, able to go out here and lay some blistering times down and start to put the pressure on the race leader in the 11 machine.
Yeah, absolutely. Almost within a minute at the moment, and then ATRS Esports are just over a minute behind them. Then there's only a minute and a half to Pure Sims Esports, and when you consider that they've been doing 21 hours of racing to only be separated by a minute, it's just remarkable. And again, comes back to the point we were making before about how endurance racing has changed in time. It's no longer about saving the car and looking after it. They have become 6, 12, 24-hour sprint races. You know, it's just out and out pace constantly with no let-up whatsoever, and it really does go to show that modern race car reliability is incredible, because I think if all the drivers were trying to give it every single moment they've got for 24 hours in the past, you'd never get anyone finish the races. It'd just be last man standing, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, if you decide to make an all-out brawl in one of these things, I would pay to see it. I think that'd be a very interesting 24 if you just said, hey, go do what you want, we'll figure it out later. That would be pretty fun. But for a lot of these teams, we're right here with the 5. You think back after you finish this race. If you finish second or you finish third, and you go, where did I lose a ton of time? And a lot of these teams use the telemetry, use a lot of data that puts them in a different ballpark for next year. They're going to start calculating what the next race is going to be. You know, they're going to start going into, okay, we got to prepare for this race now. But around Thanksgiving time frame, everybody starts focusing on this one. You put all those times in, and you look back at what last year provided. And you go, okay, we messed up. We pitted 2 laps sooner than what we should have. We were on a different cycle. We could go this many laps this time. And it's going to set a strategy next season that's going to put, I think second split's going to be even tougher than what it is now. I wouldn't be too surprised if we look here at the iRating side of this and we go, okay, everybody's a 6K or a 7K or an 8K in second split, and then you go down to your third split and you start finding 4s and 5s and 6s. A lot more competition is going to arise to the top, which is going to make a whole lot better racing for us. It'll make a whole lot better racing with the rest of the field. And I think that's why I go back to the point that I think the iRacing 24 next season to start the 2024 calendar of the iRacing special events is just going to be just remarkable from top down at every split. Hopefully it's 90 plus next year.
Well, yeah, you never know. I mean, we could see so many teams sign up. I think when we, unfortunately, but admittedly, had the issues in 2020 and then 2021, the amount of teams that signed up, it was just ridiculous, and it's no surprise there was problems, to be honest with you. But I think that it's been great to see that the event has remained so popular. It's every single time that we come back to this, it doesn't really lose any traction. I want to come back to a point you made earlier, though, about next year's being even bigger, and I agree, because I think there was obviously the initial peak of sim racing doing an amazing and standout job in 2020, obviously through the COVID pandemic. It still retained that in 2021. But then obviously there's that sort of second wave coming now, isn't there? There's that bit of aftershock where people have gone away from it after life has returned to normal a bit. And now they're coming back and saying, you know what, I enjoyed that, and we're gonna go and do that again. And I think that we do definitely have that second wave coming, as you mentioned.
Well, and I'm not going to shoot a shot at anything, but if you look at the world of console games, or you look at the world of sim sports as a whole, there's one distinctive leader. There's a reason that if you walk into any race shop worldwide, whether it's in the UK, whether it's a Formula One shop, whether it's an IMSA shop or a NASCAR shop, or a World of Outlaw type shop, they're on iRacing. You can walk up and down at your local short track here in America. You can walk down to a road course in the UK, and you can say, hey, where do you put most of your practice in? And they're going to say, oh, I drive on iRacing. It was humbling and amazing to walk up and down the pit roads at Southern National here in America and say, hey, where do you practice? As you look at the 23 here, bus stop starting to bite, and goodbye.
Yeah.
But everybody said iRacing. Everybody said iRacing. There was not one person that said, oh, I just, I get the practice here at the racetrack. They was all like, yep, we drive these cars on iRacing. This is what helps us set this car to pieces and get it together. And that it speaks volumes of the detail, the effort, and the time consumed that the wonderful people at iRacing have scanning these racetracks, scanning these cars, getting everything down to the fraction of an inch to make these things as realistic as possible. And it's an absolute honor and privilege to be one of the commentators, to be a part of this.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a hell of an all-round product, and I think the fact that we have the stability to be able to go racing for this long and just enjoy it in such a realistic manner. The way it looks, the way it broadcasts. I've always said this about iRacing, that in terms of all the sims out there, there's always this topic comes up on broadcasts, and every sim has its pros and cons. I don't want to start an argument about what sim's best, but when it comes to the broadcasting side, I've always find that iRacing, it's got this natural look about it in the way that the cars move around in shot, the way they behave. And I was told recently it's down to a render delay, so obviously it takes all of the information and obviously displays it to the drivers themselves who make it all work and so on. But the actual sims that they're racing in, it takes a second delay to then be broadcasted to anyone that's spectating the session or anyone else that's out there, and that's what we get to see. And I think because of that, that's why it all looks so smooth, and everyone, you know, all the cars, they all move in such a natural way. It's just, it makes for excellent viewing in the end, and of course, better broadcasts here on RaceSpotTV.
It also helps that RaceSpotTV is, I'll throw it out there and say it. I'll be boastful for RaceSpot. It's the world premier leader in sim broadcast. Just so many different assets get brought to it. You think of the amazing producers we have over here. You could not pay me enough to do their job. Raphael, you could not pay me enough to sit here and click buttons and find action and find, make sure the liveries are there, make sure the cameras are in order, make sure this is done. You could not give me enough money to sit there and do that, because it's not something that it's not something that's in my wheelhouse to understand. But you think of Hugo, you think of Arjuna, you think of Raphael, you think of all these great producers, you think of Connery, that can sit there and make these broadcasts, Joshua Lee as well, that can make these broadcasts look as professional as possible. One of my district manager here at my job is a big motorhead, loves watching racing. He watched RaceSpot for the first time for PRL on Wednesday night. And every one of them, when I came back to work on Thursday, said, I thought that was real. And it made me feel so proud of this company. It made me feel proud of the work that we do over here. And it just makes it feel special that people realize and go, man, I thought that was real. I thought I was about to watch a real broadcast on a real TV network. And it's like, it is real. Because people are dedicating their time and energy and passion to do this. There's real emotion in this. If you wreck me on lap 1, I promise you'll get a different me than what you get in a booth. You'll get a whole different me than you get on this microphone. You're going to get the microphone lit up, but it's going to be me saying something that you know, you're not going to like. And I'll be honest with you, I got a bit of a temper. And I'm the same way in a booth. If I see somebody wreck somebody intentionally, I'm going to go, well, that was dumb. I don't know why you did it.
Well, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, sometimes it's better to always say it how it is, and I respect that. Fair play. Fair play to you. The thing is that, you know, we all enjoy doing this here at RaceSpotTV, and we all do it, again, for the love of it. That's why we're here at the end of the day. And I think that the producers themselves, you know, they have such a big job to do, because not only can they can't just look at the pictures and talk like we do. You know, we get the easy bit when we just commentate away. But you know, I've produced and commentated at the same time, and still continue to do so. And it's not an easy job. I don't do it quite on the level that anyone at RaceSpot does. I use separate software and you know, do it all differently. But the way that a RaceSpot broadcast is put together is just amazing. You know, I've seen a lot of the behind the scenes stuff. Some of the guys have shown us how it's done behind the scenes before, and it's just excellent viewing. It really does make for some good viewing, and I think there are potentially still some of the behind the scenes videos about. Actually, I'm not quite sure whose like Twitch channel or YouTube channel they might be on, but they're definitely worth looking at, because they are so good. You really do get a good just idea of how busy you are when you're behind the scenes working like this.
Well, I mean, it trains you for the real world stuff too. When the first racetrack I went to actually work alone, I was like, oh, this is weird. Glad I did it. I'm glad I did it, but it's like, my chair at home is a lot more comfortable than this chair. And it is, but I don't know. There's something about the pageantry of this 24 race that makes you want to do more endurance races.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You can only do them here.
Yeah, I suppose it's yeah. I know what you mean. I can't elaborate much more than that, to be honest with you. You're absolutely right. But I think there's certain aspects to broadcasting on iRacing and the way that we've got so many, I don't know, there's just so many different categories of racing, so many leagues, and, you know, just because there's one league that does GT3 racing, you know, it doesn't mean that it's the only one in the world. You know, there's so many people running leagues and doing their own thing, and it's just great fun to watch because you get different levels of it all within the same category, if that makes sense. I might have gone on a big old tangent here, but you know what I mean, though. It's just, we're spoilt rotten by choice here at iRacing, and yeah, it's great to be a part of any broadcaster that takes part of that, but most specifically RaceSpotTV.
Well, it gives us a great opportunity to thank our wonderful producer here for our stint, because without the wonderful pictures that were given to us here, well, I don't know what I'm saying when it comes to this. I can't look at a picture and follow along, but a lot of these drivers, like the one we're looking at now, the overall leader of the LMP2 class, who's just, I mean, just sheer, I will say sheer dominance to lap all the way up and be on your own lap, doing your own thing over here, just having a good time. And well, it's kind of a good feeling to have that you're one lap up and you can kind of slow that pace down just a little bit. You don't have to do anything wild. You don't have to drive into that bus stop any deeper. You can just kind of relax back just a little bit as P2's down pit lane.
Is indeed. This is Andrea Abati in the Sabel Esports LMP2 car, coming in for yet another stop. Now, based on the fuel, these LMP2 cars, they only tend to last about 40 minutes, don't they? They don't actually do the full sort of hour stint that you might see from other cars. They're in a lot more often than some of the other classes that we see, and that's what makes them quite interesting to race against, because they're always so out of sync that you can never really keep up with what they're doing. You know, they spend a lot of time in the pits though, and well, especially when they're pestering you out on track, it can be a bit of a lifeline if you want to just get them out of the way for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Jets are going to drop 2 laps, and then we'll wait for Philip Schiff to come down here in the next. We'll see. We're 7 laps in on that stint, so they're about a 6-lap difference. Was what will separate them. And you got to think here, if you're the 616, you just put a lap, you're about a half a track at this moment, or should be about a half a lap ahead. Since 43 seconds on the pit stop, put the lap down about 30 seconds ago. So now we'll have the opportunity to see potentially where the 616 sits and goes in, and there is the 59 machine. That would be the 3rd place driver. A couple laps here off the pace, it's 1 lap, or actually on the same lap as the 15. So we'll see here. Shortly we'll be seeing that 59. It's 22 laps on this stint. So here in about 18 or so laps, we'll see this car come in. But this is an opportunity with the lower fuel load. You burn off some of that fuel to go out here and attempt to run as many qualifying style laps as you could potentially run. Try to get the slipstream off any driver that you can through the high banks, and well, try to close in on that gap now, so down the road you can.
Yeah, again, it's all down to the situation at the time and how you manage it. You know, I think the problem for some of them is that they're running out of time now. We've got 2.5 hours left of this race to go. And it's only half an hour now, Terry, until we hand over. It's gone very, very quickly, but they do say time flies when you're having fun, don't they?
Yeah, time flies when you're tired too. You blink in a second, and you're already ready to fall asleep. I had my trusty nap here on the floor, and yeah, that alarm goes off real quick. Luckily, I don't have to work today. I think that's the real positive. I know I'll wake up and attempt to finish doing the chores, so my wife doesn't have to. She gets to just, you know, take a breather for the next couple weeks. So, I'll pick up the slack as much as possible. So 24 hours, take care of wife. Hopefully go to bed after some NFL playoff games.
Well, they say happy wife, happy life, don't they, Terry?
Well, you know, I don't think you. I don't think many people understand that one.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not very good at that bit either. But still, we've got not long to go at all, and it's been another intriguing stint because we've got teams chasing one another, closing the gap slightly. Looking at the gaps right now, actually, between second and third in LMP2, we actually only have 7.5 seconds. So Saybelt Esports LMP2 are, what, 7.6-ish seconds clear of TNT Racing right now. We look again at our race leader, Philip Kraus, just going through the bus stop, and he makes his way around the banking once again. And what a fantastic, fantastic run they're having. It's just endless, absolutely endless for them. They just continue to keep up this incredible pace, each of their drivers. It's not even been like there's one single weak link or anything in the team, you know what I mean? They're just continuously piling these laps in, and it's just excellent to watch.
Yeah, it really fits into the mold of when you surround yourself with like-minded people, you surround yourself with like-minded talent. Iron sharpens iron. So if you put a driver in there that's maybe a little weaker than, you know, say Philip Kraus, that pace backs down a little bit, but they can always help you elevate yourself, give you that rabbit, or give you that carrot to chase. And every single one of these drivers that have jumped behind the wheel of that 73, the balance was just absolutely on point. They were able to send it. They're able to send it a little deeper in the bus stop than most. They're able to take the left and the right handers a little bit better on that infield. The speed. I mean, you see just the sheer speed and downforce that's on that machine. You'll feel the roar when they come by here. It's mind-blowing. There are 3 laps here with 2.5 hours to go.
Yeah, it's bonkers, isn't it, really? The how close they can be, considering how long the race has been run. And I think that we are, well, subject to any issues for some of these teams later on. Touch wood, they don't have them. We want it, obviously, to be a fair fight as much as possible. But if they do have any problems, then, well, it's certainly going to make the race an interesting place to be in that last hour, because it's going to be scary for some of the teams having to put up with it and having to just make it through, really, because let's face it, you have to make some quick decisions in these situations, and it's never easy to make them and then, well, even pull off any ideas that you've got, you know, to actually go out there and execute them and complete the race in a manner that fits said plan.
My only plan would be pit when it tells me to pit, and that's it, and just miss all the traffic. I will say my first attempt to run this, to run a 6-hour race around here, to attempt to try to say, okay, yeah, I think I'll run the 24. I got hit by every single GTP and LMP2 in the event. Pretty sure every one of them was like, hey, you need to move. And I didn't know any better, so yeah, I got bullied really fast in the road side of things, which is also why I don't run official roads. I go to leagues and make some practice laps and attempt to run them, because there's one thing I've learned in iRacing: don't make the road community mad at you.
Yeah, it can be pretty savage at times, but at the end of the day, it's just because people are passionate, and that's the best thing about it, you know. If people didn't care enough to let emotion get involved, then, you know, you'd question why everyone was doing it. At the end of the day, I think it's great that we do have such a passionate community, especially here at iRacing. You know, everyone's as involved as they can be, and they put a lot into it. They put everything into it. It's good to see. We've got a couple of drivers and teams that might put everything into this here. Actually, we've got the Maniti Audi just in front of the Mercedes, and then we also have one of the, I'm trying to figure out which of the BMWs that was that number 12, the Boots and VDS Undercut Silver car by Thomas Cuvillier? I mean, he's 531 laps down, but still, he's lapping out there. We'll get an idea of the, no, we won't. I was going to say we'll get an idea of the number, but no, clearly not. But still, we've got a couple of cars out there that are circulating a good couple of 100 laps behind cars ahead of them, and still they've got that determination to carry on. Fair play to them.
Yeah, I think we got the 12 machine. Thomas Colivier is 531 down. Stefan Kemmens is 353 down. There's a lot of laps that's behind that we can see. And take a look at this on board here. Trying to navigate through. Hopefully trying to sit here and just ride behind the 78 machine.
Lovely noise, isn't it? The V8 engine in the Mercedes. Makes a good old racket as there goes the Pure Sims car on the right. Boy, look how close these guys get to each other. And there's another LMP2 coming down the inside as well. Oh, nearly had to back out of it there. That was the 59 car, third place actually. And the pit stops have basically spread them out now. That's Anne Medema in the 59 TNT racing car in third place. It's a shame that that battle has spread out slightly, but still, I think we've got some interesting traffic scenarios here that could definitely wake them up. That's safe to say.
Definitely woke us up going right there. You see it in the rear view where drivers are getting a whole lot closer to the break-in zone than what they would necessarily would if it was a little earlier. Frustration starting to build. Maybe you're not having the race that you wanted, and you're in a faster car. Lap traffic then becomes a bit of a nuisance, but you make it work. You keep your emotions in check. You don't want to get overly hyped up with 2:24 to go, because if you do, then unfortunately, well, you find yourself in an issue where you're on the hook, you're on pit road, you're fixing a ton of damage, and well, your race is over and you just pretty much threw an entire night's worth of work away because you got a little anxious and got mad. That was a big slip up by the 78, almost ended in disaster for both of them.
Yeah, and again, it's just down to maybe a bit of miscommunication here and there, or just a move that's not quite as well calculated as other drivers would have wanted. It can happen oh so quickly that it all goes wrong, and it all just comes down to what everyone determines to be right at the time, I guess. I mean, there's no right or wrong way to do it all the time, but still, I think we've got a very good prospect with these two cars here together, especially with the amount of traffic that's going through them as well. That's the thing. We've got a lot of traffic coming past these two cars, but no matter what, they make it work all the time, don't they? They're actually doing an outstanding job to be in this close proximity lap after lap without anything really shaking it up.
Especially with a not team car, you have to have a lot of confidence in somebody that you're not necessarily talking to on a consistent basis, maybe sitting in a Discord with them. Most people who are not teammates are not going to sit there and share strategies with the other, but being able to push as much as possible and get that little bit of draft, and get that suck all the way up to them and just stay on their back bumper all the way through the corner, tuck out when you need to breathe, go back in, say, hey, I'm going to push you on your right rear, or hey, I'm going to try to swing over to your left rear real quick, try to just give you a little bit of a shot to help you pick up some speed, maybe get you back around, help me help you type situation, help me potentially catch that driver ahead of me, and I'll, maybe return the favor to you down the road.
Yeah, for sure. Sharing is caring, as they say, and I think the with the slipstream, they need to make sure that they're not, I don't know, you just, regardless of who it is, you need to be careful that you're not always giving other teams slipstream for that long. You need to just look after your own race. As much as it's beneficial sometimes to sit there and get the slipstream from others, you can't just, I don't know, you just can't let yourself get complacent. That's the word I was trying to use before, actually. Complacent. There we go, it's finally come around. But it's so easy to just fall into a rhythm and not, I don't know, just lose sight of your own race. I'm really struggling for words at this point, but you know what I mean. You can easily lose sight for your own race and how just a moment or a couple of laps sitting behind another car in slipstream can affect that. And I think keeping that in the front of your mind is very, very important.
Do you think by next year we're going to see the windshield wiper actually getting used? I think we'll see rain on the sim.
Oh, I hope so. I really do hope so, and I think it'd be great to see that. And I just really, and to be honest, I've got confidence in iRacing employing that in the best way, and I think knowing that they will make it work in a good way. You know, I think one of the scary things about bringing it in is that there could just be so many problems with it, with who gets what grip and when, and you know, just it sounds like it would be simple stuff, but it's really not. And you know, you need to make sure that the track is drying out and being affected in the same way for everybody. And yeah, there's so much more hard work that comes in with that. I think we will get it. I really hope that iRacing get it right, because I feel that if there is any issues with it, then I just hate to think about the sort of the complaining that there would be, because we all know that it's very easy to look at something that doesn't work, and you know, you can get really frustrated at that. But when the amount of work that goes into it to make it right, and how difficult it is to get right, you've got to appreciate that every single time. And I think that sometimes people again lose sight of that, you know, just how much time it all takes to get right. But yeah, I sincerely hope we do get it. What about you? Do you think that it will be ready in time?
Oh, I hope so. It might actually make me want to run the race even more. I mean, it's the most realistic thing as possible. You know, we obviously know South Florida has a potential of rain in any given moment. You can snap your fingers and it's raining. It could be raining in one part of the track but not raining in the other. And it could definitely change how drivers approach this race, how drivers approach any road race, where you could potentially be at Long Beach and it starts to rain. Okay, well, you got to stop for rain tires. You know, you're right with a lot of components that's going to go into it. Is okay, if it does start raining, are rain tires going to be an option? Are the tires going to be multi, you know, faceted, or am I going to be able to use the same tire that I started on even if it starts raining? Is that grip going to pick up? What's it going to do to the track? Is it going to cool it down quite a bit? Is it going to move the rubber off? Are we going to get a green track? Are the tires going to get hotter at this point when we start to do, you know, it starts to dry out, it starts to get a little bit more humid, you're drying the track out actively and you're burning the tire up even more when you get to a dry spot and then you have to hit a wet. I have full confidence iRacing is going to get it right, which is why they haven't employed it yet. Because if I was putting a team to do anything, like when they made the World of Outlaw video game, absolutely smashed. An absolute phenomenal game, and they put a lot of work and a lot of time into it, and they got it right. And I have full confidence that iRacing is going to get the rain right. And who knows? Maybe we'll see more higher profile names come in to run this 24 race down the line, and potentially just want to enjoy the first experience with the rain.
Yeah, I think it would be it'd be a good influx of people for sure. I think there will be a lot of people that want to jump on that straight away just to see what it's like. And I think that it's quite an interesting dynamic, because there's going to be so many people that want to experience the rain in iRacing, but there's going to be so many people that don't like how difficult it's going to make things. And you know, there's always that balance within sim racing, isn't there? Of you want the difficulty, you want the challenge, you want the realism. But sometimes if you just want to enjoy yourself, it's not easy to enjoy something that's absurdly difficult. I think that it could very easily turn that way, couldn't it?
Well, everybody gets mad when they suck at something. You know, I'll be the rude awakening for people. Don't jump into it without practicing. Let it be difficult. Like let it be hard until you figure it out. And then if you can't figure it out, don't whine about it. You know, don't go on Twitter and blah, 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 blah. Well, just because you are not good at it doesn't mean that it's bad.
Yeah.
It adds a playing field that's going to be different. If you want to tell your friends and your family and everybody else to watch, because it's the most realistic thing, and people get opportunities from iRacing to go race real life cars, well, you have to be good at all of it. And just because I can't finish higher than 10th because of the rain, don't blame the rain. Blame yourself. Look at you and go, well, I couldn't finish I couldn't finish higher than 10th because I didn't practice hard enough, or I wasn't good enough to do it at this time. And that's the one thing that irritates me with real racers and sim racers is, I just can't get out of the 20s. Well, do you practice? No.
There you go.
Do you talk to people and try to get information from them? No. All right, then stop whining. It's you. It's not them.
Is this the Terry you mentioned earlier that says it how it is?
Oh yeah. Hey, see, the thing is I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to pamper anybody and tell them anything different. You don't get to a level where these Coke drivers or these major road teams, you don't get to their level without putting in the work, without making an effort to make yourself better. And it frustrates me with people from going to a 9-to-5 job. Oh, well, I don't know how to do this. Okay. Are you willingly trying to learn? And if you don't willingly try to learn, then you're the problem. And it's not the things around you. It's you.
Yeah.
People don't look at it like that.
No, it's easy to find the validation in looking at other factors, though. I mean, I can see where people come from with that, but yeah, I do agree that as the primary fleshy bit behind the wheel, you have to look at yourself as the driver, and just realise that you're the one in control of the car. You're the one that can adjust certain elements of it, and the one that can just rein it in by 10% if you need to, or just take that extra time to put more practice in. The car's not going to change that much. The car's not going to sort of throw itself into a different style of behaviour. You have to really just put the time in yourself. Anyway, we just need to quickly recap where we're at in this race then. 2 hours and 13 and a half minutes left to go now. Not long until we will hand over to our wonderful colleagues Peter Mackay and Zach Sweeney. We have the private label Team Hype car of Philip Kraus leading the race. We look here at the car that's second place overall, Keanu Bushman, in the Maniti Racing white machine. They're just in the pits at the moment, taking on tyres, and they will come back out of the pits, undeniably, in second place. Third place, we have Axiom Motorsports Black, IGL Coatings E-Racing in fourth, and then ATRS Racing 13 are in fifth. And then, Terry, if you'll do the honours one more time, we'll go through our LMP2 field, shall we?
Yeah, we got Pure Sim Esports still leading this race in the 616 with Built Esports LMP2 back there in the 15. TNT Racing, Ego Racing team back there in the fourth place position in the 4 machine. NB Esports team in the 317 and 5th. Texaco Racing by TK2 in 7th. SSR Wave Runner is going to be back there in the 7th place position with Net Rex Grand Prix in 8th. And Team Busta Motorsports still back there riding in the 9th place spot.
And then looking a bit further down at our GTD field, we have the Marla Racing Team BMW of Elias Rijkaard leading the way. Arnage Competition second. David Toth at the wheel of that car at the moment. Then we have the ATRS Esports 13 machine, which is the number 1 Mercedes, the only Mercedes running in the field, actually, which is something I haven't picked up on until right now. So that shows you how tired I still am. Pure Sims Esports 4th place at the moment in the 116 machine, ahead of Bradham Esports, James Armstrong at the wheel of that car. Arnage Competition's second BMW in this field, Ricardo Ferreira in car 100 is currently 6th. Then we have VG Racing Esport, Maniti Racing, and SRC Movano Corsa. And the overall race leader, Terry, is back onto pit road.
Yeah, actually, right. A little bit early compared. It was a 25-lap stint there. I would have expected the 73 to maybe push it another lap or two to go out here and well, you have a 4-lap lead. I think you can do whatever you want at this moment. And you watched Manati Racing White come down just a lap prior. So now seeing Philip Kraus, see if he actually stays in the cars. not gone, still on jack stand. So it looks like he's going to go for another stint here in that 73 machine. Still just an absolute wonderful job he's done behind the wheel. I mean, laying down really respectable laps, just keeping par with everybody else.
Yeah, that's it. It's all about that consistency, and it's basically been the story of their race up to this point, hasn't it? You know, and even in the 2 hours you've been with me, Terry, and the 2 hours before that with David, it's still been the same scenario. They're just going through the motions, but they've been saving a couple of laps of fuel each stint. And by the end of this, they're going to be a good few pit stops ahead of anybody else near them, because David rightly calculated before that they were saving about 3 laps of fuel per stint. And when you consider that in these cars a stint is about 23 to 24 laps, then, you know, that's only, what, a few stints worth, and you're sorted for an entire pit stop less. So they're going to be maybe 2 or even 3 pit stops less than everybody else by the time this race is done. If they carry that on all the way through, you know, they might get into the final hours now and just think, stuff it, we've got 3 laps, let's just do 23 lap stints, because that's probably what everyone else is going to be doing. Why shouldn't we? You know, we'll just use this gap and hold it and give it the all-out pace.
Well, yeah, now that you have a really good gap, right? You have a 3 lap over second, 8 lap over third, and 19, 22, and 35. Or yeah, 19 to 22 lap going across here. So, well, you get to see, you know, what everybody else is doing. Yeah, you're right. If they're doing it, I'll do it. The only difference is if you're Keanu Bushman, you're like, oh, well, I wanted to be the only one on the strategy. I didn't want anybody else to do it. I wanted you to push it a little too far.
Yeah.
I wanted you to go a little extra out here so I could potentially make you make a mistake. But no, private label team hype said, not today. We'll come down 1 lap after you, and we'll continue to do that for the remainder of this race. And we'll hold our 3-second gap and just hope that everybody else stays out of your way for the remainder 2 hours and 8 minutes left in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, I think it's one of those where when you do get a team that, usually in the lower splits, I'll say, you know, teams that are this high up don't get to this sort of level and this pace by not being able to plan out an endurance race or to figure out a stint and have a proper plan in place. I think in the lower splits with the teams that maybe don't work on the strategy as meticulously, they might actually, well, they just sort of react to what everyone else is doing, to be honest with you, and it's a valid thing to do. Maybe, because at the end, well, I'm arguing with myself now. You wouldn't want to call a bluff on anybody, would you? Because the thing is, you're always going to copy what someone else does in front of you if you're not sure on your strategy, because at the end of the day, why would they risk adding an extra pit stop to their race just to call you bluff? Why would they do that to wind you up? There was somebody suggested that to me a while ago, and I can't remember who it was, but I think it was in the Nürburgring 24 hours, and somebody said something like, oh, there's a car ahead of us, and we think they've pitted a lap early to try and get us to go in, or 2 laps early or something. And that's a long time at the Nürburgring. And I just didn't get, I just don't get the idea of even doing that or thinking about that. So basically, I've come to a dead end here, Terry. Help.
Well,
you know what I mean, though. Like you just copying someone else's strategy or just reacting to what others do around you is a very valid strategy in itself.
Well, it's like cheating off of somebody in math class. You know, you look over, you don't know the answers. It's a pop quiz. Teacher comes up and says, "Hey, you got to take this, and you might suck at long division." Well, okay, I'm going to look at the person next to me because they're smart, and you picked your desk right that day because you're like, I bet she's going to quiz us. And you look over and you know all the answers are right, and you want that one. But the greatest song on this planet, other than Rocky Top, that's different. Kenny Rogers, The Gambler. You got to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away when the dealing's done. You can cheat off every single body across this table and on this racetrack and say, okay, from first to 20th, you're coming in on this lap. And you can cheat off of them all day long. But maybe you're not having the same throttle input as that driver in fourth, or maybe you're not having the same steering ratio that's going into that car. It's maybe floating through the corners, maybe clutching just a little bit, maybe doing something just a little different than what you're doing. And if you're not putting all the body of work together, you're cheating for no reason. You're cheating just to cheat. And you're just going, okay, I'm going to write your answers down, and once, something happens and I figure it out, whatever. But they're not looking at the same telemetry as what what private label Team Hype's looking at. And if they are, then I want that information. Send it to me, because I want to watch it. I want to read it. I want to know what they're doing at the end of the day. But if they come in on lap 22, lap 23, and everybody else does it too, then no reason for it.
Well, that's it. I think you've got to look at the bigger picture in the race like this, and the bigger picture is what it's all about, to be fair. Here's a little look back at something that's happened to the Brabham Esports Audi. Oh, goodness me. Oh, that is a massive, massive shunt. I'm not sure whether they had a bounce off the side of the car next to them. There was an LMP2 car going around the outside. That Audi looks like it's held up remarkably well, but then again, engine is in the middle of that car, and it didn't take a massive smack on the rear, but it's crabbing. Oh, it's crabbing a lot, and that's going to be an absolute kicker for Brabham Esports. They weren't in a podium position, but they were certainly starting to catch up with the Pure Sims GTD car ahead, which would have been for a top 5 spot at least. I'm not sure if they did get a little kiss off the car next to them, though. See the LMP going around the outside? Oh, I think there might have been slight netcode, I hate to use the word, but I think because of the closing speed of the two cars, I think the sim incorrectly calculated that P2 was going to hit the back of them. That's a massive shame.
That was, wow.
And this late in the race as well, that's savage. Absolutely savage.
That is savage. I mean, that was probably one of the hardest hits in all of the 24 here. I mean, I've watched 22 hours of racing so far in a day, and that was probably the hardest lick I've seen be taken. We haven't seen very many cars hit that inside barrier right there, and that was no tires. There's no tires. That was a straight wall, no safety barrier, nothing to kind of to keep that from damaging the car. And then you instantly see the crab walk coming off. You can see that the throttle wasn't being able to be put down. The back end was skewed a little bit. There was nothing keeping that car to at least keep it in a straight line to allow the power to go in. And good gracious. All the way back to 8th in the class. And they're going to continuously lose laps as we go.
And that's the thing as well, that class was really close, to be fair. There was a lot of cars on the same lap as well, so just by coming in the pits, they've dropped right down. And I've got the sim open as well, actually. I had a look myself, just at another angle of it, just to see. And, I said netcode. To be honest, there wasn't any need for the netcode. There was contact. The underside of the splitter, basically, it looked like it bounced off the ground in the, I think it was the 317 NB Esports Team LMP2. This one that we're looking at here, actually, yes, it was. Now, the splitter on this car is very square, and it points out really far. And that front left of it just tucked underneath the right rear wheel of the Audi R8, and that's what spat it into the wall. And, well, it was just maybe a bit of misjudgment on one side or the other, but still, it's just a real shame to see that contact happen, especially this late in the race with Brabham.
Yeah, there's no recovering from that. And, oh, my goodness. That's, that ruins a strategy. I know that there's no strategy for hitting the wall and spinning around as much as possible, but it's a shame. It was a decent run down there for James Armstrong in the Brabham Esports machine, doing a markup job, holding up there as you look at the GTD leader in the Hall of Racing team.
Well, it's getting to that time of the broadcast now, Terry, where, unfortunately, I'm going to have to say that we're going to go in just a moment's time. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we're going to welcome into the box right now. This is going to get fun. Peter Mackay and Zach Sweeney. Peter, starting with you, mate. How are you feeling this morning? You all good?
I'm feeling very cosy after my bowl of porridge. That's keeping me very cozy. What a great event we've had. I think that's the biggest takeaway for me is we've had a great show, both the top split and the second spot here on RaceSpotTV, but 85 different motor races going on over the course of this weekend. I think that's something that the virtual motorsport community can be very proud of, and just hope everyone's win, draw or lose. I just hope everyone's enjoyed their experience, because it's a very special thing to be involved in.
Absolutely is, yeah. I mean, it's terrifying that so many races can be going on at once, and it's the same race as well. That's it. They're all like replicas of one another. It's absolutely amazing. And Zach, coming to you, mate, I was just saying before that it's been a long time since we spoke, actually. The first time we spoke was it was on Instagram about 2 years ago.
As well.
I didn't mean to, I'm sorry. But still, how have you been, mate? Are you enjoying the show so far? Are you enjoying the race? How's it been?
It's been a decent race. I think, that naturally at this point it's going to start to fizzle out and get to the point where you sort of know where teams are and how sort of it's going to finish. You don't 100% know, but you start to get the idea. But yeah, I think as an event, like what Peter was saying, we've got the entire iRacing community, the entire sim racing community, all banded together over this one single event to kickstart the year of a very long calendar of special events here on iRacing, and it really did all start here. And I think it's just magic that an event in what is essentially just pretend race cars has been able to band a mass of thousands of people together. I think it's awesome.
And it's an absolute pleasure to hand the baton over to you guys. But Terry, before we go, mate, any final words from you?
Man, this has been an absolute pleasure. This is a bucket list race of mine, and I wouldn't have want to done it on any other channel than RaceSpot. I appreciate the people at Top Split and the people, you guys over here, for letting me come over here and call it. Total different type of voice, which you would normally hear. And first time working with you, Chaz, was super awesome.
Yeah, it's been good
fun. Hopefully we do a couple more of these down the road. We got a lot of these over the 2023 iRacing special event calendar.
We certainly do, mate. And likewise, Terry, it's been a hell of a lot of fun. And like I say, the most redneck place in the world is Cheshire in the United Kingdom. Anyway,
that's right.
Thanks very much for everybody. Chaz Draycott and Terry Radford signing off. We will leave you in the very capable hands of Raphael Sanquet, Peter Mackay, and Zach Sweeney. Cheers, boys. We'll see you soon.
Bye, gorgeouses.
Bye, gorgeous.
Thanks, guys. Great to have you on, and delighted to be taking over the mic for the final 2 hours of this second split here in the 2023 iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona. We can see the checkered flag in sight now, and it's private label Team Hype who lead the way overall in their multicoloured RaceSpot branded machine as well. And private label Team Hype as well, owned by Corvette Factory Racing driver Tommy Milner, who won this race in the GTLM class in 2016, won himself a Rolex watch, and I would think he'll be at Daytona taking part in the Roar test at the moment. But I'm sure he'll be keeping an eye on his guys, and they're doing the team proud at the moment. 3 laps in the lead, Zach. That's a big gap at this level.
Cameron Roger is going to be having an absolute field day seeing the private label Team Hype leading the way. He's going to be loving that. I don't even know if he's awake, to be honest. I messaged about half an hour ago and he's still not replied. So anyway, Phil Krause, yeah, yesterday to kickstart the first couple of hours, that 73 machine, you could see that it was poised so well to sort of be in this position this late on, and in a race that, at this point I can zoom out just a little bit on the live timing screen and fit the entire field onto that one screen. So it just goes to show how many teams have had hardship, how many cars have unfortunately sort of fallen out of this race, and a lot of them have been teams that we previously sort of tipped to be pretty darn good and pretty good looking actually for this race, particularly in that GTP class. I mean, the likes of Trans-Tasman Racing, the Maniti Racing Purple, the Delta Sport GTP car, all 3 of them were in that fight for at least the top 5, and it's only the 73 machine that has really emerged from the night into now this final stint. And honestly, fair play to them, because that is the name of the game when it comes to endurance racing, is getting to the end, being consistent no matter what comes thrown at you. And that's exactly what they've done. They've churned the laps in, they've been consistently quick. I'm sure they've hit the nail on the head in terms of strategy, and they've just been the better team.
Yeah, it's amazing the rate of attrition that we've had here in this second split. 48 starters, 24 cars still running. In fact, make that 23 at this stage. So yeah, very high rate of attrition. In GTD, the Mala BMW continues to forge on at the front of the field, just leading by a lap at the moment, on a fairly, and leading by a lap at the moment, but about to take its pit stop. And that was one thing we saw very early in the race, Zach, where this Mala BMW was just able to just run that little bit longer fuel stints than the rest. And of course, we've now got a BMW 1-2 with Arnage in second, but this M4, the Munich Muscle, it's been pretty frugal across the course of this race.
I think you can say a lot about all of our leading cars in the private label team Hype, the Pure Sims Esports, and of course the Mala Racing team. And all three of them, as I was saying, did start the race quite well and have been able to carry that forwards to this point now. But yeah, particularly Mala Racing team, I mean, the way that they were able, I think it was Ascari Rene that started the car, and now actually, speaking of pit strategy, they're coming down into the pit lane as we speak. And they are actually, they're a good 6 minutes into this hour, which means that over the course of the race, they've been able to chip away and actually make the margin back up as they were, the little bits here and there have allowed them to do this now. But yeah, I mean, the way that they approached this race was so good. And speaking of a Sky Arena, straight back into the car. Look at that for good timing. But no, yeah, they stayed in the slipstream. They played the patient game. They didn't get desperate. They didn't send silly moves or anything like that. They came in with an objective, and they said, okay, we're going to hit these marks. This is what we're going to do, X, Y, Z, and then we're going to save the fuel, conserve the car, make sure we're still in the race. And now they're reaping the rewards from it, because they're, nearly a lap ahead of the Arnage competition car. David Toft at the moment driving the number 5 machine. But I think of all of them, I mean, yes, other teams have had the pace, but no one's quite has had the racecraft, I think, of the BMW.
Yeah, they really have delivered, that's for sure. They've executed when it matters. So Ascari Rene took the opening stints of the race, and he's going to take the Mala Racing team car to the flag with just under 2 hours to go. But that will mean that Mala BMW will require just one more pit stop to get them to the end of the race. Arnage competition, yes, they should manage it as well. ATRS Esports in third, they may well need to take a splash and dash near the end, but we'll keep an eye on that. Damon Woods at the wheel of the third place Mercedes ATRS machine. The first of the Audis, Pure Sims Esports, Lucas Prada is in fourth in GTD at the moment. So that is, it just shows you the level that we have here in the second split here, and the level of participation that we've had in this event. To see the Mala Racing team and guys like Ascari Rene in the second split, that just shows you how high the level has been. In LMP2, it's Pure Sims Esports 616, Philip Schiff, who leads the way at the moment, 5 laps into his stint, leading Sabel Esports by a couple of laps at the moment. We just saw Sabel Esports come in to make their pit stop. Francesco Lamana at the wheel of that car at the moment. TNT Racing LMP2, and Medeba is in third in the number 59. The number 59, a race number that's had much success here at Daytona. 50 years ago, Peter Gregg and Hurley Haywood winning overall in a Porsche 911 Carrera RS, and that was the first of Hurley Haywood's 5 victories, many of which with the Brumos team, which of course made that number 59 so successful. Just 5 GTP cars remaining at the front of the field. Zach, many GTP cars out of the field. If I count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 GTP cars out of the race, just 5 remaining. It really has been a battle of attrition.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, that is the name of the game in some senses in endurance racing. It's a game of stamina, it's a game of outlasting your opponents, and I mean, the 5 teams that are still going, fair play to them, because finish the race and you get a top 5. Not too bad, in all honesty. A top 5 is a pretty decent result overall. Just finishing the race is a result in of its own, let alone a top 5. But I guess they can sort of pin it on the the uncertainty, the unfamiliarity with the new BMW M Hybrid V8, in the sense that they haven't had the time really to test it in race conditions, particularly over the course of a 24-hour race. So I guess naturally those uncertainties are going to sort of maybe put you in a position that you might not be if you were in a car that you are a little bit more familiar with. But yeah, I think it is literally just a battle of attrition, just outlasting your opponents and staying on the circuit, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how quick you are, doesn't matter how consistent you've been, doesn't matter if you've been doing the exact same lap time, lap in, lap out, and you've nailed the strategy. If you clip a bit of grass, if you end up smacking into the barrier and sending yourself out of the race, that's your problem, and you're not going to be reaping any rewards if you do that. So it's been such a titanic fight for so many of these teams, and it's such a logistical nightmare for endurance races, because you're relying on that upwards of maybe 4 or 5, even sometimes 6 people to all pull through. You're relying on those 6 people for the entire event not to have any PC issues, not to have their game crash, not to suddenly get called to work or something like that. It really is a team effort, and if even one of those cogs aren't turning properly, every single other person has to pick up that slack. And honestly, it's easier said than done to be able to pick up that slack.
So GTD, now that we've had the pit stops, about 70 seconds is the gap between your race leader, Mala Racing Team Oscari Rina, and the Arnage competition BMW. So it's a BMW 1-2 at the moment. Maniti Racing, car number 78, your car on your screen right now, the green and black Audi, was a front runner early on with Tim Matska at the wheel, but running 3 laps behind the leaders, just hasn't quite gone their way in that Audi R8, Zach.
No, not really. But again, that's how the cookie crumbles. Into the pit lane comes Benjamin Lindsay for the TNT Racing LMP2, or actually now exiting the pit lane, I should say, for that 59, which, as you say, you boasted really good success here. I envy the fact that you just knew that. So fair play for that one, Peter. But yeah, I think that the Tim Matska was they were leading pretty much the entire first 2 hours of this race, and now are running P6 and a good couple laps actually off the race lead. So I think that speaks volumes, in the sense that it can change. You can't get complacent, and you can't grasp the race result from the first couple of hours of a mammoth event like the 24 hours.
Yeah, I think that's what makes it so special, to be able to win it. I always find that with 24-hour races, if you win, it just means so much more because there's so much gone into it. But then also, if you lose, especially if a win falls from your grasp late on, the agony is just so acute in this type of motor racing, and that camaraderie between teammates is very, very important. Of course, this is the first of 4 VCO Grand Slams here on the iRacing network. Next up is the Sebring 12-hour, an absolutely iconic endurance event. Then in the middle of the summer, Watkins Glen 6-hour. That will be a real flat-out sprint to the flag there. And then closing off in October with the Petit Le Mans at Road Atlanta, an event that's been a part of the endurance racing calendar for 25 years. And it was the vision of Dr. Don Penoz, the man behind Petit Le Mans, the man behind the American Le Mans series. And would you believe, Zach, that he made his Don Penoz, the guy who created the American Le Mans series, which is now part of IMSA, he made his money. He invented the nicotine patch.
Wow. Man of all talents, I guess.
There you go.
Yeah, interesting. That is, again, how do you know that?
I've all sorts of pointless facts to get us through the next hour and 46 minutes.
Honestly, I'm here for. I'm all ears, because yeah, we're gonna need it with people 2 laps in front. Yeah, I mean you need those useless facts, I guess, to be a commentator, don't you, to fill the gaps.
Yes, I have many. in the book for that as well. Here's a bit of trivia for you. What do the engine in the back of this Dallara LMP2, what does it have in common with Ayrton Senna?
It's both on a racetrack. I don't know, mate. Honestly, go for
that
it.
would be true. That would be true. So the company that made the engine, Gibson in Derbyshire, they were originally called Zytec, and Zytec back in the early 80s created the first ever engine management systems for Formula One cars, and their first client was Toleman, and their driver was a certain Ayrton Senna.
Wow.
10
Again,
years.
wow. Honestly, mate, fair play. I'll be honest, because, yeah, that is one of the most obscure facts I think I've ever heard. And I guess it connects the two worlds of motor racing. That's awesome. That's cool.
I'm running out now. I'm gonna have to think of some.
You gotta like keep them. You gotta like every 5 minutes or so. You gotta whip them out. You can't just empty them all out at once.
Yeah, I know. I can't just empty the clip.
I'll be scouring Wikipedia pages, finding some, mate. Don't you worry.
Yes, yeah, exactly. I always said I remember when I was at college, you'd have the Wikipedia challenge. We had to get from one page to something completely unrelated in as few clicks as possible. That's quite a fun game as well. Probably why. Well, I didn't really get very much out of being at college, so yeah, but probably why. Anyway, the Eau Rouge backed Arnage competition BMW there, pink and white machine, very distinctive out there on circuit. To ride in the Dallara P217 of Stuart Vaughan, the SSR Wave Runner machine. You could actually do some wave running here at Daytona International Speedway, Lake Lloyd, in the middle of the circuit. They actually used to do powerboat racing on that lake, you know.
Yeah, awesome. That's again cool, and it's good that I think racetracks do can kind of have multi-functioning, like with the Sochi Autodrome as well. You got the Olympic Park that they use as well. So, I mean, yeah. That's really cool. Again, you give me these facts, and I don't know what to do with them because they're just so obscure. You say everything that needs to be said, and I'm just like, that's all I can say is cool. Like,
I didn't know that about Sochi Autodrome though.
It's the Olympic Park.
Ah, okay. It's probably not very busy at the moment, is it?
No, absolutely not.
No. Anyway,
and moving on before we get fired.
Yeah.
Hugo's not listening, I hope.
No, hopefully not. Hopefully not. But these, have you had some time behind the wheel in this LMP2 machine?
Never. I like I said yesterday, I'm scared. Yeah, I think when you get to high downforce cars, it's just there's too much, and it's scary. Like when the Mercedes W12 first came out on iRacing, I jumped into it and I was like, this is fun, but I can't go quick in it because I've just got no confidence. I'm like, I've got so much downforce. What do I do with it? And I think that would be a similar story with the LMP2. So I'm happy with my RA4. I think that the RA4 is my favourite car. It's my baby. It's what I'm going to stick with. And I'm too scared to venture out of it because, again, I'm scared that if I don't like it, I've wasted a bit of money. Because that's the scary thing, is that it looks like fun and I can see people enjoy it and it looks like a fun car to drive. But at the end of the day, I want to at least be quick in it in my little 1.5k iRating lobbies. You know what I mean? So. Yeah, I think again, it seems like a fun car, but I don't think it's going to be for me, unfortunately.
Do you know? I think if you like the IRO4, I think you'll like it actually. The LMP2 car, I think you'll find some similarities. I think they've got a similar level of downforce.
Do you think?
Yeah, similar. Yeah, I would say so. They're obviously a bit faster down the straight, but yeah, I think you'd find some similarities.
I have to give it a go.
Yes. Yeah, it's a good car, very very good car. As the number 4 Ego Racing team come in, Thomas Ronar at the wheel at the moment, up onto the jacks, 4 tyres going on, full tank of fuel, and then just wait for the last bit of fuel to go in, and then off into the race. I have to say, I totally agree with you with the. I never thought we'd have a current Formula One car on iRacing with the kind of secrecy involved in F1. And I'm exactly the same as you. I just couldn't get anywhere near the performance of the car. I mean, I knew how I was miles away. I just can't brake that late. There's just no way the car will do it. No chance. Same with the cornering speed. I mean, it does make you think that And I was listening to a podcast the other day. Dries Vantor and Lawrence Vantor, the two brothers, have started up a podcast. It's really interesting, and they had Robin Friends on the show, who came very close to getting to Formula One. And when he kind of stepped away from his F1 dream and he went to race GT cars, he found it really difficult. He actually found it much easier because he was so used to the downforce. When he went to a GT car, there was a corner at the end of the straight at Paul Ricard where he says it's easy flat in a single-seater car. It's not easy flat in a GT car. He tried to go easy flat and he had a massive spin.
It'll happen. It'll spit you out. And it's a big learning curve, I think. But yeah, that's like, again, when it comes to F1 machinery, it's just a case of, it gives you a newfound respect. It's like, okay, the people do this for real. Like, I can't even do it on the sim. People do this for real. And it's a case of, I know how quick the car can go, and I turn it into a corner. I'm like, wow, I took that corner really fast. And then I look at the top guys in the practice lobby, and I'm like, they're doing what? They're braking how late? They're turning in this much? I'm like, fair enough, boys. Like, that is unreal. Tell you what about newfound respect, though. One thing I did learn to appreciate a lot more was oval racing. When I jumped onto iRacing, I was one of those, they just turn left. What are you talking about? Like, that's not racing. And then I jump into iRacing, and I just do the stock car rookies and dirt ovals. Dirt ovals are fun, don't get me wrong. But just ovals in general. And I'm like, the force feedback is strong. Like, I have to wind it down a couple of clicks when I do over racing compared to when I do the IRO4 challenge series, because it's just a lot stronger. But also, it's not necessarily difficult to drive in that sense. I mean, yes, obviously the force feedback. It's not necessarily like, okay, I have to make sure I brake here, turn here, accelerate here. You are, in a sense, yes, just driving in a elongated circle, but the racing you get, you have to be 100% focused 100% of the time to be able to actually compete, and the strategy that goes into it. It's not a case of, I'm just going to send a move here, because if you do that, you're out of contention. So I think that definitely trying different things in the sim opens your eyes a little bit more to how difficult different disciplines of racing are.
I really agree. It does give you such a great idea of what it might be like to do it in the outdoor world. I think that's something that is just so cool with the sim. And we're really lucky because, any other esport, you're not using the same movements as you would in virtual motorsport. In virtual motorsport, you've got pedals like a real racing car. You've got a steering wheel like a real racing car. Gear shift paddles. It's the same motions or similar motions that you would make in the real counterpart. Whereas if you're a FIFA esports player or NBA, you're moving your thumbs, and that's it.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing you don't get in sim racing is the G-forces. Yeah. Which even that you can kind of simulate with sort of motion rigs. I mean, when I did the Rocket Racing Star Formula 4 esports competition UK for a drive in Formula 4 next year. We used some simulators that I got into it. You had to be strapped in, like fully strapped in. And I was like, okay, this is kind of scary. And then I drove, and I went into Hawthorns, I think it is, the fast right-hander at the back straight at Brands Hatch. I broke, and I turned, and I got sucked back into the seat. And I was like, okay, this is kind of cool. So I think it does definitely show how far sim racing has come in previous years to be able to simulate that. But yeah, you're right in saying that it very much is the exact same thing. You're pushing pedals, you're turning the steering wheel, you're practicing the same skills that you would to transfer into real life, and it's proven that works. I mean, we've seen it with Jimmy Broadbent, James Baldwin, who it was Chembolic Bassi as well, from F1 Esports into Formula 2. We've seen so many different people, Igor Fraga as well, from GT Sport into the real world Formula 3. We've seen so many different people prove that the sim platform is a really good way to progress into real world. It's a good stepping stone to learn those basic fundamental skills.
Jan Martinborough would be another good one as well, with the GT Academy as well. It's actually, you're spot on, Zach, and I think it's coming back the other way now as well, because you look at the Porsche Young Driver programs, and you look at every year they pick a junior driver that gets support and funding, etc. And the last couple of years, They've gone for drivers that they're world class in the sim as they are in the outdoor world as well. You look at Lauren Heinrich was the junior last year. The year before that, it was Anchan Guvin. So drivers that are very, very good in the outdoor world of motorsport, but are also world class in the sim. And you look at the amount of high-profile events that are available to manufacturers to be involved in the virtual world. Well, and a lot of the time they mandate that you've got to have a real-world driver. Well, if you've got guys on your factory roster that are also brilliant in the simulator, well, that's going to put you ahead. And I firmly believe that if you are going into a young driver shootout and you happen to be brilliant in the sim, I think you're putting yourself ahead of the pack, or at least giving yourself an advantage the others don't have when you go into that process.
I mean, it's just good to be a jack of all trades, really, across the sim and the real world, because the sim, you can gather so much data about the real world, and in the real world, the transfer back to the sim, I mean, it seems like it would be quite intuitive, quite natural, but there's been many a time where we've seen real world drivers get into the sim and, you know, be a second and a half off the quicker guys. I mean, there are examples of drivers jumping back into the sim and being ridiculously quick. Lando Norris, Max Verstappen, plenty of real world drivers able to make that transition back and still be as quick as some of the esports guys. But yeah, I think that with the way that sim racing is progressing, especially in recent years, obviously with lockdown and things like that, so much more attention was turned onto sim racing for motorsport fans, and it really did shine a new spotlight onto it that gave it the attention that it deserves. And it is such a fast growing industry that, you know, it's not just pretend race cars anymore. It's not just having an open lobby with your mate. It really is, you know, drivers can make some really good money, have some really good fun, and have some really high-end competitions, you know, from their house, racing from their house. And I think that, again, is just awesome that in the span of a couple of years, sim racing has gone from, you know, oh, this is cool, you know, yeah, F1 teams use really high-tech sims to train their drivers, to pretty much anyone can have it in their front room.
Yeah, totally agree. It's really, really cool. We're very well represented here on the iRacing platform. So many different cars that you can get behind the wheel of, and racing GT3s, prototypes, single seaters of all kinds and shapes and sizes, stock cars, trucks, etc., etc. But there's always room for more. Always, we're a greedy bunch, us virtual racers. I mean, Zach, if there was a car that's not on the iRacing platform right now that you could lobby for, what would you pick?
Don't give me that, honestly.
There's got to be one.
I'm trying to think as to what I've driven elsewhere that I'd love to have on iRacing. Because again, I'm trying to think what they don't have on iRacing, and then trying to think as to what we could add. I don't know. Give me a Citroen C3 and I don't know, Cadwell, and I'll go ham.
Citroen C3.
I don't know. Or there's a really cool car that I like, but I can't think of it at the moment. I don't know. Just give me like a bog standard road car and just a club style circuit, and I'll have lots of fun with that, I think.
Do you mean a Citroen C1 that we have in the City Car Cup here in the UK?
No, I don't care. Honestly, just give me anything.
Anything. Just give me 4 wheels and a steering wheel. I like the simplicity.
I'm a simple man. I'm easily pleased. I prefer actually the road cars, I'll be honest, because they're a different challenge. Like, you could jump into, like, I don't know, like a bog standard sports car, or like a low power front wheel drive production car or whatever, and just chuck it around a circuit and try and push the limits of it, as opposed to like an actual race car. So I do like the bog standard just road cars. And if you've got a good sim, like you've got the H pattern shifter and everything, clutch pedal and all that, you know, you can have a lot of fun just chucking around a car. Oh, actually, come to think of it, I want supercarts. I think supercarts would be awesome on iRacing.
Supercarts?
Yeah.
Oh yes, that would be cool. But yeah, big agreement for that. They are silly. They are absolutely silly.
Mate, don't even. They are something. Like, my mate Jack Tritton, he's the British champ for the 125 division in the in supercarts, and I watch his onboards. He's not even in the quickest class yet. He's going into Division 1 next year. But even for the 125s, they're sat on the floor and they're going 100, 105 miles an hour. And I'm just like, I'm sorry, what? It's so... you have to respect them. They are mad people to sit in a supercar and go that quickly, and the how late they brake as well. And it's awesome. They can chuck they can chuck round club circuits really good, and even at Grand Prix circuits like Silverstone, they have a good bit of fun. Supercars, yeah, they're just so crazy. They're just jacked up on I didn't even want to know what.
Yeah, and doing 100 miles an hour in a go-kart is a bit like doing 1,000 in a car. That would be a very cool addition. I'd actually like to see now as our overall leader, private label team hype, come into pit lane. Philip Kraus, another solid stint there with an hour and a half to go. Will we see a driver change? Maybe. We'll see as the RaceSpot branded machine comes in to the pit lane, up on the jacks. And does Philip stay on board the car? No, he does not. He swaps over, and it's going to be Joshua Chin who takes the car to the checkered flag, and all going very smoothly right now for private label team hype. I tell you, I would like some of the classic cars. I would say, Zach, some of the old open top prototypes, Porsche RS Spider or Ferrari 333, BMW V12 LMR, or maybe old Group C cars possibly would be quite cool. Yeah, I'd like some more classic stuff actually. I think they're super cool. An old Carrera RSR from the early 70s, that would be cool.
I'm frantically Googling all of these cars right now. I know I'm a motorsport fan. I know I'm a motorsport commentator. I should know that. But yeah, the classics. Very obscure stuff. Fair.
From the Stone Ages.
Yeah, fair play. I think I'm too young to appreciate them. But I mean, the classics, yeah. I mean, like the old school F1 cars as well. They just seem like so much fun. Like, I mean, you have them sort of on other platforms. But I think to have the realism of iRacing, to have that, like the Marlboro McLarens and things like that, like the MP44, just to chuck that around like on iRacing, to have the realism, to have the forces, that'd be awesome. I think you definitely got it right with the classics, because they're so loud, they're so fast, but they still have like the downforce and everything. And I think it definitely does show the marvel of engineering back in those times for something that's 30, 40 years old or whatever, can still be that quick. It's awesome. And even you've got the 2004 Ferrari from what is that 19 years ago, still holds some lap records in F1. It's rapid. Yeah,
that is a good one. When you think about it, and you think how tires have come along as well, how tires have changed over that time as well. Have you tried the Lotus 79 on iRacing?
Not on iRacing, no.
Oh, it's you'll like it. I'm going to cost you a lot of money here.
You are, mate. Honestly,
it's like well, if you like big downforce, loud car, Lotus 79 on iRacing is fantastic. As Joshua Chin just getting the tires up to temperature here, just making his way through. There's not so many desperate dive moves going on. Everyone just looking at the clock, thinking we've got less than 90 minutes to go. Let's just get this car to the flag, get the car over the line, and let's crash out in bed for a good nap. I think there'll be a lot of iRacers I think the service will be quite quiet this afternoon, I would imagine.
Yeah. It's just the cool down period after such a mammoth task. I mean, even if you're not necessarily. I was telling my brothers actually just before we went live as to what I was actually commentating on, and they were like, "Wait, they sit for 24 hours and drive?" I was like, "No. They have teammates." But even then, I mean, even if you're swapping out with your teammates, some drivers just sit and chat pretty much through the night with their teammates to sort of keep them awake, keep their spirits high. Even if you're not driving for the whole 24 hours, you are still going to be knackered after it. So yeah, I mean, it's been an awesome effort, I think, from everyone involved to get to the end of the race. It's you just have to respect them, even down to the lower splits. Anyone that's been able to get to the end of the race, it's a reward in of itself, because you look back at how far you've come. You've done an entire day of racing. Think of what you can get done in a day, and you've just done a sim race for that long and managed to get to the end of it. You got to give yourself some respect for that.
I bet you the first Sebring 12-hour practice session has already popped up, though, in the hosted session.
There'll be someone.
There will be. They go, right, next up. And that's the thing in motor racing as well, is that it's amazing. You don't really look back for very long. It's always looking forward to the next thing. I have to say, Sebring is one of my favourite events of the year. The track is just mega. Absolutely love it. And you think, oh, it's an airfield circuit. You think, oh, that'll be pretty boring. It's anything but boring. It's just so good. I mean, turn one in a high downforce car where you're not. You're taking a little breathe off the throttle and through. Marco Andretti. So you'd turn one at Sebring's at. Marco Andretti used to go there absolutely flat out in an Acura LMP2 car.
Wow. Okay.
Flat. Absolutely no lift whatsoever.
The bumps that would have. Yeah. He's got some. Fair enough. I mean, that sounds scary to even think about, because it's so wide going in. You're like, what line do I take? Because there's like, the track is just so wide. It's like, okay, if I turn in here, I've still got loads of space on the inside, and then it's just like, okay, well, I can use that. And then you get to that inside, and it's like, oh, the track's tightening up on the exit now. Fantastic. Yeah, this is great. Awesome. I've now just put it into the grass and into the barrier. Maybe I'm just bad. I don't know. Sebring, I can get the appeal for, but I just can't hook a lap up at all. Because I don't know, it's so bumpy and so, I don't know, it's just, maybe I've just not done enough laps around it to really appreciate it. But I can respect anyone that's quick around Sebring, because it is just so bumpy and so difficult, and there's not a lot of margin for error either around Sebring. It's a very old school circuit.
Oh, hugely so. Hugely so. There's a lot of corners where the walls are not far away either. It's a very, very cool, very, very cool place. Sebring 12 Hour has been going for 71 years now. And actually, there was 1 year, Zach, where the race was actually cancelled due to the fuel crisis in the mid-70s, and 5,000 fans still turned up anyway for the party.
Dedicated fans.
Oh yeah.
I'll give them that. I think motorsport fans are very dedicated people. Like, they'll turn up just to watch whatever they can get. I mean, I one time went to Snetterton with my mates, and like, we looked the day before. There wasn't much on, but we were like, screw it, we're going anyway. It was freezing cold, but just to hear the inkling of engine noises or anything like that was what we wanted. We wanted to see something, and we appreciated it no matter what. It was worth, going, standing in the cold, having our hands freezing off while we frantically try and hold our shaky hands to record some of the action to look back on. Motorsport fans are just so dedicated, but to just go for the party, that's a step up from anything I can imagine, to be fair.
Yeah, oh yeah, and when the race is on at Sebring, the party is, especially around Green Park, around the kind of mid part of the lap-up area on the right-hand side. As you go through the slightly wooded area, the right-hand side, there's some quite unsavoury things going on in there, apparently. So yeah, it's certainly a special place. And the bridge on as you go through the final corners that was there, that was actually the Martini Vermouth company that donated that in the early years to help people cross the circuit. It's absolutely dripped in history. Steve McQueen nearly won it 1 year. He came second overall, won his class.
Nice stuff.
King of cool.
King of cool, yeah. I mean, again, you're whipping out the race facts here, Peter. Honestly,
it's been more than 5 minutes. I had to think of another.
Yeah,
one.
That's true. You're in debt now. You got to spool them up a bit. Yeah.
Is Snetterton your local parish? Is that your local track? Yeah.
It's a track that I do love. I've only been there once though. I want to go more. Fortunately, when I start driving this year, so I'm going to spend all my time at Snetterton. It's about 40 minutes away from me, so I can get down there. The Mackies across the track as well. Can have a good little lunch while I'm there too. I love Snetterton. I think it's an awesome club style circuit. I don't think it's on the top of many people's lists, but the UK have got some really good club style circuits. I mean, you've got the likes of Donington, Alton Park, Cadwell, Croft. You've got
Knock
Thruxton
Hill
as well. Knock Hill, yeah. I knew you were going to say that one. Honestly, imagine having like a Grand Slam event at Knock Hill. The Knock Hill like 12-hour or something. That'd be mental.
I'm so I work on Knock Hill FM during the season and doing race commentary, and I'm always lobbying for an endurance race. I think a British GT would be amazing at Knock Hill. GT3 cars going down Duffus Dip. Whether they keep on the ground, I don't know, but yeah, it's a very cool circuit. Snetterton's are you far from Lotus, where you are?
No, I mean Lotus is in Norwich, which is about half an hour from me anyway. So yeah, I mean it's cool. Again, it's local.
I had a Lotus for a year.
Did you? Nice.
I did. Yeah, Norfolk's finest. Yes.
Of course. Obviously,
Yes.
we've pulled it out. Did it? I don't know. Have an extra wheel or something. I know we're renowned for having extra things that we don't need. So
Best
you know.
best car I've ever owned.
enough.
Well, not the best, not the best build quality, but by far the best handling car I've ever owned.
They're nippy, aren't they? They're low.
Oof.
They're like glorified go-karts. Them Lotuses, I love them. They just look cool too. They're like, I don't know. They've got everything on there. They just look awesome. I like them. My dad's not too fond of them, to be honest.
Oh no. Oh.
Yeah, I know. He's like, they're cool. They're like sports cars, but they're just a bit meh. Like, I mean, I get that kind of, but it's a Lotus. Like the history they have in motorsport as well. You got to appreciate them, and they just look cool. Like I haven't, ever driven one or whatever, but from what I've seen, it's just like you put your foot to the floor and it goes. Like it seems like it just fly.
Yeah, they're very analog. I mean, the one I had was an Exige V6, and it was fast. They only weighed just over a ton, but had a lot of power. And the best part was there was no power steering, so you just got so much feel through the wheel. It was a cool car, very cool.
I'm sure you were very sensible.
Yeah, it was cool. It was very cool to own it for a year. We've got LMP2 leader Pure Sims Esports Philip Schief has come into the pit lane. Now an hour and 20. Oh,
Two
can
more,
they
right?
get home? Can they stretch it to just one more?
Oh, what is it?
That's
Well,
gonna
that's
be
going to be
tight.
80 minutes. That's going to be. I mean, if they do a 40-minute stint now, that'll be one more to the end, right? That should be
Yeah.
fairly comfortable. They're going to be running on fumes for both stints. They should be able to do it, I'd imagine. I mean, they've got the margin to afford to come into the pit lane again, so it's not like they're desperate. But yeah, I think they could do it. I mean, they've got the margin to just lift and coast.
They do, and Sabel Esports, they're 22 laps into their stint right now, so they're in second in LMP2. They will definitely only need one more, so could well just like you say, they do. Pure Sims do have a margin, but maybe not quite exactly the margin. If they have to take one stop more, ooh, that's something to keep our eye on.
All it takes is a spin, and straight away that margin for error is like it's gone. I mean, they've got it kind of, but it's not. Again, all it takes is one mistake, and they're then sort of having to. They've got a bit of a headache. They're going to start sweating after that one. So yeah, it's interesting because even though they're a lap ahead, it's still not a certain that they could necessarily win. Depends again on their stints, but. Yeah, I think we'll see. I think it's going to be a case of time. We're going to have to just see how it pans out.
We are. Interesting stuff. Very interesting in LMP2 with an hour and 17 minutes to go. As private label Team Height continued, three lap advantage. Joshua Chin 7 laps into the stint now, sitting decent pace, 133.1 last time by, 133.1 for Maniti Racing in second, 132.9 for Axiom Motorsports in third. And Axiom weren't a name that we mentioned earlier on in our first stint, the first couple of hours of the race. They've kind of brought their way into the podium positions, and for Axiom, they're at the moment sitting in very comfortable position, 12 laps back to IGL Coatings in 4th. So Axiom, as long as they can keep it on the island, they'll be in place for a second split podium here.
Pretty decent. I mean, when
Yeah.
as far as milestones go for endurance races, I know Lewis McGlade sort of feels the same way on this. We often do have the conversation. It's the case of the first thing you want to do is win, 100%. Everyone wants to win. But then it's like, you look back and it's like, I'll take a podium. Podium's decent. You know, second or third, don't really care. It's a podium. It's a good result. It's like, I finished on the podium in Split 2 at the Daytona 24. That's what you want. That's a good thing to say. And then there's obviously a top 5. That's, again, a decent result. 4th or 5th, again, top 5. It sounds cool to say top 5 place Split 2 2023 Daytona 24. Top 10, and then obviously everyone just finished the race. That's, again, a milestone in and of itself. But in a race where, you know, we worked out 12 GTP cars have DNF'd, stay in it, be in it to win it, and they've put themselves in now P3, and it's not a case of, oh, they wouldn't be P3 if the other cars had stayed in, they were so much quicker. Tough luck, they're not in the race. You know, shoulda, coulda, woulda, they're not in the race. Axiom have stayed in, put the laps in, worked through the entire, what is now 20, you know, nearly 23 hours. They've put the work in, they've stayed on circuit. Granted, maybe they've not been necessarily as quick as, you know, the likes of Delta Sport or Minita Racing or Private Label or whatever, but they've stayed on the circuit, and they are very deserved to potentially finish on that podium, provided they keep it clean. And honestly, with 12 laps, you know, you're gonna have a safe bet in assuming that's where they're gonna stay.
So just 75 minutes remaining on the clock then here in the iRacing. 24 hours of Daytona. And we now... do you know, actually, so I think Seatbelt might actually need that. As they pit now, they are going to need... I think, actually, yes, they're going to have 2 stops, including this one. So if Pure Sims have to take that extra stop, they're in good shape. Don't panic, as we say.
Yeah, just chill. At the I think they should be all right. Callum Regatta now getting into the car that Sabre Esports. He's a very accomplished driver. He's a jack of all trades, as he said so himself, not to toot his own horn.
Fast in a touring car.
He is fast in a touring car, I'll give him that. Been able to commentate on him a couple of touring car championships. He's awesome. I love seeing him race. He's just like, he's awesome. He's cool. I honestly, Callum Regatta, he's a nice lad as well, very humble, very good to talk to, and very quick. Gives you some great racing in touring cars. But let's see how he gets on in the world of the LMP2s, and maybe he can bring in his team home for a P2. Maybe he can do the fuel save and do only one stop to the end. I mean, what is it? They've been doing 22 laps since, which is around about what, like 35 minutes?
Yeah, this stop he's just doing now will be the penultimate stop. So just one more to go from now, and so Pure Sims will they'll be able to quite comfortably take a splash and dash if they have to.
Okay.
And the question is though, because TNT Racing, they have another 5 laps to go. It's hard to say. I think TNT Racing with Ben Lindsay, interesting one. Very interesting one indeed. I actually have a friend of mine from college, really good friend from college called Ben Lindsay, who works at Mercedes Formula 1. And I was in a practice session the other day, and the number 59 Ben Lindsay came up on my relative, and I was flashing my lights at him and weaving and everything, saying, "All right, mate, how you doing?" And it turns out it's a different Ben Lindsay.
That's the thing with
iRacing. He's
iRacing.
thinking, who is that clown behind me flashing his lights at me the whole time?
Who's that absolute, smackhead or something, I don't know. But yeah, that's the thing with iRacing. I see someone, I'm like, is that you? And I message them, I'm like, that is you, right? And they're like, yeah, no, that's me. I'm like, oh, thank God. But yeah, it's the thing with iRacing, because it's like so many people to have different names. I know
Who's
my
the
friend,
most famous you've had on you in a?
mate. I haven't. I've been in the lower splits.
Oh, you're kidding?
Yeah, I've not had anyone. The thing is though, right, is when I first got iRacing, Lewis McGlade got me into it. I first got my PC, and he was like, yeah, cool, we'll get you in sim racing on PC. So I got iRacing, got 3 months for the Christmas deal. And then obviously he got me investing to get me going good for like the first sort of 3 months that I'd be doing, and beyond that I was like, yeah, no, I just can't. I can't. I don't really want to spend the money to carry on going. But in those 3 months, I managed to get up to A class. I was doing quite well, climbing towards sort of 2.5k iRate, and I was like, okay, I'm doing decent. And then now I've come back to iRacing, and I'm just like, okay, yeah, awesome. I don't really see the long term of me climbing through the classes, through the licenses, and trying to improve my iRate. And it's just a case of, if I can do a series, I'll race it, because it's more a novelty than anything. It's like, okay, I can do that, so I'm going to do it. Like with the IRA4s at Okayama this week. So yeah, I've just not been able to put the time and effort in to climb my iRate in. So that means I've been dwindled down with the lower splits. But I've seen. I know some of my mates have seen like Lucas Bakley and things and stuff in their lobbies, which is fair enough. But I've not had the pleasure that so many iRacers have had, where they've seen someone famous. And I think if I did see someone famous, I'd doubt it, and I'd be like, is that you? No, probably not. So yeah, I mean, I'll live with it. I guess I'll commentate on them instead. Let's do that one.
I've raced against Rubens Barrichello. That was pretty cool.
Fair play.
Yeah, but I overtook him as well, but I was in an LMP1 and he was in a GT car.
The matter. If he was that good, he'd still beat you.
All right, Rubens, see you later, pal. Yeah.
Just
Fernando Alonso in a Lotus 79 once.
Nice.
That was quite cool. Did not overtake him. You see Ross Gunn, Aston Martin factory driver, you see him quite a bit in various lobbies. Jules Gounod, former Bentley factory driver, now Mercedes AMG GT driver. So yeah, you do see them. You do see names out and about. I actually did the Daytona 24-hour last year with Richie Hearn, who's one of our commentary colleagues, but also finished on the podium at the Indy 500 in 1996. Super cool guy, really nice guy, Richie. It was really fun to race with him. It's TNT Racing LMP2 third place. They are into the pit lane now. And there is a battle on for the podium there as well, because Ego Racing Team are due us a pit stop as well. You think, oh, that's a close gap, and then you think, they've got the pit. But it will come down to how those pit stops shuffle out, and who maybe can get home on just the one stop. But private label Team Hype, they don't need to worry about that too much. They've got 3-lap gap. It's about 4.5 minutes worth. That's a pretty decent gap as well. So they're just willing that car home now. And at least BMW can be guaranteed the first win for their GTP car here in the virtual world. 5. Yes, and next week though, for the Rolex 24, they're going to have a little bit more of their hands full. They're going to be racing against Porsche, Cadillac and Acura, multiple cars from each to come out on top of them, and it's just impossible to call who's going to come out the blocks with a quicker machine.
Yeah, I think a lot of iRacing fans are going to be rooting for the BMW, particularly if they like it.
Yeah, I think so.
I think, yeah, because again, BMW have been the ones to say, "All right, iRacing, here's our car. Let's work together." I was watching, I think it was one of the videos with the, I think it was during the Simmies, for the Viso Simmies, that they played the thing for the BMW about, you know, working with manufacturers and obviously how closely they work to, you know, with the on-track testing, scanning the car, getting the physics. BMW were the ones that are like, the car's not even raced yet, but let's put it in the sim. Let's go for it. I think it's awesome what BMW have been able to do, and I wish them all the success, of course, for everyone else. When is it that Ferrari are getting involved? Is that not for a couple of years yet, or?
Nope, they're almost ready to go. Yeah, they've cool. They'll be Sebring 1,000 miles. Which is basically the Super Sebring event. You have the 1,000 miles World Endurance Championship event on the Friday, and then on the Saturday is the Sebring 12-hour in IMSA. So that would be the Ferrari's debut, the 499P, and they've announced their driver lineup, mostly made up of their current GT factory drivers. Britain James Collado is in there. Which is cool, and but they've also hired Antonio Giovinazzi, former Formula 1 driver. Yeah.
Give him something to do, I suppose. If it's
only guy ever to make the man bun work.
Yeah. There's not many that can do it. Let's put it that way.
There's a reason for that.
Yeah, there is a reason for that. It's we've all got massive foreheads. No, yeah. He does it well, Italian Jesus. He's a really nice guy, and it's a shame that he hasn't been able to do as well in Formula 1 than maybe he'd have hoped. but I do hope he gets all the success sort of in the sports car racing side of things in terms of that Ferrari, because I think it's a fun prospect, I think, for Ferrari to return back to this discipline of racing. And I mean, they've always been successful. It's Ferrari. Like you think of motor racing and you think of Ferrari. Like it's one of the first things you think of. Like Ferrari are just such a staple name, and obviously growing up, I loved the movie Cars, and at the end where Michael Schumacher rocks into Luigi's tire shop and he's like, I want some tires, and I was like, that's a Ferrari. That was awesome. But yeah, maybe I'm just a massive child, but who knows?
It's like, Guido, punch me in the face.
yeah, exactly.
I love that. So he's like, Luigi, Guido, punch me in the face. There is a real Michael Schumacher Ferrari. And Guido just falls over. Yeah, I love that. It's brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Now, if you were to say, how long do you think it's been since Ferrari have had a top class sports prototype to win outright at Le Mans?
Did you say it yesterday? I think you did. I'm trying to remember. It's like 50 years, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the one.
Something like that.
50 years.
Wow.
Yeah. Crazy to think that, isn't it? But they have had, they did. I mean, the 333 SP was a prototype, but it couldn't quite compete for overall wins at Le Mans. It did do very well at Daytona and in America in general. Won the first Petit Le Mans actually, which was pretty cool. A very cool car actually. Big V12 in the back of it. Remember Alan McNish telling me, he says handling wise it wasn't fantastic, but he says honestly the engine behind you, that massive V12 behind you in this quite small car, he said, it was just glorious.
Was it Enzo Ferrari that said, aerodynamics are for people that can't build good engines? Was that?
Yes.
Is that something he said? Yeah.
Yes, it was. Yeah. He also said when everybody else was going mid-engined and going quicker, he said, why would the horse push the cart? He was he was yeah. And then he eventually thought, actually, I was like, I'm gonna have to go with the flow here as well. Ferrari's an incredible brand. I think actually, you look at the only other brand I would put in that conversation would be Porsche, because they're really the only two brands that have been consistently involved in motor racing from the very beginning of their existence to present day. In some form or another, they're involved in some form of racing.
Yeah, Porsche have been such a big name as well. I mean, there's so many different manufacturers, but at different points. I mean, Mercedes did start out quite early on in Formula One and things like that, but then obviously had quite a big gap. And you've had the likes of Honda and Toyota and others like that have just come in and done them bit, then buggered off for a bit, and then come back for a bit. They've had their different eras, I suppose. But through all of it, through thick and thin, it has been Ferrari and Porsche, and they've also shared some pretty titanic fights throughout. One that I'm surprised to think about as well is Ford. Ford have had quite a good run as well. With Le Mans and things, which for an American brand is not something you'd particularly say, because motor racing, I think, typically is sort of like a European sort of based thing. I mean, Porsche, Ferrari, Italian, German, sort of, there is a very heavy European focus. But the fact, that the Americas are coming sort of back into their own, I think it's cool. Like, I mean, now we've got, three races on the Formula One calendar for the USA. I think it's good to get that inclusivity with back with the Americans.
Yeah, there's some. It's great to see so many races in the United States in Formula One. I think it's exactly where the sport needs to be. I think they're just getting started in the United States of making the most of that very lucrative market. And the thing is, as well, all the manufacturers in Formula One. The United States has always been a very important market. I mean, up until about 10 years ago, I know Porsche aren't in Formula One, but up until 10 years ago, United States was always the top market. It's now China. But yeah, it's you look at all the brands involved, Ferrari, Alpine, hopefully we'll get Cadillac. That's an interesting announcement, isn't it? That Michael Andretti's team, Andretti Autosport and Cadillac, they want to come in It's just whether they're going to be let in. I think I just don't get why you wouldn't let them in.
For the nature of the sport, it would be so good to have another team, because the talk is, why doesn't this guy have a seat? Why doesn't he have a seat? Why doesn't they have a seat? There's a very, select few seats, and so many drivers that people tip to maybe deserve them. It's why not? You open up 2 new seats, you open up a different team, a different prospect, something else to race. I think, obviously, naturally, I can see where the teams are coming from. We don't want to share our prize money. It's a business. You've got to try and get the most that you can. But in terms of the nature of the sport, to have that, extra threshold and someone else to have, the racing with, someone to support and grow the sport with. Because think of the viewers that, Andretti and Cadillac are going to bring in from the American side. I mean, Haas have already done it, and Formula One have done a really good job of bringing the Americans and winning them over to come to Formula One. But to have, another American-based team, a big name in not just American motorsport, but in motorsport in general, with Andretti, it's surely a no-brainer. But again, the team's prize money, I guess, I don't know. I just think that for when the FIA push for more teams to actually come into the sport, but also then you got to pay 20 million to each team. It's sort of like we want you, but we don't. I don't get it. I'd be like, cool, yeah, open arms, come join Formula One. But again, that's just me.
I'm same as you, and I think you grow the if you grow the pie, everyone gets a bigger slice. It's a very simple formula, but we'll see how it plays out, and they have to be careful because it might be in a good position now, but if for example, I mean, to be honest, if General Motors and Andretti collectively can't get into F1, who can?
Exactly.
Think about it like that. Who can go in then? I mean, really, you've got one of the biggest car companies in the world. You've got one of the most historically significant family names in racing, and because of their success, it's not just their name for namesake. They have a hugely successful dynasty, 3 generations of top-level racing drivers, and so if they can't get in, who can? And that, I think, if in harder times when other manufacturers maybe drop out, I don't think there's any others who are going to think, you know what, no, there's no way for us to, everyone else has tried, and it's embarrassing for a big company if they're told no. That's a negative PR day, not a positive one.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess once you have the first one, it could almost act as a catalyst. Like if Andretti and Cadillac get in, and then other people like Hyundai or whatever are looking at it and like, oh, they can get in. Cool, let's do it then. Let's go on the world stage, the pinnacle of motor racing. I know some people are going to argue that and say, oh no, GT racing or World Rally or whatever is the best. Which, fair play, you're entitled to that. But in terms of the vast majority of motorsport, F1 is the pinnacle of engineering. They're meant to be the 20 best drivers. But why not up that to 22, 24? Keep it coming like we had sort of 10, 12 years ago. I think it would be overall very good for the sport to have those manufacturers. Because, again, F1, you look at the innovation that it thrives. I mean, to a point where NASA even, I think, used some of F1's technology to, put stuff into space. It's such a pioneer for innovation. They can use the data to work on, bettering their road car hybrid systems. They can use the PR. Red Bull, their sole function in Formula One is to promote their energy drink. Because, hey, look at us. We have this energy drink. We do all these really cool high adrenaline sports. Come buy it. And then you've got Mercedes. Oh my God, Mercedes are winning in Formula One. They must be really good. Let's buy a car. It's overall, in a sense, it's just marketing. So and of course to actually grow your innovation. So for a lot of manufacturers, F1 is what they want. I mean, it's just very expensive, and it is very hard to compete at the top echelon of it. But if the avenue's open, if you make it more accessible, more people and more more teams and people are going to want to go in and try their best. Granted, you can't let everyone in, because then you get to a point where you've got a car that's 8 seconds off the pace, run by pub mechanics or whatever, trying to compete in F1. You can't have that. But you surely don't want to have, as we said, that $20 million per team price cap that just stops anyone getting in, because I just don't get why they would do that. Why they would stop people coming in? Like you say, it just doesn't make sense.
No, not at all. Not at all. So our leaders in GTD have made very likely their final pit stop. Maybe might need a little splash before the end. Malo Racing Team lead by 58 seconds from Arnage Competition. Oskari Rinna at the wheel of the Mala BMW. Arnage Competition, Jimmy Antunes driving there. And pit stops just around a minute. So if for a full tank of fuel with tyres. So they're both on exactly the same lap. They're 3 laps into their stint at the moment. So it might depend actually where the white flag drops, Zach, whether Mala Racing Team or Arnage Competition actually needs to take another stop or not. But I would think that both of them are pretty frantically fuel saving at the moment to try and make sure they do get to the end without making that extra stop, because it would be pretty punishing.
Yeah, if Mala have to take that extra stop, they will fall behind Arnage. So
I'm not sure.
No,
because they won't need they'll only need that's with a full tank.
Fair play. Yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah.
So I think it will just be a splash and go will be much less. I mean, the transit time in the lane is about 30 seconds. So call it 15 seconds for the rest to be generous. And then, but that would then make the GTD battle certainly very, very close, both Mala and Arnage. And the great thing is they've been right in there they've been up in those top 3 positions from minute 1 of this race.
Yeah, Mala Racing Team were doing such a really good job initially. Same with Arnage. They were the chasing sort of. Arnage particularly was the car that was leading the charge to try and catch after Manatee and of course with Mala as well. They were doing their best to lead that charge and have been there from the beginning, as you said. But yeah, I think if things were to go wrong for Mala and to spice things up, I'd be all for it, because again, all it takes is one of the prototypes lapping you awkwardly, you to have a bad lap, have a spin off, make a couple of mistakes, then very quickly it's like, okay, there's X amount of time left to go. There's only 15 seconds. It's not. Yes, granted, it's a decent gap, whatever. Not trying to push any false narratives and get anyone's hopes up or whatever, but it does open the door for something to go wrong. And even after a 24-hour race, we're talking about the fact that it might come down to when the last lap is timed for these guys. It's phenomenal that in such a big race there's still such fine margin for error. You can't step out of line at all, or you risk throwing all of that away.
So Private Label, Team Hype continue their march on. Just 53 minutes to go in this race, and they'll have one more stop at least to get them to the flag. In fact, actually, they might. They're just a couple of laps away from a pit stop at the moment. I think they might actually need 2 short ones to get either 2 short ones or 1 long one and a really short one to get to the finish. But again, they don't need to worry too much about the being caught out strategically with their 3-lap lead in. LMP2, Pure Sims Esports still march on. Philippe Schiff, 2 laps to the good from Sabel Esports Callum Reid Garton, who in turn has an 80-second lead from the TNT Racing LMP2 car of Ben Lindsay. Then it's 51 seconds back to the Ego Racing team in their LMP2 car in 4th place. Mala leading the way in GTD by just under a minute from Arnage Competition. Then another minute and a bit further back to Damon Woods in the ATRS Esports Mercedes at the moment, with Pure Sims Esports GTD, the first of the Audis, in 4th position. The first of the Porsches back in 7th in GTD at the moment. VG Racing Esports has taken their last stop of the race as well. So good mix of manufacturers in there as well, which is exactly what we like to see.
Yep, I think iRacing have really done a great job in terms of the balance of performance. I mean, we saw with the Mercedes and the Ferrari, I think, took 10 kilos of ballast, and then the Porsche a 2% reduction in power and I think a 1% reduction in fuel, or the other way around, either or. So they've done a good job at keeping them all even, and yeah, we've got a good mix up there. We've got the three different ones inside the top three. And then obviously the Porsche. I'm actually quite surprised the Porsche hasn't done as well as it did. I mean, I was talking to Will Chadwick, and he was predicting that the Porsche was sort of going to lackluster in qualifying a little bit, but make it back in the race. Maybe he just had high hopes for his team of Team Fordzilla, which, again, I want to know what they could have done in this race if they didn't have the early foes. But yeah, I think that the Porsche has sort of under-delivered, kind of. But fair play to the other manufacturers that have been able to deliver. And again, at the end of the day, it comes down to the team. Doesn't matter what car you're in. If you don't drive it well, then you're not going to be scoring very well either.
No, very true. Very true. It's like you say, you got to get in and drive it. Well, you're watching the last moments of the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24-hour second split here on RaceSpotTV. A level of coverage we've never seen before here at the Daytona 24-hour on iRacing. Flag-to-flag coverage of the top split, 24 hours of Daytona. That is on the other side of the RaceSpotTV YouTube. You can have both on if you have multi-screen capability. Maybe put one on the TV and one on a tablet or mobile, and keep an eye on how both of these top two splits are getting on. But we've had the first 6 hours and the last 6 hours here of this second split here in the Daytona 24 hours. Over 16,000 drivers taking part in this festival of virtual motorsport. 85 different races taking part from the very top split down to the bottom. Each team put into a split based upon their ranking, their I rating, and paired up with drivers of similar pace as well. So everyone can have an enjoyable race and take part in this incredible event. 49 minutes to go, and we should see the private label team hype car coming down pit lane shortly. 25 laps on the stint. We've been seeing these cars do about 26 so far in this race. And Joshua Chin doing exactly what he needs to do, getting this car to the finish, a 3-lap lead, and making sure that there's no extra dramas than there needs to be. Minity Racing, car number 78, Tim Matska in for the final stop with 48 minutes to go in their Audi R8 GTD machine. The venerable Audi R8. Sadly not going to see any Audi R8s in the Rolex 24-hour at Daytona this year. The Audi's motorsport ambitions stepping away from sports cars, really, an area where they've had so much success over the years in both prototypes and GTs. But of course, a Formula One project coming up with Sauber, a factory Audi project which will kick off in 2026. And also their exploits in the Dakar Rally as well. They've had 2 goes at the Dakar Rally with very much, how would you say it, adventurous technology, running an electric car in the grueling Dakar Rally, charged up on the fly by a petrol generator, but the power is delivered via electricity. But last 2 years they've had to give best to the much more conventional V8 Toyota pickup trucks of those Hilux machines. Nasser Al-Attiyah taking the last 2 Dakar rallies as well. So very much a change for Audi, but hopefully we'll see them back in competition in sports cars before too long. So Ala Racing Team leading the way in GTD and their BMW. Again, another BMW that came to the iRacing service before its real-life racing debut. Spent about 6 months on the platform before it took its competitive debut. And it's now very much part of the furniture here on iRacing. Teams like Mala Racing Team, run by BS Competition, they have so much experience with that car. They know the setup inside and out, and that level of mileage has really paid off today. It's a BMW 1-2 at the moment. Mala in first, Arnage Competition in second place at the moment.
Yeah.
So we've 46 minutes to go. Keeping a close eye on those LMP2s, Zach, to see who's going to need one stop and who's going to need two.
Yeah, it's something that we're sort of suspended in. I think it could be close. I don't think it's going to affect the fight for the lead per se. Maybe the fight for the podium between TNT and Ego. But again, that remains to be seen as to when people come in. It's a weird one. I don't really know how it's going to play out. I think surely they've got to have one more from now. Because there's 45 minutes left to go. Most of them have already done their previous stop. I guess surely you just come in sort of with 40 left to go and then run to the end rather than having that headache later, like sort of with 5 to go. I don't know. I've not got the driver experience of an endurance race to really know as to what the teams are thinking, what they're going to be doing. And in some cases, maybe they don't either. Maybe it's a step into the unknown. But that's where experience comes in. It's where you've tried and tested, you've tried and failed before to sort of refine that those decision making skills. And now is sort of the time to use them right at the end, right at the depth of it, to really hit the nail on the head. Because again, yes, the gaps are big, but if anything goes wrong, those gaps can very quickly become very small.
That they can. Into those last 45 minutes, the pit window, think about 40 minutes for the LMP2 cars. Pure Sims, they don't have to be too concerned. 2 laps to the good to Sable Esports as the leading private label team hype car comes down the pit lane. Joshua Chin on board. And now, will this be the last lap? Ooh, it's going to be very tight. It's 25 laps. Oh, they're trying to do the quick maths. I think they might need a splash and dash, to get home, I reckon, Zach.
Oh, so it would be what, 25 laps times the 1.5 minutes-ish they're doing?
It's 42.
40. Ooh. I mean, their last lap was a 39.7, so they're running sort of 9 seconds.
But they came into pit lane, though.
Oh, that's true. That is true. I don't know. It's going to be close. They're going to need to save a good lap of fuel then, aren't they? To not have the extra stop. I mean, it doesn't matter really for them, does it? They've got the 3-lap advantage, but...
Yeah, they won't want to take the risk anyway, that's for sure. I mean, well, but if you... Oh, it's going to be... It's going to be very, very tight, as well. So if they do 26 laps times a minute and a half, 39 minutes. No, I think they're going to need a splash, what am I talking about? It would be 37 minutes if it was 25 laps. So I think they're going to need a little splash, but yeah, not a problem. In terms of stint length, what are we looking on the LMP2s? Do you think 40 minutes? Maybe just slightly less?
Yes. I'd say so, yeah. I think they're or thereabouts, for sure. It's a case of how long they can stretch this stint, really, to see how far they can get into sort of the next stint overlap, and then that is definitely going to give them a helping hand. But for teams like Pure Sims, for teams like Private Label, it's better, I think, just to come in and have that second stop rather than risking running out of fuel, because if you run out of fuel, then that doesn't matter how far in front you are, you're just not going to cross the line at all. So I think it is just going to be better to not risk it, take the secure option and bring home the win rather than coming into the pit lane. But I think it is definitely going to be a case of an extra smash and dash because of just how awkward the timing is with their stops. It's never really a dead-on science. It's circumstantial. Like earlier on in the race, they might have decided to come in a couple of minutes later to get out of traffic, and then that had the knock-on effect. Or one stint they burnt a little bit more fuel, which in effect had a knock-on effect, which has now led them all here, which now is giving them a bit of a headache as to what to actually do, whether they can save enough fuel as to not come into the pit lane, or whether it's just going to be better to come in again. I think this would be a bit more of a headache if they were a lot closer than they are. If this was like, Sablet are only a good, 15, 20 seconds behind, then yes, it would be a bit more of a headache for guys, because it's just like, okay, yeah, no, we're in trouble. But because they've got the margins, I think they can, relax a little bit and try and think of the best way through, rather than having a panic decision that could, cost them the race.
Yeah, definitely safety first is the way to go here, I think. Pure Sims looking very strong as well, and look at actually the teams that are leading the way all have a real life motorsport connection. Pure Sims, of course, owned by triple British Touring Car champion Ash Sutton. Private label Team Height, owned by Tommy Milner, Corvette factory racing driver and winner of this very race in the GTLM class, at the wheel of, for me, one of the coolest racing cars ever made, the Corvette C7R GTLM. That would be a car I'd love to see on iRacing. And we do have the C8, we've got the latest model, but the C7 front engine, thumping V8 in the front of it, really, really cool. Really, really cool car. And then in GTD, Mala Racing Team, of course, Mala, producer of exquisite pistons and various other things for internal combustion engines, and have been a major part of racing and road car production for generations. And so there's great to see that there's good connections to the outdoor world of motorsport in this virtual competition. So I don't think it'll be long till we see Pure Sims coming down the pit lane. They're on to the 26th lap of their stint, so it shouldn't be long before they come in to top up their LMP2 car with fuel. And I think with 39 minutes to go, I think Pure Sims have done the fuel saving that they need to do to be able to fill up at the next stop and make it to the flag without another stop.
Yeah, I think once you get into under 40 minutes, you're fairly safe. Is to not have to come into the pit lane again, which is good for them. And it was Pure Sims that had that one run in qualifying, wasn't it? They started sort of P8, wasn't it? Was that? I'm
well
right.
remembered. Yes,
it was Pure Sims. Yeah. So they've done really well in this race, and again, it shows that qualifying means nothing. It means diddly squat when it comes to endurance races. It's like, we were saying yesterday, 2 laps for a 24-hour race is harsh. But it's like, it's pointless. There's no point wasting half an hour doing qualifying, because it doesn't mean anything. It's more a novelty to say, hey, look at me, I got pole position for the Daytona 24. But as I said, you can start from the pit lane and win this race. And in Pure Sim's case, they started from P8 and could well win this race by a fairly comfortable margin, purely because of just how good they've been throughout this race. In all avenues of racing, qualifying is sort of a stepping stone into the race. It's not necessarily the be-all and end-all, but more so in endurance racing, it's a case of, yeah, cool, yeah, awesome, we qualified here, whatever. People are going to have misfortunes. We've just got to keep our nose clean and carry on. And I'm sure Pure Sims have had their fair share of sort of sketchy moments, but for the most part, they've been the ones that have so far kept it really, really clean. And now it's just a case of bringing it home for them, which, yeah, they've done themselves a world of favours by not starting from P8, getting caught in any silly squabbles early on. They've just done what they needed to do and pressed forward. So all respect to them.
Yep, they have indeed. As with 37 minutes to go, the Pure Sims they've done a driver change for this last stint. They put Daniel Kraft on board the LMP2 Pure Sims machine, car number 616 as well. So Daniel Kraft will get the honour of taking the car to the checkered flag. And that honour will be bestowed upon Joshua Chin for private label Team Height, Oskari Rinna for the BMW GTD car of Mala Racing as well. A minute to the good from car number 5, Arnage Competition. I did have a little bit of a heart stopper there with the car in 5th place, car 100, the other Arnage competition car right behind there. I saw the two BMWs together. I thought, oh, what's happened? We've got a game on here, but no, it's the sister car.
Honestly, you getting us all hyped up for nothing.
Yeah, I know.
It's out of order. It's out of order. But I mean, yeah. It's just a case of, yeah, it's deceiving because you get familiar with the liveries and the Arnage livery, you'll see it. You're not going to miss it. I mean, I think it's cool that Arnage have been so out there with their liveries because, I mean, we see sort of we see it with Apex, with BS Competition, and with Pure Sims actually. They all run sort of the blue, white, and black color scheme. So in some cases, it's hard to pick them apart. All three of them do great jobs in their liveries. Don't get me wrong. But Arnage are just so out there, so unique, and it's like, yeah, that's an Arnage. You can see the pink, and you're just like, yeah, we know. So liveries, I think, are a really impressive thing in sim racing, and oftentimes, actually, to be fair, the sim racing guys can actually do it a little bit better than some of the real life racing guys. There's some really nice sim racing liveries out there.
Oh yeah, it certainly is. There's some very very cool color schemes, and you can change them around as much as you want. Whereas I think to wrap a race car, it's about £3,000 or £4,000, something like that, to get that done. I tell you that there's Roger Penske's team, who have of course been in motor racing for well over 50 years now, and they had two very similar discussions about 40 years apart when they raced in the Can-Am. They went ahead and painted their 917 Can-Am car, and it cost, back in 1972, it cost $3,000 to paint the car in 1972.
Wow. Okay.
And Porsche went ballistic because the weight of the paint was too heavy.
Yeah, and again, comes down to the whole silver arrows thing as well with Mercedes and stripping back their paint to save weight. Speaking, you say how much it costs to sort of wrap the car and stuff. Sort of this time last year, I was speaking to Christian Clogger, who does the livery stuff for Alpine F1, because he takes his son to local car tracks. So it's like, oh, cool, he's local and he does a really cool job. But I was speaking to him, and you know how they sort of repped the BWT sort of pink livery for the first 2 rounds of the 2022 season?
Yeah.
He had such a logistical nightmare because the team Alpine, they wanted the normal livery for the photo shoots the day before, but then wanted the car wrapped in the new BWT pink livery for the race the next day. So I'm just thinking how much that must have cost to go from one livery for the reveal, then back to the other livery for the photo shoot, then back to the other livery to whack it on for the racetrack. That must have cost them a fortune just for the sake of a livery. But you've got to have it to sort of appease all the sponsors and things.
I think for what the sponsors are paying, it's easy to write it off. And that could be the new catering for the cost cap.
Oh yeah, sorry we exceeded it. We just had too many liveries.
Yeah, we changed our liveries. Yeah. Oops.
Whoops. My bad.
Oops. Yeah. And that was so back in about 15 years ago, when Porsche and Penske reunited again. They again had the same discussion. Penske wanted to paint the car, and Porsche managed to convince them that wrapping it would be good enough. And now that is, you don't see race cars get painted. It's all wrap. The quality of the wrap is much better than it certainly used to be. Sabel Esports come in from 2nd position in LMP2, so that will be them fueled up to the end. And TNT Racing will also be in shortly, as will the Ego team as well in 4th. So all on a reasonably similar strategy there as well at the front of LMP2. The GTD cars, the leading GTD cars, they are fueled up to the end as well. I think it will just be the GTP leader, private label Team Hype, who will have to just take one more splash. I wonder if Joshua Chin will be allowed to take it over the line. I wonder if they'll put somebody else in for the run to the last few minutes to the flag.
That'd be harsh.
It would be, yes.
Yeah, poor Josh Chin. He just wants to bring it home. You know, I mean, it's a good honour to have to bring the car home for your teammates. But yeah, I think they're all going to want it. But to be honest, if I was them and you just had 24 hours of race and you're just like, I do not care who finishes it, I just want to get it home. And if you're swapping drivers, I think there's just one extra thing that can go wrong.
Yeah.
So if I was them, I'd just keep chinning the car and let him bring it home, because all it takes is one thing to go wrong, and you're stuck in the pit lane for longer than you need to. So fingers crossed for Joshua Chin, he's going to be able to bring it home, because it's good to be the one to bring the car across the finish line, because then you feel more like you've won the race. At least that's how I imagine it. It's like if you cross the line to see the checkered flag, it's like, yes, I'm the one that won the race. Whereas opposed if you just watch your teammate do it, it's like, yeah, we won the race, but you didn't get the honours of actually bringing the car across the line. Maybe that's just me thinking weirdly, but yeah, I think for Josh Chin, he's going to be very proud to bring that car, because split 2, second highest split, very high strength of field. I mean, we've got Gustavo Ariel, 10.5k I rating for him when he was racing a little bit earlier on. I think their team unfortunately have DNF'd a little bit earlier on, but looking down the, are they? Oh, they are. Yeah. Fair enough. But they're. You look at the timing sheets and you see iRating 5.8k, 4k, 5.8k. You go down the list, it's like 7k, 9k. It's like, wow, this is a very strong field. So to be able to bring it home in the top class after this long of racing, being only one of 5 cars to actually finish in your class, it's special. So again, fair play to them, because yes, while it's not split 1 or whatever, to win in any split is an achievement, because you're in that split for a reason. You're against people that are relatively close sort of I-rating, so therefore should relatively be a close pace to you as well. You've won against people that are similar to your pace, and regardless of how low or how high your split is, it's an achievement in of itself to win regardless.
It is, yeah, no question about it. I always find it at Le Mans or Daytona, often the a major part of the field are actually pro-am outfits where you have professional drivers employed to join an amateur driver who you use the word amateur because it's not their job. They're very successful in business in their professional life and can afford to go motor racing and have the opportunity to do that, and often teams will at least offer the opportunity to the owner of the car, or whoever's driving, or the amateur driver, saying, "Would you like to take the car over the checkered flag?" And I've heard of various how would you say it, approaches to that. Some drivers, amateur drivers, love to do the last few laps because they've paid an enormous amount of money for this experience and they want the maximum of it. However, I had a great privilege of interviewing Seth Nyman, who owned the Flying Lizard team, and they were going to finish on the podium at Le Mans, and it came to the last stint, and the team said to Seth, who put a lot of his own money into the team, and he says, Seth, would you like to drive? You've done your time already, but would you like to take it over the line? He says, absolutely not. He says, who's our best guy? Put him in, and I'll stand here with the coffee. And I said, I'm no way am I going in and messing it up, no chance. Which I thought was very, very humble of him as well. But that was kind of the way he ran that team. Was basically he wanted to make the best sports car team in the world. He raced within it, but he also basically funded a private car for 2 Porsche factory drivers to run in, and that was where Jörg Bergmeister and Patrick Long really made their name at the wheel of Seth's Flying Lizard machines. And apparently it's a closely guarded secret why they were called Flying Lizard. Only 2 people know, apparently.
Really?
Yeah. Apparently it's not. No. Only
you're not one of the 2.
Seth and one other person. No. And he said, "Is this a family show?" I said, "Yes." He says, "Well, I definitely can't tell you then." Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, it's probably a euphemism for some sort.
Yeah.
Wow. Whatever he gets up to, we'll leave him to that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He's cool. But I think it's very mature, very humble as you say, for him to do that, because it's a case of he's not thinking for himself. He's thinking of the team, and the team dynamic in endurance racing is the most important part. It's a case of you're not just one person. You're a cog in a big machine, and it takes each and every one of them to work in sync to bring the team home. So yeah, if he wasn't confident enough to bring it home, then it was good that he didn't. Because imagine if something happened when he stepped in the car, how guilty would he have felt if something went wrong? Like, you don't want to be that guy.
No. No, definitely not. Definitely not. I mean, at least you wouldn't get a row. Nobody's going to give you a row if you're paying the bill.
That's true. It's like, okay, guys, don't say anything. Support, pats on the back.
Oh, mechanical failure. No.
Next time, guys.
Oh, no.
Just look on the sim. Look over here. No, actually, it wasn't your fault. There wasn't any oversteer. There was actually a rear balance fault. Yeah, no.
Look at this. Look at this telemetry here that we've just created. Yeah. It's. I think I would definitely be in the same thing as Seth. If I was in his shoes, I'd say, you know what? No, I've had my fill. You guys crack on, because it's interesting that those who can afford to take part in motorsport as a hobby and hire professional drivers to drive with them, the reason why they can afford it is because they've been remarkably successful in their own field. Therefore, anything they do, they have to be brilliant at it, and winning is everything to them. You know, winning in business, winning in professional life. So, if in order to win, you step out of the car and put the professional in, that's what you do. And usually, the most successful pro-am teams, that's usually what happens. They put their pro in the car when it really, really matters.
Yeah, and it's I guess it's a bittersweet thing for motorsport that we have got that influence from, very rich, successful people, because in a sense that it's good for the sport that we have, so many different people able to get involved with, and those people, like those guys that fund the factory drivers and want to, see the success for other people who are really, really good in the car. But also, I mean, you've got the flip side of that. It's a case of maybe those guys that are slightly more selfish, not necessarily selfish because it's their money and they've earned it and they want to do sim racing, racing as a hobby, not just sim racing, any racing, whatever, as a hobby, then they're more entitled to do that. But some people, I guess, would argue that it takes the opportunity away from those guys. I always think is a case of, if money wasn't a factor, right? Like how different would the grids in the amongst the world be? Like if it was just a case of talent, how many other Lewis Hamiltons are there out there? Because you think Lewis Hamilton's dad had to work like 3-4 jobs to fund his karting before they got picked up by McLaren. What if his dad was like, hang about, you're 8 years old, I'm not doing this. Like, we would never have seen Lewis Hamilton. How many people are there that are like that, whose dads have just been like, no, I'm not doing that?
Well, you're absolutely right. And the thing is, you look in sports car racing, if you didn't have these amateur drivers, you would not have anywhere near as many professional racing drivers. Because if you look at any factory driver for Aston Martin, Ferrari, Porsche, BMW, they wouldn't need to be employed by those manufacturers if they weren't driving alongside the amateur who's paying the bill. So it does work both ways. I mean, you look at all the very best GT drivers in the world, they are all guys that got close to Formula One, but not quite. And usually it's finance that was the issue. So I think it can go both ways. You can, the fact that we have a pro-am model in sports car racing actually allows drivers to be professionals, to actually earn a salary to be a racing driver, and that would not be the case unless we had amateurs who are willing to pay millions of dollars a year on their racing. So it's amazing how it can work. But I totally agree with you, Zach. I mean, when you hear the sums of money required for F3 and F2, I mean, what's an F2 drive? It's about 2 million or something crazy like that.
Yeah, for a top team up there. Yeah.
That's a colossal amount. That's for one season.
That's minus like logistics and everything like that. That's just to race. That's forgetting if you smack the car into a barrier. That's not forgetting the airports, the flights, the hotels, the food. That is 2 million base just to do it, which is a lot of money. Even karting. World Championship karting is upwards of 6 figures, I think, something like that, just to race amongst you. I think something along those lines. To get into car racing, F4 I think is British F4. I think it's up there, 500,000 pounds. Again, just for the season. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Which is why Deegan Fairclough and Monica Bottom Ramos, they are very, very fortunate people that they were able to win those drives for next year to race that. That saved them a ton of money. But yeah, racing has always been that expensive thing because, you know, it did start off as really just, you know, very rich people like, okay, we've got these fancy cars, let's go take them for a race or whatever. So it has always got its roots in the whole, you know, this is going to be expensive sort of thing. And I had a David Perel sort of stage on YouTube where I just used to binge everything. And I think he said something along the lines of, you will spend thousands upon thousands of pounds before you even start making money out of racing. Like, yes, you turn it into your career, but turning it into your career is going to cost you a lot of money before you even get to that point. So it's a shame that racing isn't as accessible, but I think, again, that's where you can come back to that point we were talking about a little bit earlier on about sim racing. You know, you can get Logitech or Thrustmaster or whatever, a couple £100, you know, chuck it onto your desk, sorted. You know, you can go racing. You can, you know, be doing your Citroen C1s at Cadwell, and then you can be going to do your Ferrari 333 at Daytona or something or whatever. You can do that and have fun. So sim racing is the much more accessible route for those that unfortunately can't fork out the six figures just to go karting.
It's very true. Yeah, it's very true. I mean, it's colossal when you think about it. I work in the European Rally Championship, and it's you hear various figures, but to do it in a top car, it's around 40 grand a rally.
Wow.
Yeah. And even in the Scottish Championship, one of the Scottish Championship drivers told me he's got a Fiesta Rally 2, which is a kind of top private car that you can buy and run. And to do a 40-mile Scottish Championship gravel event one day, 8 grand. And he says that it's £200 a mile.
Yeah.
I'll
take 5 miles then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's crazy. If you do a lap of the Nürburgring in a Ferrari 488 GT3, it's €1,000 running cost.
It's disgusting when you think about it. But for other people, it's like, cool. What have I got lying around the house? What have I got in my back pocket? Let's chuck it in. Let's go for a lap around the Nürburgring. Yeah, it's baffling how much money goes in, and then you wonder, where does this money come from? It's like, hang on, how are they affording this? And then you don't want to ask questions because then you're liable. So you just suck it up and carry on.
Well, that is why there is several examples of criminality in motorsport. Certainly a good way to get rid of money if you need to get rid of money. IMSA, funnily enough, IMSA in the 80s was jokingly referred to at the time as the International Marijuana Smugglers Association, because half of the front-running cars were run by marijuana smugglers. You know, John Paul Senior, Randy Lanier, they're all running huge drug operations and spending it all on motor racing.
There's actually a good comment just coming on the YouTube. How to become a millionaire with car racing is to start as a billionaire.
Very good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's true. You gotta be. You gotta come from money, or at least have a good way of earning your money. I mean, Lando Norris's dad is one of the richest people in the UK. You've got Lance Stroll, obviously. Lawrence Stroll, very, very successful. Nicholas Latifi, his dad, runs the coffee company that sponsors Williams, and of course, you know, Nikita Mazepin, your Alkali and things, and yeah, they've got money coming from, you know, some very high places. So yeah, it is what it is. It's motor racing. We've fallen in love with the sport for some reason or another. But yeah, it is. There's a lot going on. There's a lot that goes into it. But it has opened the door. You know, there's a lot of money coming into motorsport. You know, they do earn their keep, I suppose, with the fan interactions and the cars. And to be fair, motor racing has done a lot of good, I think, for society as a whole, as we were saying, with technologies and innovation and, you know, entertainment. You know, it's a show, it's a sport, it's science. You know, it ticks a lot of boxes.
It does, and here in the UK, we're very lucky that we have the Motorsport Valley, basically the carbon fibre triangle, as it's often referred to, in the kind of lower, this kind of southern Midlands between sort of London and Birmingham. It's so many technology companies that exist because of motorsport. Huge amounts of employment and top line jobs because of motorsport. Now, I wonder, when are we going? going to see, I think it's going to be right at the end that Joshua Chin, do you know, 9? Yeah, I think he's just going to need one. He's going to have to come in a couple of laps for the end for the little splash and a dash. And I bet you he's going to have the pit limiter on about 100 meters before going into pit lane. That's the last thing I want to do is buzz the pit lane speed limit and then end up with a drive-through or something like that. He'll just be making absolutely sure that everything's belt and brace is safe for this last few laps.
Oh yeah, no risks. The last thing you want is to go down that rabbit hole of having a penalty for speeding into pit lane, then speeding when you serve that penalty, then getting another penalty, then speeding when you serve that penalty. It's just like, no, we're not doing that. And Daytona, it's easily done. Easily done. As far as pit lane entrances go, it's very difficult because, again, you come off the NASCAR 3 and 4 straight into, well, not straight into, but then you've got that speed to then carry into the pit lane. And it's a straight line. It's not a corner, so you really do have to, eyeball it really as to when you're going to brake. So yeah, you've really got to be very, very careful. You've got the likes of like the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit, that pit lane where it's just a long, sweeping right-hander. I mean, I'd rather that than Daytona because at least you've got something to base it off. You're just like, oh, so it's a corner like any other. I can just brake for it and pick a braking zone and turn in. Whereas Daytona, it's a case of I don't want to brake too early in case there's someone in behind me. I don't want to get punted into the pit lane, but I don't want to brake too late and completely mess it up and speed into the pit lane. So something as trivial as just going into the pit lane and stopping on your marks is so difficult, particularly when you've got the weight of your teammates' shoulders and a 3-lap lead in the Daytona 24.
So 15 minutes then sits between private label team height and a win here in the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24-hour second split. Pure Sims Esports looking very comfortable indeed in their LMP2 car, 2 laps to the good. I think they might actually make it home without a final splash as well, so they're in a very comfortable position. Malo Racing team, they are fueled to the I say it very slowly. I think they might need a little splash and dash as well, but they do have a minute and 43 seconds in hand to Arnage Competition, who have taken a late splash and dash alongside ATRS Esports, Damon Woods. And I think actually Arnage Competition in second, they've taken a pit stop mainly just to cover off ATRS Esports to check that they don't get caught by surprise by them.
Just covering your bases. Just do what you can to be secure because you don't want to take a silly risk this late on. And again, it gets to that point of when do you stop trying to push forward and just start anchoring down to secure where you are. I mean, for Arnage, maybe they did have a chance at looking forward at Marley, but again, it was clinging at short straws. So it's a case of, okay, where are we? Are we that optimistic and hoping that maybe Marley are going to disconnect right at the end of the race? No, you cover your bases, you secure where you are, because second place, it's a good result. It's a really good result. And to be, I don't want to say really, really close because it is still a case of just over a lap, but you're still, you're there or thereabouts in terms of pace. You've been so close to it that if maybe you strung a couple of things together, you could have won. You did really, really well. So it's a case of, okay, 30 minutes left to go. Let's not do anything silly. Drop the anchor down and just bring the car home because as we said countless times already, there's nothing worse than throwing it away right now. If you throw it into the wall at 2 hours in, it's like, yeah, okay, whatever. Like, it's a bit annoying, all this preparation just to throw it away 2 hours in. But you've done 24 hours of racing. To throw it away now, after everything, no, not doing that.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. So 12 minutes to go. Just every corner, hit the braking points, hit the turn in. There's no more mistakes. Of course, the teams only have 100 incident points to take them through the whole 24 hours. Those are handed out: 1 for stepping over track limits, 2 for a spin, 4 for contact with another driver. So I'll probably work it out. It's approximately 7 or 8 incident points per, I think it's 6.6 actually, incident points per hour. And mostly at the bus stop chicane, the newly named Le Mans chicane, is where you could tend to pick those up. So, and if you do step over that incident point limit, you will be given a drive-through. So I think with the gaps that we have, I don't think there's anyone who would be in danger if that's the case, but something to keep an eye on, Zach.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic that has, come throughout the race, and then of course it's the 100 incident points to a drive-through, then every 20 after that. 20 incident points, they rack up. You smack into a GT, and sometimes actually it's a little bit annoying, but you do get 4Xs, for some of the smallest things. And it's like, okay, that's 4Xs. That adds up quick. And even just small track limits incursions as well, just running a little bit too wide here, not necessarily gaining anything, but you get the off track anyway. Everyone's in the same boat. iRacing is tremendously consistent with the track limits and slowdowns and things, so you've got to be careful. And it comes down to that thing is you're going to get incident points. You're not perfect. You're going to make contact. You're going to go off track. Chances are you are going to spin at some point. It's a case of not making as many mistakes as everyone around you. Probably everyone has gotten close to that 100 X limit mark. Maybe people have gone over it, but it's the case of doing it less than everyone else. That battle of attrition, of just limiting those mistakes, limiting the damage, and trying to bring it home. Because at the end of the day, that's all endurance racing is being consistent. That is going to be one for the books for Pure Sims, the leading LMP2, and then of course one of the GTD cars as well, running P4, I think, Lucas Prada. So a good day in the office actually for Pure Sims. They're top 5 for GTD, leading the way in LMP2. They're definitely going to be liking the look of the 2023 Daytona 24.
They certainly will. As Axiom Motorsports come in for their final stop, they've got... Whoa, we got a crash with 10 minutes to go here in the 2023 iRacing Daytona 24-hour, and Pure Sims, our leader in LMP2, miss it by a whisker. We'll try and get another look at it for you if we can. Oh dear. Car 616, Pure Sims, missed that by a whisker. Didn't see which two cars were involved, but it was two prototypes, one GTP, one LMP2, I think. But, oh dear, with 10 minutes to go.
I look away for 1 second.
Oh my word.
1 second, I turn back and something's gone off, kicked off. Yeah, it's not what you want with 10 minutes left to go. It's, everyone's going to be tired. They're going to be like, okay, 10 minutes left to go. Come on, we can see the checkered flag basically now. Let's just get it home. But for those guys involved, we're going to again have to take another look at it if we can, just to try and dissect it a little bit and have a look as to who was involved, how badly they were involved. Fortunately, I don't think it was necessarily a major one, but suboptimal to say the least.
Was it the second place Maniti number 17 car? I don't think so. That car is in the pits at the moment, and 51 seconds. We'll see if that car gets back going again. We can get a look at that car number 17, Maniti Racing. Was that the car that's involved there? Been in the pits for over a minute now, with 8 minutes to go. I think that was the car. It's the second place car. Now they do have 4 laps over Axiom Motorsports, but there is more than 4 laps to go. So if they end up in the pits for the rest of the race, they could lose second place here, Maniti. We will try and get a replay if we can.
This is sketchy stuff, I think. I don't. Do we know it was them involved?
Well, they're in the pits for now.
Yeah, quite a while.
Well over a minute and a half. That's too long.
That's way too long, just for a splash as well. That's...
Yeah.
Yeah, cutting it close. I think this is Axiom's time now, just to put the foot to the floor and try and gain some time. That is not what you want for a second place car. Maniti Racing sort of stepped up as well, because they had the purple car as well that was doing quite well. Then they, of course, they unfortunately, unfortunately has not been able to get this far. I've retired the car, is the word I was looking for, and now Racing White have had to step up and deliver for the team, and now that is in jeopardy. Fortunately, they're not going to fall off the podium, which is probably what they're main focus is. But if they can get back out on circuit, then that'll be the main focus, I think, just to bring it home. Second or third, it's still a podium, so it's frustrating that they lost second. Well, they haven't even lost it yet, but if they do, it'll be frustrating. But second, third, podium, so meh, it's whatever. Things happen.
It's a painful one. Painful one, if that is the case. Still showing us in the pits, our car number 17, Christian Andreas France, in that car at the moment. But oh my word, I think of Pure Sims, they must have had an absolute heart attack in the team room for Pure Sims. They've had a great Daytona 24 hour, both top and second split here. They've got 2 laps in hand, but that can't have been much between those 2 spinning prototypes. They missed it by a whisker.
Yeah, I do want to take a look as to how Daniel Kraft was able to negotiate his way through that. That must have been panic, like sheer panic for him, just to not get involved in that, because it's only 2 laps between Pure Sims and Sable Esports. So, if they got a bit of damage, sent back to the pit lane for a bit. At this stage, even if you've got like a little bit of your steering geometry slightly off, surely it's better to just try and, soldier through and get to the end of the race despite the damage, because at that speed going into there, unless you do get a meatball flag, fair enough. It just depends how bad it is, but it can very easily go wrong. Fortunately for Daniel Kraft, it's only a hindsight thing as to what could have happened and not what did happen, because for them to be they did have no part in that crash whatsoever. They didn't cause it, they didn't scare anyone offline to cause it or anything like that. They were just merely a passenger involved in that. The fact that it could have very easily unwound that quickly just by something that wasn't their fault says everything you need to know about motor racing, pretty much.
Well, it was 2 GTP cars that were involved, and it was car 17 was punted from the rear. Just look back at it now. So I didn't see which car it was that was behind, as our race leader comes into the pit lane with just under 5 minutes to go. Nothing to worry about there. That's all on there. But there is the number 17 Maniti car, the BMW factory colours, got drilled into the braking zone at the bus stop. And with that level of time left on the calendar, the rear wing is missing on that Maniti car, so there's a lot of damage to the rear still in at the pits. The gap is coming down between Axiom, and it's now just a lap, so Axiom could well take the second spot here as well if Maniti stay in the pit lane.
Yeah, very, very likely. It's going to be close, but the longer they sat stationary, the more time they're losing, and it's going to be very, very close. So there's a good chance they are going to lose second. A run to the flag now for Joshua Chin, who he does get the honours of staying in the car to the end. He doesn't get swapped out. So private label Team Hype, the 73 machine, surely is going to bring it home to win. Touchwood. Don't want to say anything too soon, because there's still 3 minutes left to go, and motor racing doesn't care how long's left on the clock. It's very indiscriminate and will spit you out if you let it. But it seems good for them to see the checkered flag first and to very deservedly win this race. However, I think all eyes are going to be turned on Axiom versus Maniti, because while the gap is quite large and it's not going to be an on-track fight, it's a race against time for both of them. One of them is going to be hoping that clock ticks down to 0. The other one is going to be hoping that they get an extra lap out of it.
Well, that will all depend as well where private label Team Hype go over the line. That's what it's determined on. But what a drama that is as well. Trying to pick the number on looking back at the stream to see which car it was that made contact with that Maniti machine. Nothing Maniti could have done about it. Really odd one as well, especially at this stage. Of the race. But at the moment, Axiom, they're now only, I think they're going to take this second place. They're just coming towards the tri-oval now. So we're going to see a change for second place with just 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. in this 24-hour motor race? Well, it's been all pretty steady since we came on air about 2 hours ago, Zach. But it just shows you that anything can happen in this type of motorsport.
Oh yeah, it's, as I said, indiscriminate and does not care. It's like, oh, you've been leading for so long, you deserve to win. No, I don't care. Awesome, off you go. In a bit, it's harsh. It's a very cruel world, and you say it's unfair. That's life. That's motor racing. You signed up to do it. You knew the risks that could happen, and unfortunately, it's unwound. Yes, it's gutting when it happened, but it did happen, and now there's nothing they can really do to recover from it. They've got no time left on the clock. They can't wait for that damage to fix itself and just drive faster, because there's not going to be any race to be driving in once they get to the checkered flag. So it's what happens. It's motor racing. It's sort of why we love it, because it can cause it, but to be on the receiving end of it, it's not good. We've all been there, getting quote unquote robbed of a race win or a good place in a race or whatever. You can feel, you can empathize with the Miniti Racing Team white car that we've all been there, and their hard work has all become unwound. But fortunately, they're still going to be in the race. They still have a good chance at finishing on the podium. So at least there is that. There's something to sort of have a bittersweet ending to the Daytona 24.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's now interestingly, as our timing software, we have seen Miniti Racing have got back going again and are now showing us in second place. The timing screen's behaved itself for the last 2 hours. Why has it decided to do that now, I wonder? How strange.
Very.
Very
Yeah.
weird. Oh! Private label off! Private label are off! Onto the grass! So that was Keanu Bushman, Miniti Racing, getting drilled. That was the second. That was what took them, we think, out of second place, but we think they got back going again. But Private Label were off on the grass there just as we went to shot. What was he doing there? I really don't know which car that is. Ends up punting the Miniti car. It's really, really unlucky. Now, Private Label there were off the road. Whether they managed to gather it up again, I don't know. Let's take a replay here from number 4 Eagle Racing Team. I think they're running out of fuel here, Zach. They're going very slow on the banking. Oh no. Oh dear, and that's 4th position. Can they get it home? Coughs into life. Oh, can they get it to the pit lane?
They've put the power down just a little bit. Still not going full speed though, I don't think. They've literally just got this one bit to get it home. I think they are going to be okay. Thomas Ronhara is going to get it back to the pit lane. Actually, no, is he coming into the pit lane or is he just going? He's carrying on. Was it just a slowdown maybe?
Could have been. Could have been a slowdown, but it's very, very odd. But right, but now he's up to full speed again. And the checkered flag is out then. Your winner is Joshua Chin. Private Label Team Hype are your winner of the 2023 iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona. Daniel Kraft for Pure Sims Esports now coming up towards the Western Horseshoe for the final time. It's been a great run for Pure Sims. So Private Label Team Hype, they survive. They survive that last part of the race. That was certainly a scare. And Miniti Racing White appear to come home in second. We'll confirm that once we have the confirmation. And your winner in GTD, Mala Racing Team, they come home in the lead. And they win here in the GTD class. And Jimmy Antunes for Arnage competition will come home in second place ahead of the ATRS Esports Mercedes of Damon Woods. Great run for Arnage, second place for them. I think they'll be pretty happy with that. Second Arnage competition car comes over the line to make it 2 of those in the top 5. And Fordzilla, spare thought for Fordzilla and their Porsche. They had a difficult start to the day, didn't they, Zach? But as always, they got a lot of heart and they kept going.
Fordzilla's one of those teams that will trundle on and keep going. Lovely slide into step one there from one of the P2s. But yeah, Fordzilla, tough start, but again, the beauty of it is carrying on, getting to the end, soldiering on, enjoying the race, not just giving up when hardship's thrown your way. And Fordzilla are a team that have done that really well. Unfortunately for William Chadwick, he had the pressure of, unfortunately having those issues. Still don't really know as to what actually happened to that Team Fordzilla car, but whatever happened has sent them really out of contention. But they've pushed on, they've done such a good job, as have everyone. Round of applause for everyone involved, everyone that made it to the checkered flag in every single split of the Daytona 24. They deserve it. 24 hours, it's a long time, and they've managed to bring it home, and everyone doing their all the classic antics of the cool down lap. Love that from Josh Chin.
I wonder how fast a BMW GTP car goes in reverse gear.
It's race gear, mate.
Yeah, it looks pretty tasty anyway as well. But very well deserved for private label Team Hype. They deserved it. Oh, be careful! Don't scratch the paintwork. Especially don't scuff the RaceSpot stickers as well, guys. Brilliant stuff. They deserved it. Really strong run from that GTP squad, taking that car home. Well, it was without a scratch on it, but there are a few scratches onto the side, a few battle scars there towards the end, Zach.
Yeah, you're not going to get through 100% clean, that is for sure. You're going to have some minor scrapes, but what a race we had, and so many deserving people. And well, here's how they racked up at the end of all of it.
So yeah, this is confirming your GTD results. Oscari Rinna and Mala Racing Team, they win by 75 seconds from Jimmy Antunes and Armage competition. Damon Woods, they finished just off the lead lap with ATRS Esports and completing the podium. Pure Sims Esports GTD were 4th, followed by Arnage Competition Car 100. Maniti Racing were 6th, followed by VG Racing Esport, SRC Movano Course, Barabab Esports, and Bila Racing Team Euronics round out the top 10 in the GTD class. In LMP2, it's Pure Sims Esports who win by 2 laps from Sabel Esports and Callum Reed-Garton bringing that car over the line. TNT Racing, Ben Lindsay comes home in 3rd, with Ego Racing Team and NB Esports rounding out the top 5. Texaco Racing by TK, they had a strong start to the race, but unfortunately came home in 6th. SSR Wave Runner were 7th, followed by Netrex Grand Prix, Team Buster Motorsport, and SSR Wave Runner, car number 089. In GTP then, your overall winner is private label Team Hype. Joshua Chin taking the car home, 8 laps to the good, with Maniti Racing just hanging on to that 2nd position. Axiom Motorsports come home in 3rd. Maniti, that late race scare, they managed to recover it and hold on to 2nd. I think that's just in the circumstances. ATRS Racing were 4th, followed by IGL Coatings E-Racing. Team SKR were 6th, followed by Bootson VDS, Maniti Racing, Team Hoising Velt, and Riley Sim Racing round out your top 10 in the GTP category. Well, the iRacing 24 hours here at Daytona is complete, and we have our race winner, Joshua Chin, joining us in the commentary box. Let's have a chat with him. Zach, down to you.
Well, honestly, you've done all the speaking on the circuit. You brought the car home. It was a mammoth task, though, and well, you did win by 8 laps, Joshua Chin. I don't think it was as easy as we potentially maybe expected from an outside perspective. Talk us through the entire race, sort of from the team's perspective.
It was a lot of struggle on the scheduling side. I was busy for the first probably 4 or 5 hours of the race, really, and then even hopping in, not a lot of us were able to get rest. And after my first in the car, I dropped out midway through the last stint, so that made things difficult. And then right after that, everyone just kind of started dying off one by one, and it worked out great for us. Honestly, never quite had that kind of luck in a Daytona 24 where everyone else has issues, but I know we had the pace before that running in 3rd or 4th, so overall, really good race. Happy to get a win. We moved up from doing the Friday split to doing this, and it worked out pretty well. It's not a top split win, but for the cupcake split, it's a pretty good feeling.
Cool. Awesome. Well, obviously, fantastic job from you and all your teammates involved. The top class, and you say cupcake split, but split 2. I mean, of the thousands of people involved, you still have to be pretty happy with it.
Oh yeah, extremely happy. For this being an easy card to drive, there was definitely a lot of attrition, not just in this split, really every split. I don't know what it is, but people couldn't keep it on the track. I know I had one off on the last lap trying to push it, but it seemed like a lot of people were just having issues all over.
Yeah, well, again, finally, just fantastic. Congratulations for you. But I mean, looking forward for the rest of the special events. Just a quick one. How are you thinking for the rest of the year in terms of iRacing special events? Are we going to see the team back for some more?
I think we'll show up for a few more special events. I know Phil wants to run Bathurst, and we'll probably run Sebring and things like that as well. But we'll have to see as the year goes on with special events.
Awesome stuff. And well, again, finally, fantastic stuff. Peter, I think he said everything that there is to be said. I think the race spoke for itself. It was a thoroughly enjoyable event.
I certainly did. And private label Team Hype, congratulations to them for winning overall for Pure Sims in LMP2 and in GTD, the Mala Racing team as well. Thank you so much for joining us here on RaceSpotTV for the broadcast of this second split of the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona. We'll be back with the next VCO Grand Slam in Sebring. Make sure you don't miss that. And thanks for watching.